Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft North American Major at PAX South. I am Firebat, and joining me once again is Brian the Rat Cortade. We are going to be bringing you the action here today. It looks like the first match is going to be Rail up against King Kagame at this GEICO gaming event. What do you think about these two players in the round of 128?
Can't say I know either of them, just from their names. But looking at their lineups, we have another paladin
And another priest.
and another priest.
Getting
I like
real
paladin.
wacky right off the start.
Priest isn't too wacky. I like seeing some Murlocs come out. I'm hoping for some Anyfin. We didn't get to see it yesterday. We did get to see some Murloc action though. Did you enjoy that, Firebot?
Yeah, it was definitely some creative deck building, that's for sure. A lot, some basic and some a little more complicated than others, but overall, not what we typically expect. One thing to note, this Rail here is the first non-professional player to bring Shaman to the tournament, right? I think. So I have to imagine he's probably favored because the guy that brings Shaman usually knows that Shaman's a good deck and usually brings other good decks alongside it. So my money's on Rail strictly because of the Shaman bring, whereas the other guy's got Druid and Priest, and it's looking a little dicey. I don't know if those are the classes you'd really want to step forward with if you're trying to win.
I'm gonna go with King Kagame, man. I think the Druid. Hopefully it's Jade. It has good matchups across the board. If that's a control warrior, which it could be. It might not be. It might just be pirates.
Oh, it's
I don't know.
Pirates.
It's pretty rare for someone to bring Shaman, Pirate Warrior with the Anyfin Paladin.
It's pretty rare for someone to bring
that.
Paladin. That's you're right. Definitely not the usual thing that you're going to see. Looks like the game is already underway, and it is that Jade Druid for Rail up against what?
That's
Oh, that was they were test. Okay, I get how this works now. Sorry about that. I'm seeing the future, and let me tell you guys, the future has very high production quality. Tell you what, they're working tirelessly on that one. So Druid, we talked about Druid a little bit on the previous day. I said I didn't like it. You said you also, or you said you liked it at first, and I convinced you otherwise.
I said I don't play it, but I think it's a solid deck.
Okay. Okay. Solid.
You brought up some stats. You used some trickery. It turns out you have more powers and just see it into the future. You might be a warlock.
I like to think of myself as more as the Pegasus guy, the guy with the golden eye, because my hair is getting almost long enough that I could cover it, right? And I can have the whole Yu-Gi-Oh golden eye thing going on.
Are you gonna dye your hair white as well?
I mean, I might if I fit the character. Halloween rolls around. We got a little time for that, but
it's a long ways till Halloween.
And then I can. Doesn't in the end? Isn't it even not even magic powers? Isn't he just cheating the whole time? Like, isn't he just like using mirrors or something?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't
really
remember, but I think the Golden Eye, the Millennium Eye, actually is what it's called.
Okay.
I think
Golden Eye is the Nintendo 64 007 game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was solid.
That's a good game.
It's a good game. Yeah, everybody loves GoldenEye, dude. Like, I've never heard anyone say
it was one of those original multiplayer games.
Oh yeah, it's the first one you ever play with your friends and family.
And you gotta get the golden gun. Get those. I think it's a one-hit kill. I'm not sure exactly.
I don't remember.
At any rate, the future's coming fast. It looks like we're gonna be headed into a game right now.
Looks like that is Rail on the Pirate Warrior, setting sail on the high seas up against what appears to be a Dragon Priest from King Kagami.
Yeah, and we see already Rail's decided to include Acidic Swamp Ooze in his deck. Not going to help him in this matchup, but...
Priest maybe starts thought stealing some weapons. You get that ooze down?
Ooh.
Or worse, they thought steal the ooze, huh?
Deathwing. Interesting inclusion by King Kagami. That kind of signals that his deck's a little bit on the higher end. Not exactly what you want against pirates. But he gets the 1-drop down. He has a 2-drop in hand. Couple of decisions here for Rail.
Couple.
Maybe
he's got Yeah, for sure. He could even clear it this turn or try and develop nothing, but it looks like he's just going to play up the pirates and start chucking away some damage at the face. Looks like he's getting him everybody in there. Makes sense when you look at his hand. I'm looking at his hand personally, and that's a hand you already start counting the damage with. 12. Gonna trade in here, it looks like, though. I don't know about that one. Maybe he feels like he needs the board control. I mean, there's a lot of life total in front of them, and dragons do tend to spiral the board, but...
Yeah, I think he's looking at his hand and he's saying, you know, I don't have a 3-drop. This coin might not get any better than this. Next turn I might need the Heroic Strike to clear a minion. And we see King Kagami put down a 4-health minion, so the Heroic Strike lines up perfectly to get rid of that and push 2 more face damage. If he had held on to the coin, you know, the 2-3 wouldn't have died. He would have been able to clear one of his minions. He would have had to clear it this turn anyways. So I liked the coin on turn 1 there.
Oh, yeah, no question the coin was good, but I don't like trading. Pirates go face, he trades with you, miss 2 damage. You know, you just respond with the bump in with the 1-1.
Always got to be afraid of the power word shields and such, but King Kagami running out of stuff to do that's very meaningful. He's going to get the cleric down, hit it with the power word shield, see if he picks anything up.
Is someone injured?
Ooh, not a cleric.
The Holy Champion for King Kagami. That's a card that's, he doesn't see too much play, but it's one of those cards that's like borderline good. You know, there's times when you wish you could throw that one in your deck. Such a powerful effect. A 4-mana 3/5 that when any character is healed, it gains +2 attack. It's like the supersized Light Warden. You know, when you go to McDonald's and they ask you if you want to supersize your Light Warden, this is what you'd get.
Yeah, it can get out of control pretty fast. Usually, even as a pirate player, you'll probably have to trade into it because you can't race that card.
You gotta respect the Holy Champion. Champion of the people.
Draws the War Axe, able to protect his 1/1s with the Corsair. That's going to be nice moving forward.
So, Rat, if I was going to quiz you on this matchup, what percentage would the 2 standard decks come out to be based on, you know, let's go with Vicious Syndicate Data Pool instead of Tempo Storm. I know you like that one better than the Tempo Storm Snapshot.
I don't know exactly what it says, but I'd consider the matchup probably a 60-40 in favor of the Dragon Warrior.
Dragon Warrior?
Wait, Dragon Priest. I mean Warrior.
Okay, wait, who's winning and which are they playing? Pirates or Warriors? What's going on?
Pirates 60-40.
Yeah, that's pretty
Dragon
close.
Priest. Probably more like 58 on the DS Data Reaper. I didn't look it up.
Oh, it was exactly 58.
Yeah, I believe that. I think that ladder players are probably losing 2% there.
Okay. Corcon Elite charging in, taking out the minion, utilizing his weapon. Not trying to overextend into mind control tech, I guess, for Rail there. He could have taken a value trade with the Corcon Elite, saved the weapon maybe for an upgrade effect, but was cautious about how he wanted to extend into that board. Player on this way as well.
He's looking at a lot of damage in his hand, and King Kagami is looking with a lot of less health than he needs to have, I think, here. Well, pushing 8 this turn, putting him down to 9. He has 8 in his hand.
So many choices.
But what about the Fear of the Holy Nova? That's a spell power on board. He played around Holy Nova the last turn with his trades. You have to imagine Rail's going to stay consistent. He thinks there's a Holy Nova there. There's been 2 cards sitting in King Konami's hand this entire game, the Deathwing and the Holy Champion. Those could very easily be some sort of AoE clear.
Maybe...
We'll see what he goes with. I think that at this point, you need to just say, if he has Holy Nova, he clears my board. And if he doesn't, I win the game.
Let's see. Is he going to remove it? He's not going to remove it. He's just going to say exactly what you said. Sometimes, got to take risks. It's rough out there.
Yeah, King Kagami, without the answer.
My work is paramount.
Yeah, that's not a Holy Nova.
He'll throw some minions down, make a couple trades, but Rail going to be able to take game 1 on his next turn here with the Heroic Strike followed up by the Moral
Would you say that King Konami is getting railed?
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet?
Games.
the processes start. What's the intermediate process of being railed? Like, what's it called? Like, right when the railing is beginning.
You got to be at least down 2-0, I think.
Okay, that's when it starts being called railed. But prior to being called railed, it's like what, edge? I don't know.
I think I'd call it just being down 1-0 in the set.
Okay, just being slightly behind. All right.
Yeah.
There's no precursor to railing, is what you're trying to say.
Not that I'm aware of, you know.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to ask Rail later if he gets a winner's interview. Just send, how was the emotional state there as the pre-railing was beginning. I don't know. Anyway, Warlock and Paladin up for Rail, up against, the entire arsenal still for King Konami. He's got that Dragon Priest. If that's an Anyfin Paladin and a Reno Lock, Dragon Priest is going to have a hard time finding a way out of this situation.
Your nightmare.
Yeah, ooh. Zoo. I like
Pretty
this
sure.
Zoo.
It's probably
Yes.
Zoo.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it could be like Reno Zoo or something too.
I was gonna say that for Rail, winning with Pirate Warrior wasn't gonna be an issue probably in this set, given that King Kagami had the Dragon Priest, has a Druid and a Warlock. Then we see that Rail's also playing Zoo, something we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, could potentially be, in the lineup to try and pin out Druids, try and pin out some of those decks that are susceptible to Zoo. Why do you think Zoo's been falling out of favor lately? Why is it, faded away in the current metagame?
A big reason why Zoo hasn't seen much play is that Aggro Shaman does what Zoo does, only it has weapons to mix in there with the minions. So if I'm playing a 3-2 and you're playing a 3-2, but then your 3-2 dies to my weapon, I'm going to be ahead.
Yeah. Weapons are a very, very powerful tool in Hearthstone. A lot of players have made Reddit posts and videos talking about how busted some of the weapons are and how busted some of the early game control of the weapons are. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, also, without having patches in your class, you automatically start behind pretty often on turn 1.
Oh yeah, patch is such a huge buff, being able to get something out free. But, Rail's not that far behind right now. He's able to keep up really well with the Reno Lock, and traditionally, this matchup has been pretty close to 50-50. In the beginning, I'd say, when Zoo is a little bit heavier, with the Death Rattle variants back in even next Rammus, I would say Zoo's favored in this matchup. It was just so hard to get him off the board. And then as Zoo sort of sped up, it became closer to Reno Lock favored. And now, this matchup's like, it's gone through the whole cycle, and I think it's back towards the beginning where Zoo's not sticky enough on the board and it's starting to become Reno Lock favored again, I'd say.
Yeah, it really depends on a number of factors, like the Reno Lock deck list. We can see this game already that King Kagami is doing the Reno Lock special, where you almost look like you're a Zoo deck yourself here, and you coin out the Imp Gang, and you have that nice curve, and then you have bigger and better minions later on. Reno Lock typically wins those types of games. And we saw not only the Imp Gang, but the Void Walker, and he even has an MC tech if Rail chooses to put 4 minions on the board here. And I don't see a reason not to go for the Councilman and the Villager, buff that Councilman up, get some trades with your minions into his, maybe even make a little imp.
Sure, why not? Yeah, definitely. Zoo is called Zoo because it swarms the board with minions. It unleashes just a herd of animals to attack. That's why it's the Zoo. So it's very susceptible to mind control tech.
Yeah, could also be because it's a deck in Magic that does similar things to this one in Reynad named
Well, why was
that.
why was the one in Magic named Zoo?
It has some beast in it. It's more zoo themed, like a wild Nakatl and some cats and stuff.
Cats and stuff.
And
like,
some curd eggs.
Is the cat as cute as the Hearthstone cat?
Actually, that's
Tabby
close.
Cat and Alley
close.
Cat's pretty cute.
That's a real close one, actually.
I think Hearthstone's just one up in Magic right there.
So we see Rail has a decision here if he wants to try to get the Doomguard down now, or if he just wants to play the Knife Juggler with the Villager and fit a tap in.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see him tap.
Yeah, I think you got to extend the resources as much as you can. You're staring down 19 life. You got to try and make your hand stretch to be able to go the distance. But Rail disagrees. He thinks he's pinched for time. He wants to just get in there before the AoE can come down and try and close this out as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try to take the board here this turn and get his taps in later. And he's hoping that these minions on the board right now are gonna be hit in the face.
Oh yeah, he's hoping that the only AoE was Shadow Flame, and he's clearing the board, playing around the Shadow Flame, locking it down. But King Konami, he's got Demon Wrath. It doesn't hit the Doomguard, but it does clean up the other minions here.
Yeah, Demon Wrath getting pretty good value considering the matchup here.
Yeah. Swarms of demons, you don't typically try and think that card's going to get too much value. But able to get something done. Oh, yeah.
Picks up the Imp. Would have been good if he had tapped last turn and had to go with the Doomguard, maybe. This turn, however, looks like he's just going to throw down the Argus and jam the face. Probably his best path to victory.
Oh, yeah. He's almost there. He's at 13. Setting up lethal, potentially. And barring anything like a Siphon Soul, Blast Crystal, Potion, Hellfire, Shadow Bolt.
Those are a lot of cards, Firebat.
It's tough. Reno Lock's got all the answers.
Yeah, and it's like we said earlier, right? If Reno Lock gets to play Zoo at the beginning of the game, it's unlikely that Zoo is going to come out ahead in the end.
So, we asked a question about the Vicious Syndicate meta data analysis thing, but let's just kind of even it out so Reyna doesn't get upset. What do you think Zoo is ranked on the Tempo Storm meta snapshot? What rank tier?
How many tiers are there this week?
I'm not going to tell you that. That's extra information. You don't get it. This is like a multiple, not even multiple. It's a fill in the blank quiz. You know, it's a pop quiz. There's no asking the teacher for help. This isn't public school.
I think it's tier 4.
He nails it again. Wow. Rat knows what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
Did I actually get it right?
Yeah, you're 2 for 2 now.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Cycles out the Abusive Sergeant. He wants to try and find a higher value card that can utilize more of his mana this turn. Knife Juggler is 1 more mana utilized, so it's slightly higher value. Obviously, he was looking for something even bigger.
Yeah, I really like holding on to the Abusive there to get the extra draw. Abusive not having a huge impact past the initial Battle Cry effect ever since they nerfed it down to a low 1-1 from a 2-1. Ooh, big pickup from King Kagami here. The Hellfire is just going to let him clear the board and instantly be able to develop a minion behind that. Probably going to be lights out for Rail.
Well,
barring a Doomguard.
Yeah, Doomguard changes everything around. I know a strapping young lad in 2014 that was able to get Doomguard into Doomguard a few times. Did quite well.
Are you talking about yourself again, Firebat?
I might be. Hey, man, sometimes you gotta get lucky.
Do you wake up in the morning feeling like a strapping young lad?
When you draw Doomguard into Doomguard, that's the time you feel like a strapping young lad, and Rail does not seem like he's feeling like a strapping young lad right now. He was unable to find the Doomguard into Doomguard. A little less strapping than normal.
Yeah, safe to say. His hand has really
it's just getting all the one
out here.
Yeah, every card is just one or two cost mana, and I mean, Zoo's designed to do that for the consistency early game. But when you consistently have really good early game, then you're going to consistently draw that early game in your late game, and that's not where you want it.
Yeah, especially when Reno Lock's busy drawing bigger minions, bigger and better.
Oh yeah, they've ramped up all the way. They've taken the initial sales, reinvested it in the bank, got interest on it, and then put that in a Roth IRA. Came back 10 years later and are smashing it in your face, and you're sitting there still just working at the pizza shop.
Pizza shop, not the worst gig ever. Rail unable to find a trade anywhere on this board.
Oh no.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and just bump.
He's just outclassed. He's got to start chipping away at it.
King
Small-
Kagami with the Leroy and the PO. Or just the PO. Gonna take lethal here.
Ties up the series.
Well played.
1-1.
Boom.
I'm interested to see how this Zoo does in the next coming matches.
It looks like it could be quite susceptible to getting 3-0'd by the lineup. We see it's got the Priest there that's probably going to do quite well against the Zoo. Dragon Priest typically very strong against Zoo. The one thing that Rail's got going for him, though, is this Druid, which is typically awful against Zoo. But the Druid is typically pretty good against Paladin. So it's got its out there. So it comes down to a little bit of mind games here. A little mental duel for this pick order, potentially. Because, you know, one way it goes favorable for Rail, the other way it goes favorable for the King. So who knows? Maybe one of these players is going to be able to get inside the other guy's head.
Worth noting that we did see the Priest deck already, though, and it was running a couple bigger dragons. It had a Deathwing, it had an Alexstrasza. Little slow versus a Zoo deck. And we are going to see the Anyfin come out from Rail here. I'm excited.
Yeah. Excited enough that you actually know the stats for Anyfin Paladin?
I don't know if I'm that excited, but King Kagami is definitely excited about his hand. Keeps the whole thing, including the Jade Idol. Has the Innervate into the Jade Blossom. That's about all you can ask for.
Wow, there's not actually a lot of data on this matchup. If we look at the Data Reaper's stats, they say it's 50-50. Anyfin Paladin versus Jade Druid. But there's
But
a
Blizzard
large...
says that there's a hidden Paladin deck that's doing quite well on the ladder.
Yeah, just like the hidden Priest deck of last season.
Yeah. And we see King Kagami sporting the Strife Crow tech.
Strife Crow runs that in Shaman. I've never seen him play it in Druid. It's interesting in Druid. Do you know the odds that Lotus Agent actually finds a Jade-related card?
Well, I actually don't. I don't know how they do the math, but I imagine that each class that it can grab from can have a Jade card in it. So it would be a substantial increase.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to see it here, though. Is going to see a Farsight and a Master of Disguise. Both interesting cards. Takes the Soul of the Forest. Going to get some minions down with the Jade Idol next turn and go ahead and make his board a little sticky later on with the Soul of the Forest. Pretty good pick up against the Anyfin Paladin that likes to use the board clears to have swing turns.
Yeah, this is definitely going to make it more difficult if that board is sticking around, coming back to life as those 2/2s, forcing you to have to quality consecrate not once but twice. Remember back in the days when you'd press like shift too many times in a row or something, playing some computer game, and sticky keys would turn on? And that Soul of the Forest just reminded you of that.
That was the worst.
That doesn't happen
turn it
anymore.
off,
Does
though, so
sticky keys exist anymore? Like, is that... I've never had it happen again.
We have to go for chat for this one. If you know if sticky keys exist, please tweet at us.
I've never seen it happen.
Hashtag GEICO Gaming.
Yeah, because I'll be playing some video game, and I'll have to like press shift a bunch, and sticky keys won't pop up anymore. I think it's like a Windows XP thing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I am sure of one thing. Rail's hand, a little heavy with the double Anyfin.
Yeah, you want to draw those at the end. That's the finisher. That's the coup de grace or whatever. The whole ending blow. So having that early is not going to be beneficial, but it's great to have it, you know, for the end when you need it. And Aya picked up for King. It's not going to be good for him this turn, but next turn it's going to be splendid. He's not even investing the Soul of the Forest here. He's going to save it for even more value. I'd have been tempted to launch it there. I guess he wants to, you know, outvalue his opponent. He's not worried about rushing him down, even though he is already knocked them down to 16. He wants to try and space his threats out and go the distance still. Yeah,
and definitely interesting decision not to use the Soul of the Forest. Kind of revealing to us what his game plan, or what he thinks he wants his game plan to be moving forward, which is that he's going to get Soul of the Forest on a bigger and better board.
Yeah, he's Jade Druid. He knows the game's going to go on long. He knows he's up against a Paladin. Paladins typically run some sort of healing, so he wants to take it slow. He's like, if the game goes on really long, that's my comfort zone. That's where I'm, you know, the pilot. That's my driver's seat to take this game away.
Interesting decision from Rail here. He could go ahead and use the Consecrate to clear the board, or he can develop an Acolyte. He could even play the Doomsayer, which I wouldn't mind. Knowing that my opponent has just hero-powered the following turn, I kind of want to deny the turn 6 from them.
Turn 6, typically a powerful turn. That's when Aya can come down, or Emperor Thorsen, or Sylvanas. All sorts of crazy power plays tend to happen at about turn 6. So getting that Doomsayer down, Rail's trying to stop that, trying to make a read on what's going on. Why is my opponent not doing anything? They're probably setting up for something big. Let's stop that.
Yeah, another thing is that you don't want to play Doomsayer when you think your opponent can just nourish on their turn. And since on turn 5 he just hero powered, you know he doesn't have nourish in his hand.
It's a good point, yeah.
Interesting that he chooses to use up the weapon. He really wants to make sure this Doomsayer goes off. King Kagami just throwing the Aya into it.
That is curious. I mean, he's able to get the Jade counter rolling. His next Jade card is going to be really powerful, but doesn't have one lined up yet. He's going to need to find additional Jade cards, and adding those minions allows the Solemn Vigil to come down for 0 for Rail, so that really helps him out, able to continue cycling his deck, maybe even deploy an Acolyte of Pain this turn.
Yeah, definitely probably the best draw in Rail's deck. Just the best draw in Rail's deck, because it equals 2 draws here. And he drops the Acolyte. It looks like he's at a decent life total, 15, not the highest, but he is going to be able to start drawing some cards. He has the Ragnaros, the Light Lord, and the Tyrion if he can get there. Really looking for an equality to feel a little bit more comfortable in this position.
Lots of oozes in this tournament. Everyone has been playing Acidic Swamp Ooze. If you got weapons in your deck, people are trying to counter it. People are trying to remove it. It's pretty crazy how ineffective Ooze can be at times, though, against weapons in the current metagame. A lot of the small weapons barely get hindered by Ooze because they get the work done in before the Ooze can even come down.
Ooze is not a well-statted minion, so if you're only eating half a weapon at a time, you're often looking at even trades, and then you end up behind on the board again. King Kagami decided not to use a swipe there to clear the board up, kind of signaling that he thinks that the swipe's going face.
Oh, yeah, he's changing gears now. He's like, all right, this value plan, that didn't work. We tossed Aya into the fire. And when you set fire to the rain, sometimes you got to go face. So he's setting up for that.
Yeah, and Rail picks up the new Paladin Legendary. I think Bristlebrand. Pretty nice here. It's going to have taunts. It's going to heal him a nice amount if he decides to go with that. Instead, it looks like he's going to go with the Consecrate, just making sure that that minion gets off the board.
Yeah, it makes some sense here. There's no way for Druid to deal 10 points of damage with only 8 mana. Except from Double Feral Rage Living Roots. And that's a 3-card combo. That's a little ridiculous, right?
Yeah, and we see King Kagami faced with a decision now where he's going to have to decide if he just keeps going face or he clears his board and stops the Acolyte.
I would have liked to see him start maybe cycling
value.
the Wrath, get some information first. But he's already committed the hero power now. He's striking face with the hero power.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him cycle the Wrath here, given his game plan that he's taken. He's going to try to pick up some more damage. He really, really just wants to close out the game like that.
He's getting
Don't know
close.
if it's going to work, though. He only has one more turn before Rail's dropping either of these big 8-mana minions. And this turn, Rail is a nice play with the Bristlebrand. Going to shore up his board and life total against any attacks coming from King Kagami.
3 mana 2/2 Divine Shield and Taunt. Whenever damage is dealt, gain that much life, right?
I like the card.
It's not bad. I think it's not good enough against the current aggro decks. Like, maybe it by itself it is, but like the rest of the deck isn't good enough against the aggro decks for it to like justify Paladin as an anti-aggro deck, you know? But yeah, I definitely think it's got a place in future metagames.
I mean, look at this. Deal 2, heal 2.
Boom.
Bam.
It's a lot like the Warrior card, yeah? Like the Ali Armorsmith.
Similar for sure. Rail gets to go with either of these 8 drops. Interesting to see which one he'll choose. I kind of like to see the Ragnaros Light Lord, since the only thing that's damaged is your face right now, and you can't guarantee that's the case later.
Options.
King Kagami just sitting there, and you gotta, at this point, if you're the Druid, you gotta be feeling like your strategy didn't pan out, and everything my opponent could have is just awful for me.
So he throws down the Tyrion. He's looking to try and get the weapon out first, then heal after he's got stuff to punch. It's also a nice little taunt minion. stands in the way of things. If the mulch comes down on, either Light Lord or Tyrion, I think you'd rather have it come down on Tyrion than Light Lord.
What to do?
If it comes down on Tyrion in this position, though, then your opponent is going to be able to go face and possibly finish you off since you are only at 11.
Whoa.
The only thing stopping them is a 2-2.
Yeah, but it's a 2-2 that heals you. You gotta believe in the Bristlebrand. You guys got your back.
I suppose. King Kagami does have the ooze to answer this Tyrion
man.
weapon, which will be a big deal.
That Divine Shield got max value. Stopped 5 damage with the Divine Shield there. Holy smokes.
Yeah, interesting to see where he's going forward this turn.
I think he's panicking a little bit. He's not ready for Tyrion Forging. Sometimes the entry music just gets you. You know, the ho sort of thing going on when it enters the field.
Mm-hmm.
Can be difficult to deal with. Puts a lot of stress on you right away.
Ends up just hitting it with his face, taking max damage, swiping off the Acolytes, not being able to get the ooze down this turn, giving the weapon value as well for at least this turn.
Yeah. So King a little stressed out by the Tyrion. He could have done that entire sequence except not using the Feral Rage, right? You swipe the Acolyte first, and then all he had to do was hero power down the Tyrion and trade in his 5/10. So he just kind of discarded Feral Rage in that situation, and that's a card he might have wanted to have still. Yeah,
it seems like he needed to shift his game plan of going face, and he wasn't exactly sure how to do it, and maybe he's panicking a little bit. You know, he's looking at his hand. He's a little upset that the Soul of the Forest never panned out how he wanted it to. That he ended up having to swipe the Acolyte on turns where he didn't want to. Rail choosing to go with the Ivory Knight.
Yeah, he wants to get the guaranteed heal of the Ivory Knight. You're right, the Light Lord, now that he's kind of delayed it, it's not a guaranteed heal on his face until he's able to trade off these minions. But, you know, the Ivory Knight's enough heal to get him there at least.
Yeah, he could have traded his minions and played the Light Lord, but he has no reason to believe that these minions are too susceptible to a board clear, given that his opponent chose not to board clear for a majority of the game, and then just finally used one last turn. So I like this play of the Ivory Knight, trying to secure his board and get some value out of these minions moving forward.
Yeah. Major card advantage for the Paladin player now, but Jade Druid doesn't really utilize card advantage that much. At the end, they try and get card quality as each of their cards kind of ramp up one another. The Jade count's still relatively low, though, for King Konami.
I think Rail's one off lethal here with the Blessed Champion. 6-8, 14, 16. So close. Just shakes his head. Any Finn only bringing back the one Murloc right now. You could trade in the
Bluegill has
Murloc
died as well.
Yeah, you could trade in the Murloc War Leader and get a second Murloc. You can also make trades on the board so that you guarantee heal your face with Ragnaros the Light Lord. At this point, you're looking at your hand, you're looking at your opponent's hand. I think you just want to make sure you don't lose the game this turn.
Yeah. I'd love to see some light action going on, but it looks like Rail feels confident enough. He feels nice and safe, maybe a double up on that Knight, king it, and now he's going to even hold back the surprise burst. Just hold back as much resources as possible. You know, you never know. Maybe there's a Yogg-Saron. Play around it. Got to be prepared. You don't want to be playing on stream and be the guy that gets yogged.
Yeah, going to be rough for him.
Jades are now starting to get really big all of a sudden. So this kind of passive play from Rail, starting to walk into trouble.
If he had hit for 4 more with the Blessed Champion last turn, he definitely would have lethal this turn, given how it panned out.
Yeah, or developed an 8/8 last turn.
As it stands, though, he only has a few ways of even getting past the taunt and doing damage to the face, and I don't think any of them give him lethal.
And he's got to be worried about the counter lethal. That card off Raven Idol's been there, all day and night for King. That could be a Savage Roar. You don't know what that could be. That could be almost anything.
Yeah. Gonna take the trade with the Knight here.
Light Lord's got a 50-50. It could miss.
Yeah,
He could heal up the Knight with the Forbidden Healing to try and guarantee it, but he's going to go with the Hero Power instead. He believes in the Light, and the Light believes in him.
Definitely a sigh of relief for Rail. Could have went with Forbidden Healing, but chooses to preserve it and wins the 50-50. King Kagami looking down this Rag Light Lord, and the only way he can deal with it is by trading both of his minions.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't seem very good. It seems absolutely brutal.
And with both Penny Fins in hand and the Blessed Champion, and no way for King Kagami to taunt, I think Rail's going to take this one.
I think so as well, yeah. Winning the 50-50 matchup. The stats say it's a 50-50 matchup, but it also says that there's like a 7% spread.
No time for games.
Yeah, it definitely decides on how the decks are built. There's a lot of percentages to be gained from things like double mulch. Even a card like Sylvanas, we don't traditionally see in Jade Druid.
Yep.
Pretty decent against Tyrion, against Ragnaros Light Lord.
Yeah, and we saw that King also had Ancient of Wars in there. Not every day you see Ancient Wars in the tournament. Jade Druids, it's a lot of times a ladder tech to help against pirates, but in the tournament setting, you usually target Jade Druid towards the control, so you don't bring in the Ancient of Wars any longer. He's just rocking those still, so he's teched more to deal with anti-aggro, not really to deal with control.
Yeah, and Rail's going to go up 2-1 in the series with that win. Moving into game number 4. We'll get to see the Zoo again.
Yeah, he's got to get a win with this Zoo, a deck that a lot of people believe isn't real. They believe it's outdated, outgunned, not really super existent in the current metagame. I know the Trinity series opened up a lot of possibility for Zoo to see some play, as it is a tournament series with 2 bans, and still none of the 6 teams that are participating, or 8 teams I think actually, that are participating in that have brought Zoo yet to that, even with double bans where you can remove 2 of the patches classes. It's interesting. There's been a lot of playtesting going around with Zoo to try and see if it could make an appearance in some of those more, different formats, and it just doesn't seem to be making the cut.
Yeah, we see King Kagami there running Rag.
Oh yeah, Rag Deathwing. He's got a very, very heavy Dragon Priest. It seems like the kind of deck where if you hit that early game curve, it's gonna just curve you straight to the moon, and he's kind of missed it this game.
Even including the Emperor, and we even saw the Excavated Evil in the mulligan, and we see it again now picked up. Interesting that he chose to mulligan that, knowing that it was Zoo.
He's just trying to find the early game minions first, try and pressure out the board. But yeah, Excavated can be quite devastatingly powerful against Zoo. Zoo lost a lot over the expansions and the rotation out. It lost almost all of its sticky Death Rattle minions and has only Villager to replace them, so a lot of the times AoE clears can be just devastatingly powerful against the Zoo Warlock.
Yeah, King Kagami choosing to hold the Northshire on the previous turn. Going to go ahead and just offer it out now. What do you think about Demon Zoo? Would you play that, or would you play this Zoo deck? Which one do you think is better?
I honestly would go with Reno Zoolock. It's been the one I've seen the most at the top 100 ranks of a ladder. As ridiculous as that sounds, that has been the most common Zoo deck that I've seen doing well on ladder.
Okay.
I mean, Kazakis is a good card, right?
Yeah, definitely. Kazakis, not in any aggro decks currently, but if he finds a spot in them, interesting card. There's no potions that give you plus attack. If there was, it'd be pretty good. But the plus health is insane.
If you have board control with Kazakis, it makes so many more of the potions live. It makes them all pretty much good. Like freezing your opponent's board while you have board control, that is damage because your opponent can't trade with your minions. So if they don't have a clear or they've already used their clear, then you freeze their minions, your minions are going to connect. So that's the same thing as saying, deal additional damage, basically. And some of the potions actually say, deal 5 damage, or, Zoo's not too bad when it can give a 10 mana deal 8 in it. Pyroblast would be a good card in Zoo.
Yeah. A card that says summon a 5/5 and give all your minions +4 health.
Oh, yeah. When you got
Pretty
the board.
good for 5 mana if you have the board already.
Mm-hmm. So it's absolutely insane. The problem is with the Reno Zoo is when you don't draw Kazakis, that's when you start realizing, hey, I'm just running a bunch of crummy one-ofs. And that runs into issues here. But Rail going all in on the board here, full development to try and set up lethal, and that walks right into the Holy Nova or the Excavated Evil. King Konami, since Holy Nova clears the board, going to go with that one to save the Evil for a more difficult situation to deal with, and he's right back in this game.
Yeah, King Kagami using the top decked card. Rail, a little grimace there we've seen from him. He's in good spirits still, though. These are 2 of the better minions to have post-board clear in your hand.
Sure. But sucks you can't play them both on the same turn. Really hoping to just re-dump and apply pressure immediately, but can't get it done.
Wow, we even see Confessor Paltris coming out
It's
of King
golden,
Kagami.
too.
That card never gives me a good legendary.
No. I mean, what are the odds? I think it's not in your favor to get a good legendary. There's a lot of really crummy ones.
Yeah, it's a coin flip, just like everything else, right, Firebat?
I think it's a coin flip slightly not in your favor, though.
Yeah, I think it is as well. In reality, I think it's probably a 45er to a 50.
Yeah.
Not sure, but eventually it'll give me King Crush, and I'll be pretty excited. A card that never really panned out. People had high hopes. It
With
found
King
a spot
Crush?
for a little while. Confessor Paltris.
Oh, okay.
Found a spot for a little while, but Rail, tapping, picking up the Knife Juggler. Gonna go ahead and drop both the villagers. A little unfortunate you couldn't get these down alongside the Councilman, but their Death Rattles will also buff the Councilman's attack, which is what he's thinking here. Going a little wide.
Volcanic Dragon. Now there's a card that when you're AoEing, clearing a Zoo's board, maybe you get to squeeze it out for free. We can see right now if he takes a trade here, like he's doing now, then plays Excavated Evil, you get to play that dragon for 0 mana.
Yeah, Volcanic Drake. People tried to use it a lot when it first came out, but they couldn't really find a way to make it work. He could have gotten it down here for free. Chooses not to. Chooses to hold on to the AoE for maybe a better Excavated Evil turn.
He's getting greedy with it, that's for sure. He wants it all.
Yeah, he doesn't have much to interact with the board outside of trading minions into minions. If he does use the Excavated Evil. Death, giving a little bit of security against the Doom Guard.
So many.
I like the Excavated Evil hold.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, don't know if I would have traded into the Imp Gang knowing that I was going to hold it, though.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the juggler needs to go then. That guy, even though he is nerfed, he's still pretty threatening. He's got 1 less attack, but he still is able to throw a lot of knives, get a lot of work done in his zoo deck, especially with those village idiots on the field there.
Village Idiots.
Yeah, it's the card, right?
I like that. Gonna go with the Mortal Coil. Find himself some trades here. Draw an extra card, maybe. Probably wants to develop a 3-drop, though, behind this. Trading off before he plays anything, so we're probably going to see the Imp Gang, not the Councilman.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting decision. Wants to just make his board as
This
unsusceptible to AoE as he can. Misses the juggle there. A little bit of a misstep.
He didn't need it. Feels confident in the board already.
We didn't
Like,
want
you know
that
what?
juggle anyway, Firebat.
Yeah, he's keeping his opponent above 10 health to play around stuff.
You see the Excavated Evil come out now. Clearing 3 minions. Not even going to let the Drake come down. Just going to have to heal himself behind that. Holding the Excavated Evil, not panning out. Volcanic Drake, not finding a way to hit the board.
It's Doomguard.
And he even gets to play the Councilman before throwing down the Doomguard if he wants to. Chooses to go for the tap.
Okay, he's holding out. He's being a little greedy. He's like, you know what? King Konami's been holding a lot of cards in his hand. There's probably a Shadow Word Death there. I can be patient with this. Set up my other minions first. Try and get a squeeze and a tap every turn.
Yeah, even with the Malchazar's Imp pickup and the ability to immediately cash in on those 2 cards, he decides just to go wide again.
Your opponent's already played 2 AoEs. To run out of AoE, milk the situation. Find
with a
weakness, target weakness.
With a couple turns there where Kagami was unable to fully utilize his mana, Rail has to have a pretty good suspicion that King
This
Kagami's hand has
priest
a bunch
deck.
of big mana cards in it.
This priest deck is so anti-control. The Confessor Paletress, the Ragnaros, the Deathwing, the Mind Control. So greedy. He wants to be hitting against control decks. He was not expecting the Zoo in this tournament.
Is there a Reno in here?
A Reno
There
in the
must
priest
be.
deck? There might be, yeah. Rail trying to cycle these cards for lethal damage here, you gotta assume.
And with the abusive pickup, he's going to be able to buff that Councilman up.
Yeah, he can even buff the Imp Gang up, trade it, get another minion
trade.
spawning for the
This is
Councilman.
going to be lethal.
Mhm.
Barring any
Exact
misstep
lethal.
here.
A good spot there. That wasn't an easy lethal. That was definitely a little bit tricky there. Getting
Yeah,
the
he
extra buff on the
recognized-
Councilman.
He recognized he needed the extra attack on the Councilman from the Imp Gang. He's going to go ahead and take it 3-1 against King Kagami. Finishing it off with his Zoo deck is Rail. Moving
Good old
on to
Zoo
round
deck.
2.
Yeah, not a deck you see every day. A deck you used to see every day. Blast from the past. Would you say that King Konami got railed? Why are you making it awkward?
Just a little bit.
Just a little railed. Halfway railed.
I had to think about it, you know? I'm not quite sure. You pick up a win in there. Did you get railed if you picked up a win? I'm not so sure. But Rail bringing Warlock Zoo. Beat him with that. That's a little bit unique. That's a little bit innovative. That's something we don't see out of anybody else. It's kind of a Rail thing to do.
He's going to be the next RDU, right? That's what it's like. Because the only guy still bringing Zoo is RDU. I think I've seen him bring it in an open maybe last month. So, you know what? Maybe Rail is going to be the next RDU, get picked up, get signed by G2 after he wins this tournament, and become famous. Who knows? But for now, we're going to go to a quick 5-minute break while we get the next game set up. Don't go anywhere, guys. More GEICO Gaming at the PAX South Major right after this.
Biofrost here, letting everyone know that GEICO has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PAX South Hearthstone Major. Sponsored by GEICO Gaming, One Nation of Gamers, and Asus Republic of Gamers. I am Firebat, and this is the Rat, and we will be casting the next match between Ben and Dawn of Rax. One of these players has Twitter, so he's more official than the other guy, but he also has Hunter, so maybe he's a little bit less official. I don't know.
The
I
other
like
guy. His name's just Ben, though. I love the people who just go with their first name. You see him on the ladder. You got a Kevin. You got a Greg.
you got
know Greg,
Brian,
right?
Brian Kibler.
I've played against
Greg,
a couple
I do know.
Brians.
I do know Greg. Greg is an interesting guy. I've played against him many times. He's got to be the player that has shield slammed his minions the most out of anyone against me in the history of Hearthstone, because I've played against him repeatedly during the patron times. And the old patron versus control warrior matchup, you would shield slam off your own minions to not die to the patron combos. So we versed each other maybe like 15 times in like a week, and I think he shield slammed his own minion at least once every single one of those games.
Yeah, and we're already into the game.
Mind Vision. We're going to have some wacky things happening. Wacky discovers, wacky Mind Vision. It looks like some sort of zoo priest coming out here for Dawn of Rax is up against what seems to be a more traditional Miracle Rogue from Ben.
Another aggro priest.
Another aggro priest. There's not only been one, but there's going to be two aggro priests this tournament.
Ooh.
Ben drawing patches, a little bit salty about it. Can't let that get to you.
No, you can't. Ben with a traditional rogue deck here. Not surprised. I'm telling you, these people that just go with their first name, I see a lot of them in Legend.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be a lot of people in general that just take their first name out, right? For a spin.
Yeah. I had a friend. His name was just Connor in game. He went and changed it now. A little embarrassed when
Oh, what did he
started
change
getting
it
more
to?
serious. Patrick Starr, actually.
Patrick Star, that's a good one. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
a lot of
not a
people.
huge SpongeBob fan. Are you a huge SpongeBob fan?
I mean, as big as a grown man can be for a SpongeBob fan, I guess. I don't know how huge you can really get.
Yeah. Donna Frax is getting the Pillager off of Mind Vision. That's one of the better ones to get.
Oh yeah, Pillager Priest. Get more points, be able to get that Sylvanas out earlier. Follow that curve. You know, maybe it's just a Reno Priest with Knife Juggler. Maybe it's not a Zoo Priest. Maybe we were judging this Priest deck too quickly. There's more beneath the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, the Finley. You know what Finley means, actually? Finley means the potential for the sweet little Crip OTK setup. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, with the OTK deck. Doesn't look like we're going to see it, though. We're just going to see him go ahead and throw out that Knife Juggler, pick off a 1-1 with the Finley play,
But
get the Fire Blast.
it means Reno. It means Reno every time because he's looking to try and make his hero power cost 0 mana and then be something that's not Priest. So having it cost 0 mana is actually good.
Mm-hmm. And maybe even picking up a Koldar Drake with this Courier. That's the real dream.
the OTK infinite hero power. Sometimes you don't have the APM to hero power fast enough to kill him. And sometimes, like if you're trying to kill him from 30 with that combo and you do the hero powers too quickly, you can actually crash the game, and then you have to re-log in and finish hero powering them before before your turn's over. So we may have that get experienced.
Doesn't look like it, though, with
the
the Priest of the Feast getting picked up. It's kind of tough to fit in that many Fireballs, honestly. Fire Blast.
Yeah, it is. It's really tough. You have to really click it. And if you go slightly too fast, the game bugs and crashes. So I've done it a lot.
Ben held on to the Cleric the one turn to get the combo on the SI next turn and it paid off. Could have went with the Cold Blood that turn. I like Cold Blooding patches early against Priest as Rogue, actually. Do you have any experience with this?
I'm not a big fan. Well, it depends what your hand is. And I think, like, currently he doesn't have the damage to close out the game. So if he runs into situations where the patches just dies, it's not great. If you're running Conceal in your deck, a lot of times, you know, getting that Cold Blood to double dip against Priest is really important so that you can actually have enough damage to finish the game. So I kind of like saving it, actually. I'm in Ben's side with this one, man. I'm going against your Rat. You know, for those not.
I mean, I don't know if I would have done it in this game when he had the chance to Cold Blood the patches, but in general, I like getting a little Buccaneer, pops out the patches, maybe even coin a Cold Blood on it, connect for 5 3 times against the Dragon Priest. We saw this was a Reno Priest, so it would have been quite terrible.
Yeah.
But I like doing that play.
Yeah, it's a little risky, and I already feel so favored. I feel confident as a Rogue player in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Probably too confident. Like, the stats say it's a lot closer to 50-50 than you'd think. But I always feel like in control, and as long as I just take it slow, execute my game plan, cycle my deck, I'm a win every time.
Yeah, definitely a better matchup if it's just played traditionally. Looks like he's going to go ahead and trade into the Priest of the Feast here so that it can't get any more value. Rough to go face against that card when a spell gains you health.
Mm-hmm. And he knows his opponent has the coin. A ton of Braxes, man. He's got some value. His whole deck is just chock full of value. Trump would be proud. If Trump's watching the stream right now, he would be impressed at the amount of value jammed into this deck.
Yeah, Ben, the opportunity to just sap and strap that Cold Blood onto his SI and start going face and maybe close this game out within 2 turns here. We'll see if he goes for it.
It's a powerful strap-on right there. Able to really get in there.
Doesn't prep the sap to get in the blade. Doesn't even go with the Cold Blood.
Mm-hmm. Holds back. He's trying to take it easy. He's trying to wait for his Edged. He's trying to wait for his Conceals. And he might not have that kind of time. That might not be a luxury that Dawn's willing to give Ben here.
Ben needs to see Drakes and Auction. There's a Drake. That's good. He needs to see Drakes and Auctioneers. He needs to see them quickly. He's used a lot of his SI. He's used a lot of his other stuff. Maybe now that he has to Conceal, he's going to go ahead and use the Cold Blood here. Maybe he's afraid of a death prior to this, I believe. Gonna get the face damage in. Rag's gonna have a chance to snipe one of these minions off, though, which is...
He's going the control route, maybe. He's trading with the Rag. He's gonna take Rag out. He's trying to outvalue the Reno Priest, and that might not be a game plan that'll work for him. That seems to be exactly what this Priest deck wants, as it's not slowing down for anything. There's no stops, no holds barred here. Every card in his hand pretty much generates another card. He's got infinite card value.
Yeah, and this is one of the things. Rogue, like you said, you know, it's that artwork. But when you don't know what your opponent's playing, you don't know how to paint it.
Exactly, yeah. You think maybe he'll run out of creatures, I can just stabilize the board here. And then, whoop, more creatures come down. That board stabilization is not going to work. You know, suddenly you're trying to paint with markers when you're supposed to be painting with colored pencil.
Did you ever get assignments in school where you had to color it in with a certain type of utensil?
I don't think I had any coloring projects in school.
Not even when you were younger?
I don't remember past that. Well, I remember I had this one project requiring me to utilize a stencil. So like one of those things where you like trace it and then cut it out. You know, one of those things? And I had no idea the concept at the time. So I traced it and then, or no, I just held the stencil there and then just started cutting the thing out without tracing it first. And the teacher got pissed and I had to sit in the corner and I didn't get to finish the project and then I cried. And it was just a whole disaster because I was trying to skip a step. And I was trying to logic with my teacher. Like, I'm 4 at the time or something. And I'm trying to reason with them.
You're 4?
Like,
You're 4?
Yeah. I was like 4 or 5 at the time.
Let me get this straight, Firebat.
Yeah, I didn't want to use
you said that you didn't remember anything before a certain amount.
This was traumatic. This was traumatic.
Oh,
so this sticks out in my mind because I was very upset that my teacher did not understand that I was being good and being extra efficient by skipping the steps of tracing the stencil and just going directly to the cutout point. And I don't know. I was pissed.
Was your cutout as clean without using?
Oh yeah, it was perfectly clean. I didn't damage the stencil. I saved time and efficiency, and I tried to teach my teacher this new method I had come up with that would allow us to create the art project faster, and she was not having it.
Are you one of those people that's really good at cutting things with scissors? I'm awful at cutting stuff with scissors.
I mean, I'm all right. I've never considered it a special skill. Like I wouldn't.
There's some people who just cut straight, like it's just in their blood to cut paper straight.
Well, I mean, you're probably doing the scissory action too much. You gotta do the whole thing where you leave the scissors open and just kind of slide it.
Yeah. That's what I do. I'm just not that good
and
at
then
it.
It goes straight.
Anyways, we see Ben here with the Reno on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to do the points of damage he needs to get there. Waiting for that auctioneer still.
I mean,
his opponent got his auctioneer.
A good 4-attack minion. It's definitely difficult for Priest to deal with the typical arrangement of Priest cards. But we can see here that there's a turtle.
There is a turtle. He got that. Discovered it, I believe. Got the auctioneer off of the Thought Steal.
Mm-hmm. He's just playing RNG Priest. He's just meme fiestaing here.
Yeah, every turn that this game goes on, Ben thinks to himself, "Wow, I really might have misread."
I might have not predicted exactly how this is gonna end. Yeah, Oof. It's not quite enough damage,
or short.
Yeah, he's got to clear them. That means and try and stop the lethal from coming in here, and hold out to try and find additional damage. He still needs to find that gadget. He needs to start cycling his deck. Yes, Sarah. There's a theme here. All of Dawn's cards either say random or discover on them, somewhere in them. He is literally playing RNG Priest. He typed in random and clicked on cards.
It's gonna get a win here, honestly.
And he's gonna win, yeah. And he's gonna win.
Ooh, goes with the Mad Bomber. Mad Bomber, my bad.
Oh, look at those bomb hits. Absolutely beautiful. He's going to be able to clear the Drake if he wants to.
Little upset there that his turtle got nicked by a bomb. He's
not even going to trade. He's going to just go all in, setting up the lethal.
I think
that gives Ben's out to try and come back in this game and steal the win. He's not going to be able to do it, though.
Doesn't pick it up, though.
Very risky to try and go face with that turtle there.
Yeah. Especially when you have lethal.
Yeah, without
pretty
it,
often.
yeah.
Goes for the bluff, maybe?
Yeah, the standard rogue play of, look at all these cards I have, look at how unlucky I was, I didn't draw Gadget, boo hoo hoo.
It's a classic move from paper card games. And Dawn of Firaxis going to go up in the series 1-0, getting the win with that wacky pre-stack.
So, I think it's reasonable to assume Dawn of Firaxis' other decks are then Mill Rogue and Yasharj Hunter, right? RNG Priest, Mill Rogue, Yasharj Hunter, pretty traditional lineup. Like, what else could they be?
I have no clue. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if he can pick up wins with his other decks as well. Yeah. If it's traditional Hunter deck, he can maybe get a win against the Rogue pretty easily. Ooh.
We have Ben rocking a pretty typical Reno Lock build, it looks like, up against the N'Zoth Rogue from Dawn.
It looks like a spicy N'Zoth Rogue as well with the Shadowcaster in there. A little bit of a Raynad flair.
Okay. What do you think about N'Zoth Rogue in the current metagame?
Bit too slow. Bit too slow.
What do you think about it against Reno Lock, though? Not a matchup that you'll find on any of the typical ladder stat spreadsheets, but how do you think it fares?
If the Reno Lock is able to squeeze in a win using the Leroy combo, then they're sitting pretty, but in terms of value, probably not going to outvalue the N'Zoth Rogue deck. There's a lot of value sitting there, especially if they're playing the Jade list.
Mind if I roll need?
Don't know if he is playing the Jade list, though. Might just be playing the other Death Rattles. Ben with the Mountain Giant already in hand. Pretty good card against Rogue. Gonna go ahead and get the tap Mistress down. Contest this Loot Hoarder nicely. It's a good turn to play the Mistress alongside the tap.
Sure, yeah, make sure you get that guaranteed heal in there. Why not? It works out nice. Discovering a Death Rattle minion for Dawn. Gonna have extra fuel for that N'Zoth. His game plan's got to revolve around just trying to get that N'Zoth out as fast as possible after landing all these Death Rattles. But he's gonna have some problems with that. As Mountain Giant, that guy's big.
Job's done.
Huge, even. Taunts it up. Goes with the coin. Taunt up. Just wants to make sure that he protects his life total.
He's got the ability to remove it, utilizing the backstab here in some trades. So Dawn is still pretty solidly ahead on tempo. Looks like he's going to choose to maybe not remove it this turn. Oh, the SI can now help him remove it.
Oh
yeah, he's
hits him with the face. Hits him with the face palm. Realizes that he needed to play that backstab sooner.
Thank you.
He could have still removed it with the Huckster SI, trade the SI dagger. I'm going to choose just to try and contest it on board, though. He finds that that's going to be a more efficient use of his resources. He's going to be able to get a coin out now, too.
Looks like he's a little disappointed in himself by not playing that backstab there. He's having some fun with it, though. Not the biggest deal, honestly. You were going to have to probably hit the golem anyways, so if it hits your face now, you're going to find trades with the minions you put on the board.
Yeah.
Arguably wasn't even the right play. Given the context of Ben's hand, probably even better to play minions.
Sure, yeah, there's no shadow bolts or anything that can pick off this Doom Pillager that's contesting, so that guy's going to be able to get that trade to connect.
Possibilities.
Expecting Ben here just to throw down that Twilight Drake to contest the future minions coming out of Dawn. Taking it to the face. It's nice to get the Mountain Giant damage in if you think your opponent has to trade into it anyways.
Yeah, you definitely, when you start seeing an N'Zoth Rogue and all sorts of things like that, you don't think you can outvalue them. You think, I'm going to have to try and kill him at some point during this game. So trying to get face damage in, maximize those efforts is typically the responsible thing to do.
And we're going to see Dawn answer this Twilight Drake, or at least throw down a Shadow Strike on it, preventing the Shambler or a Faceless Manipulator from picking up extra value.
Yeah, I like it. The preemptive strike there.
Definitely interesting. He's favoring that face damage as well by going face with the SI instead of clearing the Twilight Drake. And Ben's actually going to have to trade this Drake away, maybe. No way to heal it. No way to really take advantage of the fact that it was left on the board. He can use the Shadow Flame, but that's not the best. We might see it from him, though.
Yeah, it's either trade Doomsayer or Shadow Flame, I think, at this point. Trade Doomsayer could bait out a potential sap and sets up for your Abyssal Enforcer on the following turn. So I kind of like it a little bit better. But Shadow Flame's not bad either. Able to clean up the board if he wants and gets to push the additional 4 damage, which is ever so important. Oh, he's just going to push in Doomsayer. This puts a lot of faith in the Abyssal Enforcer next turn, so he's kind of pigeonholing him into potentially playing the Abyssal Enforcer.
I don't mind this. My opponent showed me that he likes to kind of go face. By doing this, I'm forcing him to take out the Doomsayer, which leaves the Drake on the board. Drake plus Leroy already 10. I'm only 4 off. I have the Twisting Nether and the Abyssal Enforcer to clear the board. I think that's what Ben's thinking here.
Yeah, and it lines up exactly as planned. Abyssal Enforcer gets to come down, sweep everything up, put himself in a good position to close this one out.
Farseer. So Dawn of Rex is actually running a little bit of heal in this deck. Not too crazy, considering he has the Shadowcaster. Shadowcaster, a card that works even better when you have more options. You can kind of pick and choose what you want to duplicate in your deck given the matchup.
Well, Ben gonna tie up the series 1-1. Zoth Rogue not gonna be taking down this Reno Lock today.
Yeah, and that was because he got to get so much extra damage in with that Twilight Drake, correctly identifying that he didn't need to trade, given how he's seen Dawn play on the previous turns. Going to tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah. Dawn still needs to get a win with that N'Zoth Rogue, and not only that, he needs to get a win with his Hunter deck. Going to be a little bit tricky, but one thing that's going for Dawn is he's up against a Rogue, which could potentially draw dead, allowing any deck to beat it, and a Priest, which, if there's any deck that's slow and could potentially get beaten out by value-oriented decks like N'Zoth Rogue and, you know, maybe even N'Zoth Hunter, you'd have to say it's probably Priest.
Yeah, and we've seen the Ben's Rogue deck already. Not even the best matchup against the N'Zoth Rogue. If you don't get that Gadget Scent to really get going early, that's going to be a tough matchup. But we're going to see the Rogue go up against the Hunter here. Hunter, traditionally a good class versus Rogue. It looks like it's another N'Zoth deck.
The second time for Ben drawing patches, that never a good feeling. Yeah, another N'Zoth deck. We see the Loot Hoarder and, you know, our good friend Harv rejoining the hand.
I miss Harvest Golem.
Yeah, Harv is a good guy.
Yeah, fair and balanced gameplay, that guy.
He was good, but not too good, you know? He was just in that right middle-class spot. No one talks about him anymore, though. He's just forgotten by the wayside. We need to have, like...
It was just right, just like the porridge, you know?
We need to have a good old day to commemorate Harvest Golem. You know, that should be a holiday in Hearthstone at this point. He defined the meta for so long without being overpowered. He's just a beautiful little dude.
Similar to Azure Drake.
Similar to Azure Drake, yeah, but Azure Drake's starting to get a little, Azure Drake's getting cocky. It definitely is. You know, Harv never got cocky. He was there, but he wasn't in your face about it. Azure Drake, when that thing sticks, sometimes it's really in your face about it.
Yeah, and Ben had to use the backstab to get the SI effect at all, and he needed to clear the 3-2. Little inconvenient for him. Uses up the weapon on the face attack. Gonna be a little punished here, as he doesn't have the weapon to clear the Loot Hoarder, and he's not gonna be able to re-rep weapon any turn soon. Goes ahead and just throws down the Tomb Pillager. That's a good turn 4. Dawn answers with the Rat Pack, one of my favorite cards, not just because of the name. I think it's a interesting mechanic.
I love Rat Pack with some Tundra Rhino Timberwolf action. You get that guy down with the Tundra Rhino and a Timberwolf, that's a 3-2 charging in, creating 3 2-1s that all also charge. It's a pretty big board swing, a lot of potential burst.
Yeah, it's a very synergistic card. It's a shame that Hunter's just not good right now in the current meta. You don't get to see more of it.
Well, honestly, I think if Hunter was able to keep up with Patch's decks early, Hunter would just be busted. Like, it's so good late game with all sorts of Tundra Rhino shenanigans that if it had any semblance of early game pressure, like if it had Glaive-Zuka still or anything to make Pirates work, Hunter would be all over the place.
Yeah, definitely a lot of micro decisions in Hunter currently.
Leaving Azure Drake up is pretty scary against Rogue. Walks into potentially Fan of Knives being able to tear up this board, and all sorts of other cards. Rogue can utilize spell power quite effectively, but not punished. He's able to just push through some damage. There's a good identification of the situation by Dawn, realizing he's got to rush down his opponent and just going for it.
Yeah, playing around a little bit though by not throwing out the alley cat there. Has a Dispatch Kodo in hand. Ben going off with the Auctioneer, draws the prep after concealing. He's in a pretty good spot now. Has a backstab if he wants to use it.
Yeah, you could clear the whole board if he wanted to.
And we're going to see him go ahead and take that opportunity to do so. Has 8 on board, 10 in hand, 18, only 8 off. Lethal already. Probably going to have it within 2 turns. Going to just go ahead and try to minimize the chance he loses. Hold on to the sap to answer the Savannah Jaime if it came down from Dawn. Dawn instead going with the Alley Cat into the Houndmaster. Saved the Alley Cat last turn. Picked up the card that goes well with it in the Houndmaster. And Ben, backstabbing the Rat, played around the Houndmaster on it.
Well, yeah, he knew he had a Houndmaster. He sapped the Houndmaster, didn't he?
He abyssed the Houndmaster.
Oh, okay.
And he saved the sap. And then Dawn drew another Houndmaster.
Oh, man. Double Houndmaster.
Houndmaster, one of the best Hunter cards.
Really? Sure. I don't know. I think it's hard to justify playing 2 right now.
Maybe in the current meta. 4/3, that gives you +2/+2. Pretty nice. Awesome with Rat Pack. Dawn gonna find some trades on this board. Running out of cards though.
Oh yeah, he's starting to get outvalued by the Rogue. Rogue's been able to cycle so much, have answers line up so much cleaner than Dawn's been able to have them line up.
Dawn with the unfortunate misplay of, I think, taunting up the wrong cat.
Ah, you don't like the orange kitty?
If you would have taunted up the other one, it gets sapped and you get an extra kitty.
Oh, that's true, but the orange one's cooler looking.
I think so as well. Got the little gem on its tooth. Has 15 burst damage next turn. If either one of these 1/1s lives, he's going to be able to close out this game, Ben.
Hunter trying to race him down. Not able to control the board enough. Sylvanas, not a great tool when you're trying to not die.
Ben, throwing out the well played. Let me go ahead and cold blood up this Leroy and hit the face. Taking his second win against Dawn, leaving only his Priest deck, I believe.
Yeah, the Priest deck, and if there's something we've known about Priest is that it hasn't performed great in this tournament thus far. A lot of the players bringing Priest have been unable to find success with it. So it could still be anybody's game. Who knows if Ben's Priest is really going to be able to make anything happen. It's a tricky deck to win with sometimes.
Yeah, also worth noting that Priest, Dragon Priest currently, which we would guess it is, not too good against N'Zoth decks. You know, you stay even for a long time, and then N'Zoth hits the board, and it's a huge swing turn. You don't really have a way to deal with that many minions.
Yeah, we could see the Dragon Priest maybe fall down to the N'Zoth decks. One of the things, though, is usually Death Rattle minions are kind of understated because they come back to life as something, whereas all of Dragon Priest's minions are overstated because they do not come back to life as something. So understated versus overstated is very favorable for the Priest hero power, allowing Ben to potentially make a lot of trades and heal his minions up. So finding Northshire Cleric or something to capitalize on that interaction is super, super good in the matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of micro decisions that you usually see from Priest in matchups like this, mid-range matchups, where you can have decisions where you can heal your minion or play another big minion, or go face and force your opponent to trade and try to fit in the damage before they can get to N'Zoth. Quick start here from Dawn, 1 into 2. Ben, though, with the Twilight Well.
Yeah, he's also got 1 into 2. He's not slowing down. Able to pick up a second operative if he wants it, or try and find something to kind of shape out the curve here. Like Scaled Nightmare. But operative, I think, is too good. I think operative is better on 5. Or like on turn 6, I'd rather play Drachnid operative than Scaled Nightmare, even though one's a 6-drop and one's a 5-drop. Even if the agent costs me 6 mana, I'd rather play it.
Yeah,
It's just
Scaled
better.
Nightmare, not the best card.
No, it's pretty trash. I've tried to make it work because it's funny when it does work because of the meme potential, but ugh, it's kind of a nightmare of a card to work with.
Yeah, Dawn picking up the Infested Wolf here off of the King's Elic Joust. You don't get to see King's Elic that much anymore. Is it just because Hunter's bad? I like that card.
Well, it's because Hunter's bad, and for Hunter to try and win the early game, they run a lot of the lower costing cards, and then that lowers the value of King's Elic. Average Joust density, stuff like that comes to mind as stuff that makes just Joust cards in general bad. It's like you don't really win Jousts very often, no matter what deck you're playing. Even decks designed to win Jousts
don't have as big of a percentage, yeah. Kind of because of the way Hearthstone works and that you gain a mana crystal every turn means that you can build your decks to have lower minions and only a few big threats. And then you can try to do that to keep against the aggro decks. Yeah, this is one of those turns I was talking about that Ben has here. He can put the cleric down and heal something, or he can go ahead and develop a minion instead.
Yeah, it's just a good old cleric heal turn. I mean, you don't want to YOLO the brain out there. Just gain value, you're a priest, take him to the long game. Card advantage is good.
If we didn't see another value trade here, given that the 2/2/2 roll 2 attack minions cannot take down the Twilight Dragon.
Black Knight. Oh man, maybe we should have drawn with the loot order first, and then you would have had the Black Knight for the taunt there. The wild tech coming out here for Dawn. Classic Black Knight.
Ben gets a little look into Dawn's deck, see what's going on there. So he's not a loot hoarder. Probably going to pick up the Rat Pack here. No way to buff its attack, but still not that bad of a card. Dawn, unlikely this Black Knight picks up value now anytime soon, unless we see another.
Yeah, it's only one other taunt in the deck. Yeah, but Deadly Shot off the top clears the minion there. That's pretty sick. That is a definite solid value for Deadly Shot. Other option there was to maybe try and develop the Sylvanas into it, but wants to get the tempo of the 3/2 roll and starts getting in chip damage.
Yeah.
Commanding position.
Deadly Shot, a huge tempo swing when you can get rid of your opponent's biggest minion and develop a minion behind it. But Ben, with a lot of ways to get back on board with these Dragonfire potions, which are quite good at this stage of the game when you're at a high life total and your opponent needs to get in repetitive minion damage.
Downside of the Dragonfire potion is you're not developing anything alongside it, so you're surrendering all initiative back over to Dawn, and he gets to play out his threats first. The death, though, this is a tempo swing that Ben needed. Now he's able to, remove the minion, only 3 mana, get on the board finally.
Had the chance maybe to play Bran there prior to throwing down some minions that can get value with it. Dawn does have that N'Zoth, and this is what we were talking about before the game started. If he plays enough Death Rattle minions and the game stays at about par, N'Zoth can come down and win it.
Yeah, and it's pretty much par for the course. If not, 1 over. Ben's probably shooting a bogey here. He could buff up this rat, though, and that's going to create 4 little rats out of that.
Yeah, Ben here making me a fibber, like you said yesterday, finding a way to actually increase the attack of the pack rat, which I thought he wasn't going to be able to.
Black Knight value.
Giving value
Holy.
to the Black Knight. Ben chuckles to himself there. What did he expect, though, really?
I haven't seen a Black Knight get value in 2 years, Rhett. This is a
2 years?
a 2-year reunion for me and the Black Knight. Oh, this is
That card
good.
was good for a while, man. Just some good +1.
Back in the old Druid Mirror days. Wow, that takes me back. I feel old now.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
how long has it
ridiculous.
been since you won the World Championship? Basically forever, right? Like,
Yeah,
people even remember that?
not really.
I'm gonna go ahead and pump the Rat Pack health up. As it turns out, Rat Pack, a good priest card as well.
Oh wow, he's gonna hold back on the N'Zoth for another turn. Get the infested wolf in there too, I guess. Get everything involved. Max value.
Yeah, and it doesn't make the clean that much traitor here.
The clean much trader.
The
good
trade
one.
that much cleaner. You know, sometimes you misspeak a little bit, little
Oh, man.
slip.
Freezing Trap not getting a lot of value here as the Pack Rat does explode, unleashing the payload. So it's able to just diffuse the trap very easily, get to the cheese, make it out of there safely.
Yeah, Ben finding some trades here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the Ragnaros. Pretty good find from his operative. Probably heal his face up. Feels like he's in a pretty good spot. I'd have to agree. The N'Zoth, not as threatening
Yeah.
now that we have so many minions on the board to
Well,
trade.
Sylvanas comes out of that N'Zoth though. That could just take the rag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's only 7 damage on board. Ben doesn't have lethal set up. This is getting sticky.
Yeah, he can't really use the Dragonfire potion because it'll kill off the Sylvanas. So he's gonna need to probably entomb it, which is gonna leave 4 mana to play the taunt minion. He'll probably try to find some trades here on this board.
Sure. Try and
It's a
maximize
bit
the odds. The
rough,
rag
though.
goes face or kills the 5/7. Okay. Utilizes the Shadow or Death. Trying to get this rag to go face.
Ooh.
Not going to go
First
face though.
target.
That's going to add more power to the board.
And all of a sudden, we see a trade available from Dawn on the Draken in his own rag to take out Ben's rag. And now that Ben has used his Shadow Word Death, he doesn't have an answer for this Ragnaros.
Yeah, if he's able to win this flip, he's not able to win the flip though. The rag is going to stick on the board.
Not a flip you have to win, though.
Nice, setting up a lethal of his own kind of here for Dawn.
Yeah, Ben not able to get a damage on the face, so even if Rag does go face, he won't be able to find a win here. He needs to find a way to get this board down. Using the Dragonfire gives him a 50-50 to kill his opponent's Rag, but he can only develop 1 minion behind that. If the Rag doesn't die, Dawn's a hero power and a 1-3 away from winning.
It's scary, but you might have to take it. Depends on how many Holy Novas he runs, though, because he has the ability to try and Azure Drake Holy Nova here.
What is a loon's will?
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot. You can go for the Azure Drake into the Holy Nova. You could also develop 2 minions and just say, I'm not going to win the 50-50 anyways, and have a higher percentage chance that Rag doesn't kill you.
Oh, he
Rag
misses the
goes face.
50-50.
Dawn knows. Plays the Savannah anyways, but just going to go ahead and hero power. Looking for the 33%.
Can he get there?
Oh!
he gets it!
Ragnaros goes face. Ben size with the head shake.
N'Zoth
Dawn.
Hunter takes the win over the Dragon Priest. I told you guys, if there's one deck that N'Zoth Hunter could potentially farm, it's going to be that Priest class. If it's able to just get towards turn 10 and slam down N'Zoth, sometimes it's enough tempo swing to take it home. And we may see the same thing happening right now with the Rogue as well. This looks like trouble for Ben. He brought real decks to this tournament too, and he's coming up against Dawn's very creative lineup. Might be losing to the RNG Priest, N'Zoth Hunter, N'Zoth Rogue.
Yeah, N'Zoth Rogue, a lot better than the Hunter probably even versus the Priest. as an Azoth deck. A lot of decisions for Ben there in that game. He could have took a lot of different lines. Ended up 1 damage short. He's got to be thinking, man, I probably could have squeezed that game out. Hopefully it doesn't get to him in game 5 here.
Yeah. You got to keep your wits about you, especially when you're versing some wacky stuff. You got to be able to try and correctly identify what's going on, what cards are in my opponent's deck, and how do I play around them. And that can be tough to do.
Yeah, Dawn with especially anti-aggro hand here. Has the SI, has the backstab, has the Deadly Poison. Deadly Poison, a card we don't see a ton of, but goes really well with SI.
Yeah, I missed me some Deadly Poison, man. It was a good card back in the day. It just doesn't have enough early game targets now. The early game minions, it used to be on turn 2, a 3/2 would come down, and you could have your dagger up, you play Deadly Poison and kill it. Now 3/2s come down on turn 1. It's ridiculous. It's too fast for Deadly Poison now.
Yeah, Deadly Poison, a pretty good card against Dragon Priest, though. It gives you that extra attack on a repetitive damage source to be able to answer those minions better throughout the course of a game.
It's gonna get some work done here, it looks like. Deadly Poison able to come down and take out that Cleric.
Preserving his minion, which is going to get to go face here. Next turn, lining up another Deadly Poison, possibly with an SI agent. That clears a 6 health taunt.
Okay.
Might not see it.
It's going to be hard to play that on 3 mana, that's for sure.
It's on 4 mana.
So, takes it down. Oh, Kazakis! If he's able to get all 1-ofs remaining in his deck, it doesn't look active yet, but, you know, Dawn's working towards it.
Interesting decision here just to attack with the weapon and play the SI. Could have just donated the other poison and got the Battle Cry, having a 5-attack weapon. But he's going to go ahead with this line, and this line allows him to go Dagger, Deadly Poison, and Viscera on the 3/6, which you almost have to expect every time.
Sure, yeah. Keeps the removal going steady. These Deadly Poisons, they're looking good. Making people wonder, why did they cut Deadly Poison from the deck? Dawn's bringing it back.
Yeah, I've seen some people playing Deadly Poison recently. Xerix, player on the EU ladder, I believe, likes running it with the SIs. Because of the decision Dawn made to play the SI naked and then weapon up with the Viscera next turn, he wasn't able to get down the Pillager. And we see Ben with one of the better cards coming out of Dragon Priest. Corruptor. Gets rid of that SI, develops a 5/4 body that demands an answer.
Double operative. Secret agent reporting for duty. What is in this deck? I'm curious myself. Journey from Below seems like a pretty solid pick here. You discover Death Rattle Priests on the priority card, so you have a pretty high chance of getting the priest cards, like Shifting Shade.
Shifting Shade, definitely a good one. Also, you get to fit that card in this turn, and your options with the Drachnid, not too good other than that.
Thank you.
Dawn gonna just go ahead and develop 2 minions here. Needs to find a way to get on board. Without repetitive damage, he's not gonna be able to close out the game. Also, more Death Rattle minions being played means more minions for the N'Zoth, which you already see in his hand. We've talked about this before. N'Zoth's the key to this game. And he's gonna get to it a turn sooner now that he has a coin in his hand.
Yeah, definitely going to be trying to save the coin for N'Zoth. Has he played that many Death Rattles, though? I mean, he's got, like, Tomb Pillager, this huge toad. But, other than that, he's been... Oh, there we go. That's what he needed. That's what he needed. He needed an additional large Death Rattle, yeah.
Even finds the trade onto the card that has directly answered the Sylvanas, making it pretty awkward for Ben to answer. He can Argus trade. He has an Entomb, though. It's going to be really nice.
Oh, yeah, this Entomb comes in the clutch. Not a card you see in every Dragon Priest. And, you know, the tech choice paying a lot of work forward for Ben.
Yeah, Don probably... He's seen the Entomb, but it's not something that you usually see. I had even skipped over it a bit there as it was hiding on the far left part of Ben's hand. Definitely a good answer to Sylvanas. Unfortunate that's not going to be brought back with N'Zoth. But he still gets 3 minions here.
Yeah, it's a small army. The Death Army, powered by the Kraken N'Zoth.
Yeah, Dragonfire gonna clean it up though.
Yeah, rip army. Holy smokes. They're all dead. Every single one of them. The toad gets in a little bit of spit as it dies, but other than that, Dawn's left with a coin and a pint-sized potion and not a lot to work with.
Pint-sized potion, not the best card to
No.
get off of that.
It's a card that requires a lot of synergies to actually work, and the Tempo Kazakis, no battle cry. Dawn's not waiting for it. He wants to aggro his opponent down. He sees blood. They're at 27 already. He's like, let's go. I can finish him out.
Yeah, I don't know how many more 2-ofs he has, but his deck can't have that many cards in it. He's cycled quite a bit. Maybe he could have waited for it. Ben gonna go ahead and be able to clean this up with the Bookworm. Maybe get down an Argus. Maybe just heal your face and Power Word Shield the Bookworm. See a little bit deeper into your deck. Save the Argus for 2 minions. He's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah,
Draws
when you
the
see your
well.
opponent try and Tempo Kazakis you, and you're able to immediately retake the board afterwards, you got to be feeling fairly confident.
Yeah, and he draws the Whelp there, which goes with the Pain to develop 2 minions to get some instant Argus value on the following turn.
The second huge toad picked up. Gonna do about as much for work as the first.
Yeah, Dawn, trying to make something out of nothing here, but without N'Zoth left in his deck and being only down to a coin, there aren't
He's
many
gonna
riches left.
He needs a sprint off the top if he runs it, or a really good miracle gadget train, or maybe some sort of Azure Drake into Azure Drake kind of shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, he needs a miracle.
Pretty good Draconid operative here from Ben.
Yeah. Not a bad one for sure. Eviscerate, a pretty good card in the priest deck. I would play that one for sure.
Gonna go ahead and get the Argus down. Finds a trade. Just clears his opponent's board, making sure nothing goes south.
Mm-hmm.
Could have pushed the damage to face, but he has lethal anyways in the following turn with exactly 14, not including the Eviscerate, which is going to be an extra 5. So even if his opponent was to remove 1 minion, he would still find lethal. And Dawn just going to go ahead and play. Pass. Throws out the well played. Ben is going to take the series 3-2 against Dawn. It was a close one, though.
It was a close one, 3-2. I was impressed by Dawn's, deck building and play there. He came out with a very, very interesting set of decks, able to get a win right out of the gate with his own cool RNG priest. Every single card said random on it, and he came into the tournament and got a win with it the first game. And that was pretty hilarious to see have happen. Unfortunate for him, though, the N'Zoth Rogue not able to get the work done, but he did get a win with Hunter. And there's not a lot of people that can say that they've brought Hunter to tournaments and got a win with it. I'm in that group as well as Dawn. So, Hunter bros for life. I feel like a connection there. But yeah, Ben is taking it 3-2 over Dawn. Congrats to him. He's going to be moving on to the next round. And we're going to be coming to a quick break. But when we come back, it's going to be the Young Savage Amnesiac versus Zafudo. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. Amnesiac, one of the best players in North America, will be playing right after this.
Welcome
Hello,
back.
Okay, you go in.
I thought I was taking it this time.
I don't know. Nobody told me, so I was just gonna roll with it. I was ready to
Okay.
go in.
Okay.
But yeah,
I might have
you're
said
in
something.
charge,
you might not
man.
have been paying attention, but at any rate, welcome back, guys, to the PAX South Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major, put on by One Nation of Gamers and Ossis, Republic of Gamers. And last match, we saw two unknown players, typical of the Onog. For the viewers who don't know, the Onog is a tournament series that's more open to unprofessional players, or my bad, non-professional players.
The grassroots scene. They're looking to try
the
and bring
grinders.
up and comers, make them
Mhm.
into big names, make them into celebrities like the Rat, so they can come on here and cast and get toured all around the world and be super famous.
I don't know if that's quite what I'm doing yet. I'm trying to work towards that, but I did come up through the open scene, as a lot of players did, and the Onog is really one of the major ways to do that within North America. So we have the lineups here from Amnesia. Looks pretty typical, deciding to go with the Reno Lock over the Reno Mage. Not surprised. He does favor that deck compared to the Reno Mage. And
Sure.
Zafadu.
Going to
go
Paladin.
with the Paladin.
We have yet to see any of the players that brought Paladin have great success with their entire lineup put together. So Paladin has been kind of a weak point for players. But, this is a round of 64. He's gotten a win under his belt, so you have to imagine he's not rocking basic decks. Zafadu is most likely, here to play. This is 64. You are getting into real games, guys. Top-level competition now.
And
we see him.
We see the brand. We see the Arcane Blessing. The Kazakus looks like a Reno Mage.
Mhm.
Amnesiac deciding to put back that Flame Tongue and the Azure Drake. Going to pick up a Finley. That kind of tells us that he's rocking some Aggro Shaman.
Oh, yeah. Amnesiac loves Aggro Shaman. He plays so much of it towards the end of the season. It's one of those decks that a lot of the players use to try and get top 10. I know one season back, Amnesiac played for like 2.5 days straight with Aggro Shaman just to guarantee he would get that top 10 at the end. He had to just keep grinding until he hit his win streak. And you'll see a lot of the top players have to do that towards the end of the season to shore up those points to try and qualify for events.
Yeah, that month, Amnesia actually top 15, dropped all the way down to 3K Legend. I thought he was done. Grinded all the way back up and finished in the top 5, I believe. He's actually sitting top 5 right now, if I'm not mistaken, on the NA ladder with this Aggro Shaman deck.
Oh, yeah. It's such a great deck for, getting those ladder finishes, trying to place and earn up all them BlizzCon points.
Yeah, it's not only just a deck with good cards, though. There are a lot of micro decisions within the deck, and with the inclusion of the Jades, there's an ability to switch into kind of a value game plan, which we don't traditionally see aggro decks be able to do in Hearthstone. It's a pretty formidable deck. Decision point here for Amnesia, and if he wants to play the Golem or the Claws.
Oh, Totem Golem every time. It's a 3/4. The other one's a 2-attack Claws and a 1/1. So you want to be able to develop the minions, and then you kind of use your weapons to protect your minions so they can push the chip damage. So get the Totem Golem out there, and then maybe if there's something to hit with your claws, you hit it with your claws so you can keep establishing pressure. Now he's got a real decision point. You can coin the Feral Spirits. It puts more bodies on the board, puts more pressure that way, plays a little bit into Mind Control tech, which is kind of hazy. Or you could try and develop the claws so that you can kind of shore up the coin Flame Wraith Faceless on the following turn.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we didn't just see the Claws come out here. You want to get that Flame Wreath Faceless down as soon as you can. It was definitely interesting that he wanted to give maybe his opponent something to think about when he didn't snap that Totem Golem down, because it was a pretty good play on turn 2. And Zafdu got his secret down, decided not to go with the brand before the Kazakus. It would have just gotten traded into, but it would have soaked 4 damage. Couldn't just go ahead and fireball that Totem Golem. Not the cleanest answer. We do see an Elise come into Zafdu's hand. Interesting choice.
Okay, sure, yeah. I think I've seen a few Reno mages play Elise before. I think it might have actually been Zafadu on Legend Ledger playing Elise and Justicar Trueheart. And I think it was at it was either him or someone with a Z name. And they're in top 10 Legend with some sort of crazy Reno mage with Elise and Justicar. So yeah, wouldn't be too surprised. It's
Just a
not a
card.
bad card to be able to take the game to fatigue the Elise, and a lot of times with the Reno Mage, you go for that sort of outvalue game plan, and you think about value, not too much more value than Elise. Combos with
Yeah,
Brand nicely as well.
you do have a lot of value with cards like Kazakis nowadays and Bran, and that's why you traditionally don't see Elise in like a Reno Mage deck. While there are these control mirrors, a lot of the top decks have a way to finish the game off. Where before you might see a fatigue mirror between like a warrior that goes really long and they need the minions at the end, and they both play a monkey and then they're throwing legendaries at each other. But you don't really tend to see that anymore, with control decks having ways to close out the game very rapidly.
I'm telling you though, you can't kill a mage very rapidly. You definitely can't. It's like a Hydra. You cut off one head and two more come back. It's ice blocking, Reno in, Alex in, doing all sorts of crazy shenanigans. So you get to throw in some monkeys on top of that, and I tell you, it's a good time.
Well, we'll see how good of a time it is here, as Amnesia has quite the board. Blizzard's going to slow him down. We see a courier come into Zafadu's hand. Zafadu, with the secret down and a decent life total, if he doesn't find a way to clear the board next turn, he'll be able to at least live. And he can get this Bran and this Kazakis down, if he wants to.
Okay.
Amnesia can devote more to the board with the Feral Spirits. I think that he's just going to go ahead and use his Jade Lightning and go face. This is a turn where players might just pass or do something else, but taking the face damage and getting a minion on the board is definitely a better line against Reno Mage, because you can get that Jade counter going. Since you have the Azure Drake, you're going to have the refill anyways, so just getting the card out there while you have the mana to use it, basically.
Mm-hmm. And this Flame Wreath Faceless is sure putting in some work. Amnesia getting close to the point where he could pop his opponent. Got to be a little bit nervous about Reno right now, but he can actually pop him right now if he wants to. At 1, while developing Drake.
I'd be surprised if we don't see that.
And Zafadu's going to need some sort of healing. He has Kazakis, which can get armor gain, but the board's still going to be there. He needs some way to react to that as well.
Interesting, though, that because he's on 8 mana, if he does draw the Reno here, he can ping and play Reno, which will be a pretty good turn. Amnesia is showing with that Jade Lightning, which is the reason why he was able to pop his opponent this turn, that there are just some decisions that maybe aren't so obvious when you're playing the aggro shaman. Doesn't look like there's a good way for Zafadu to clear the board with the Kazakis 1-mana potion and be able to survive the ping. So he's going to go ahead and hit the courier twice and see if he can't find some answer. Ooh, another
man.
ice block.
He doesn't have the mana to play out the ice block, though. He only has 2 mana. I wonder what he's looking for there to play on the 2 mana to fill out the surviving.
Yeah, not sure if there's anything. Maybe a flash heal and a mirror image.
Sure, yeah, that could have worked. Yeah, try to find that flash heal off the courier to try and stay alive, but unable to get there. Zafadu going down 0-1 against the young savage Amnesiac, picking up a win with aggro shaman. Kind of expected. You know, a lot of the top players ban shaman for a reason, and because they understand how to play shaman, and they know shaman is busted. So if you see that get left up for Amnesiac, you got to imagine most of the time he's going to be able to capitalize on it. And he's able to do it right here against one of the most difficult matchups for aggro shaman. You know, its worst matchup stats-wise is Reno Mage. And still able to get the win there. So, pretty crazy stuff.
And some of Zafadu's choices, you know, like the Elise, we can use deck versus Shaman. You know, Amnesia had a good hand, probably would have picked up the win anyways, but those cards definitely slow you down in the matchup.
Yeah, Elise is definitely a late-game anti-control card. I wouldn't say it like hurts his deck, because he could be cutting, you know, Kabbalah's Tome, which is even slower, or something like that for the Elise. So there's, you know, but it's definitely a late-game card rather than being something proactive or something early-game related, like a Volcanic Potion. The Pirates, though, he's in rough waters being down 0-1, and when you're in rough waters, sometimes it's better to be a pirate.
Amnesia with the Reno hand, Kazakis and Reno.
Yeah, Dirty Rat, Reno, Kazakis, and Mortal Coil, all exceptional cards in this matchup. But Pirate's slightly favored. So he's not out of it yet. 100 hero power, great one to have, too.
Yeah, and already we can kind of see where this game's going. Zafadu doesn't have the early pirate start where he can just jam his opponent's face down and kill him off before he gets to play the Reno.
Mm-hmm.
Amnesia with the Kazakis, though.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, if he's able to get good Kazakis potions, it can kind of prevent the pirates from winning on the board. You're looking for like 5-mana deal 4 AoE across the board. That'll be able to shut down the board control options for the Pirate Warrior. And Zafadu kind of needs to be able to win out on the board if he's going to be able to beat Reno.
Okay, so we just seen Amnesia not tap, and basically what he's saying is, as long as I don't die by turn 6 and I get to Reno, I'm going to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting decision, though, that he's seen the Finley, and the Finley wasn't accompanied by the coin that he knew Zafadu had with a 1-mana pirate. But he was just thinking, if I stay alive, then I'm going to win the game.
Yep.
Because he already has the Kazakis and he already has the Reno, and these are the kind of cards you're trying to find while you're tapping. So Zafadu needs to be able to identify right now what Amnesia's game plan is and try to build a board that's going to be able to get some repetitive damage in and hope that Amnesia whiffs on the deal 4 damage Kazakis potion.
He's setting up to try and get that done exactly as you said. Building up the board, building up the Frothing Berserker, trying to make that stick, and this Kazakis is going to have something to say about it.
And this is the position where maybe as Amnesia you would have wanted to tap on turn 2 because you would have wanted to find a more direct answer to this Frothing Berserker. Now there are a few potions that he can get at the 5-mana slot. He can deal 5 or he can deal 4. He doesn't get one there. He gets the deal 4 here. That's nice. That probably was accompanied by the demon. I didn't get to see exactly which one he picked. Now this means that Zafadu is going to be able to put in a lot of damage this turn, and if he finds ooh.
That is probably the best one that you can create against Pirate Warrior. So Zafadu is going to have a hard time competing with that, as all of this damage is going to get undone. The board's going to get completely reset, and that's before Reno's even being used.
Mm-hmm. Now, he does have a Kor'kron, which is quite good post-Reno, and he has the Hunter hero power, so maybe he can still get there, but it's kind of rough. Now, we see that because Amnesia didn't tap, he isn't at 13, so we can just... wow, he even got to gain 7 armor.
Yeah, he's got it all. And he's got the Taunt
potion.
Giver plus the heal after this, and then the Reno. He's got the whole toolkit. He's making Zafadu look less like a pirate and more like an old 65-year-old dude with an earring at this point. It's rough when they turn that around on you like that.
Do old 65-year-old dudes with earrings look like wannabe pirates to you?
Yes. They don't to you? Like any 65-year-old dude with a beard and earring, that's straight up Captain Barbossa from Pirates of the Caribbean 1, and he's a wannabe pirate. So that's what I think. Every time
was in some of the other Pirates movies later on too,
even when I'm playing Pirate Warrior and they turn the switch on me like that and they slam the Reno and just blow me out of the water and my ship's sunk and I'm just destroyed on my way down to Davy Jones' locker, I feel exactly like a 65-year-old man with an earring.
Okay. Well, personally, I think that those people are just doing their own thing. I don't like to judge them. But I am here to judge some plays. Amnesia threw down the Mountain Giant so he could contest the board on the following turn and knew that his opponent couldn't do enough damage to build a Reno later. I like that play from him. Zafadu getting down another minion. Playing the weapon, maybe not squeezing value out of his hero power, but he does have 2 weapons, so he's got to get all those charges out in due time.
Side effects? No.
Sees the Reno, eyebrow raise. Amnesia looking pretty likely to win this game from here. Lots of damage, lots of taunt, Siphon Soul, some more life gain. The Dirty Rat going to come down for free probably soon here. Frothing not doing much, going to just get picked off in a trade. Yeah, and when you're trying to kill your opponent from 30 health on turn 7, that's usually not a good sign as an aggro deck.
Yep. It's going to be tough. He's got the Reaper, though. Like you said, maybe he can come back with the Reaper. He's just hoping there's not any taunts that'll slow down this Reaper. And he's going to be met by all of them. And then a Rag. And then more healing. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, Rag gonna definitely close out the game if he doesn't just bottom right buddy here.
Who goes there?
Interesting that he taunted the... Nah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Amnesia just with everything that game, honestly. And able to close it out here with the Ragnaros. Gonna go ahead and make the trade. Rag to face. Picking up game 2 against the Pirate Warrior, and like you said, Pirate Warrior slightly favored in that matchup.
Yeah, well, Amnesiac had such a great hand, he felt like he didn't even need to tap on turn 2. That's how good his hand was. He was like, I don't need any extra cards. I got them all right here. And takes the series up to 2-0, looking to just close it out with a win with his Rogue. Needs one more game to get the savagery at the maximum.
Yeah, the Rogue, obviously not good against the Pirate Warrior, but decent versus the Mage, and pretty good versus anything if that isn't anything Paladin.
Sure, yeah, it might be. Zafadu, if he really has like a good chance here, it would have to be some sort of aggro Paladin, right? Because that's what aggro Paladin traditionally in the past countered Rogue. So if he's got some sort of wacky Reno Mage aggro Paladin plus Pirate Warrior lineup going on, that could be some sort of crazy anti-rogue conquest strategy. But he's going to take the lead off first with the Reno Mage, so you got to imagine he feels comfortable in the matchup because that's what he's queuing up first.
Yes, it really depends on player preference when your opponent only has one deck left in Conquest, what you want to do. Some people like to go with the good matchup first and build up some confidence. Some people just like get it over with and play the bad matchup. Some people have comfort decks they would just assume pick. And we're going to see Amnesia just full keep this hand.
It's not a bad hand against Reno Mage. It's not perfect, though. He's kind of keeping a middle-of-the-road hand. Speaks to his confidence in the matchup, right? He feels like, yeah, I don't need much better than this to win the game here. I just need an okay hand, and then I'll be able to get it done.
Yeah, and this is something where if you think you're playing against a player who might be less skillful than you, keeping a hand like this as a rogue guarantees you're going to have a lot of game. This may not be the best cards you want or the cards you wanted to find. Like maybe you want a Tomb Pillager, but when you don't have prep, backstab, cold blood, you know that you're going to have some play, and you know that since you are likely a better player, you think you're a better player, you're going to have a lot of game.
Yeah, looking to try and get game. Looking to try and make sure he has at least cycle going for it. Doesn't want to have one of those rogue hands we've seen in previous games where you get a bunch of 0-mana spells and you can't really do anything with them. As long as you got something against Reno Mage in the early game, you can keep up threats, a little decent amount of things going on. A lot of the times you'll be able to turn a favorable matchup into a W that way. So it makes sense to be kind of generous on the mulligans, and it seems to be panning out okay for him. You know, it's still starting to get underway here. And what Zafadu's looking to try and do in this matchup is...
Dirty Rat comes down and gets the Edwin.
Yeah, I'm surprised he plays the Dirty Rat second there instead of playing it first. Had the mana to react to the opponent.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Zafadu's friends probably in the background somewhere, huh?
Well, I mean, the Dirty Rat that early is pretty risky, but... when you see your opponent keep as many cards as Amnesiac kept on the mulligan, right? Let's go back to that. Amnesiac kept 4 cards on the mulligan. It's very likely when you keep 4 cards as a rogue player that you're keeping an Edwin hand and looking to try and build one of those huge Edwin turns as quick as possible. So the Dirty Rat makes some sense there. And he's able to pull out the Edwin.
Especially since you know that your opponent has a coin and they didn't coin Pillager. That takes away one of the options, and you might not think that your opponent just kept an Azure Drake or an Auctioneer even. But Amnesia also was able to be a little bit more defensive after seeing Zafadu's deck beforehand. Didn't really have much proactive stuff going on in the early turns. Maybe he thinks that Zafadu cut some of the little middle of the road minions like Refreshment Vendor and such.
True.
has the Elise to make up for it, but
Gonna have to try and figure out some way to weather this storm. No freeze effect right now, so this concealed questing adventure is gonna get even bigger, and no polymorph yet. He does have the ability to kind of develop the Sylvanas into this, but it's kind of risky against Rogue with Sap being an available option. So might just have to consider frostbolting it next turn to stall it, but either way, that questing adventure is gonna turn into a problem.
And Amnesiac draws Prep. Possibly the best draw in his deck. He can go Coin, Auctioneer, Prep, Conceal if he wants to.
Well,
After finding some trades on the board.
Yeah, not too bad.
And it looks like he's going to do that. Now, this is particularly susceptible to a Blizzard and to a Flame Strike, but he's thinking that he'll be able to go through enough of his deck here that it won't really matter. And that if there is no Blizzard, this question is going to get in a lot of damage.
Yeah, if there's no Blizzard, the game's just over. And the gadget's getting down before Flame Strike is available, and Kazakus hasn't been played. So this gadget's saying, this guy's safe. So there's no way it can really die on this turn, which means that Amnesiac is going to be able to cycle a lot of his deck in the future turn, is what he's expecting.
Yeah, with 2 Drakes, though, and only 1 Sap, maybe not the case. Zafir does have the Kazakus and the Bran, or just the Kazakus available to him if he wants to look for a board clear. He's not going to be able to freeze this board, but he does have quite a few other options moving forward to get rid of minions. A lot of different damage spells with the Volcanic Potion, the Arcane Blast, the Frostbolt, the Fireball, the Torch. You know, he's got a lot of ways to make the math fit. Gets the block down, doesn't want to die. There is 14 on board already. He's at 26. 12, not too hard for a rogue. Amnesia just looking to cycle. Gets the coin, adds some attack to his questing. Finds the clear on the Bran if he wants it.
Yeah. Gotta be worried about, I guess, what happens if Polymorph comes down. And the hard truth of the matter for Xafadu is, even if he has Polymorph here, it's really difficult for him to answer the questing adventure and the gadgets and Auctioneer, which means Amnesiac will have another turn of cycling, even if he has the answer here. So
yeah,
it's really tough.
He does have an interesting play, though, where he can just use the Arcane Blast alongside the Potion and the Frostbolt on the questing if he wants. He's going to go ahead and just remove the questing.
Yeah, but now he's forced to leave the gadgets enough. He could have chose to maybe remove the gadget and just freeze the questing and then try and look for an answer on a following turn. But Value's getting rid of it, sees that maybe Amnesiac's going to hit all minions now, and he's holding on to a lot of cards that he didn't cycle last turn. He's got to be running out of ways to cycle, and he's right on that. Amnesiac's going to have a hard time cycling with a gadget with no spells.
Yeah, and Amnesia had the dagger up last turn, so it was unlikely that he had any 1-mana spells left over. And if he had had a Cold Blood, he would have been able to pop. So you're thinking that he doesn't really have much left in terms of spells. To leave it up to gadgets and maybe not the biggest deal. Ooh, maybe. Picks up the Flame Strike. That's a good one. Able to clear the board. Amnesia does have a nice refill here, though.
Well, the refill could get Kazakus Flame Strike as turn 9's coming up, so Xafadu has the ability to create a Kazakus 5-mana potion and play it.
Amnesia identifying that.
Yeah, try to get that questing adventure just outside of range of that, get it up to that 5 health break point so it won't die to the 4 damage AoE of the Kazakus potion.
You could also go with the 1-mana and look for an AoE or a deal 3.
Okay, yeah, 1 mana plus
I actually would have preferred that. But he goes with the 5-mana, he picks up the deal 4, doesn't take it though, takes something else, sees the deal 4 again. Maybe he took the draw cards, thinking that he just needs to get to the Reno after he gets popped here.
Sure.
He is going to get popped eventually, and if he doesn't have a way to heal up, it won't matter what he has.
Deal 4 to all coming down. Not able to clean up the questing.
Amnesia able to play the backstab as well in Tomb Pillager if he doesn't find another play to go alongside this. So he has enough damage to pop. Does it perfectly. Hit him with the 8 first, leaving him at 1. So now Zapdu's in the kind of position where you want him in as the player playing against Reno. Your opponent needs to clear minions and heal.
And that can be tough to do.
Yeah.
Well, he can
draws the
heal.
Reno.
That's super good. That could put him right back into this game. Amnesiac's used a lot of his resources. A lot of the damage has been spent. This is the second questing adventure. Edwin's gone. We've seen a lot of cards played.
Yeah, and if this Babbling Book is able to find something nice, ooh.
It's nice, but
That's
it's not
nice.
nice enough yet.
Yeah.
Both Conceal's gone, though. Amnesiac's just kind of running on burn at this point.
And he does have these minions down, so he'll be able to use them both.
Sure, get in a lot of reverse swing, but not enough to, like, set up lethal if the minions get gone. He's going to need to try and find, more cycle, another gadget, potentially another Drake, try and get to the other resources in his deck, as Zapdo's going to start stabilizing.
Yeah, and this is an awkward position where you don't exactly want to sap a Reno, right?
Oh, you never want to sap a Reno.
Now, with questing, there is a thing where you can actually sap the Reno, and your questing's just so big that you're going to kill him, and it actually is a real game plan. But with the Polymorph, that's not even a thing, and it's barely even a thing to begin with.
Yeah.
Amnesia might come up short here.
It's looking scary. This is typically speaking, one of the ways the matchup can go down is the Ice Block Reno interaction is just so powerful. If you look at the way that the Rogue deck is engineered, it has Leroy 2 Cold Bloods, 2 Eviscerates. That's about 22 burst damage. So if they're not able to get through a lot of chip damage, or even sometimes if they are, it can be difficult for them to stomach off all the health of the mages. Ice Block plus Reno's interaction basically allows the mage to have 30 health, because the Ice Block gets popped down at 1, and then you're able to Reno all the way back up to 30, and that's like 60 health.
Yeah, and we see Amnesia here taking off half of his opponent's life. He's going to lose his question here to a Polymorph. Off the Babbling Book, the Paveling Book, Amnesia with the PTSD. Just laughing it off, though.
Well played.
His opponent clearing his sheep.
Thank you.
Cold Blood, not going to go with anything now, but if he picks up a Leroy and has a Eviscerate, he can get that 15 damage in. He's going to want to do it in one go, though, so his opponent can't get an Alex Straza in. What do you think of holding the sap there, Firebat?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3/5. That thing can punch you a lot of times before you die. You can get punched 9 times before that thing kills you. So it's not really setting a clock for you. So I like saving the sap for your ability to use sap to cycle with a Gadgets Auctioneer if you find it. Use sap to remove a higher pressure target like this Alex Straza, for example. So I definitely think you save it there. You got very few resources left. He had to spend resources so aggressively in the early game to try and get lethals that didn't end up coming to fruition.
Yeah, and Amnesia scrolls over his deck there, and we see he has 4 cards left. One of them is Leroy. With the hero power and the 2/4 damage spells, that's exactly 15. Even if he bounces the Alex Straza back, he'll still have it. So
Yeah.
he just needs to make sure he doesn't die on the next turn, and he needs to draw Leroy.
25% for lethal if he survives the turn, and we can see here he's going to survive the turn. He's
Yeah.
thinking about whether or not he wants to save the sap or not. And I think he definitely want to sap the Alex Straza.
I think right now Amnesia's trying to figure out if there's a way that he can get 2 turns out of this. So he can get that 25% to draw Leroy, and then he can have a 33% chance to draw Leroy. He's trying to think now, if I don't draw Leroy next turn, is there any way I can live 2 turns by allocating these saps properly? He's going to go ahead and sap both.
Saps.
And I like that, because if your opponent has to replay Alex Straza, then they can't play Elise.
This starts running into issues if they have a taunt, but he's saying that there's no taunt in Zaphadu's deck, I guess. Or Zaphadu would have played it on the previous turn to stop the Leroy lethal. And he did not play it on the previous turn to stop the Leroy lethal, so he doesn't have it.
And I think this is the correct read here. Zaphadu's going to go ahead and just throw down the Antonitis.
Set up
and use
lethal
a
with the
torch.
Fireball generation if Antonitis kind of sticks around.
So he has lethal anyways.
And the Leroy
Amnesia
top
picks
deck.
up the Leroy Jenkins.
Wow.
He did, and this is what the thing was. Is he was looking for this the entire time, and this is what the questing was able to squeeze in because it was left on the board. Amnesia getting every ounce out of that questing, using the coin, using the prep, getting in the extra 1 damage here, making the difference as he has exact lethal on his opponent. This is an amazingly played game by Amnesiac.
Yeah, definitely played it well. Played around the breakpoint on the questing adventure. Made sure it didn't die to the Kazakus 4-mana AoE, and that was key. Squeezed in the extra damage needed for him to close out the game there. Able to defeat all 60 health of the Reno Mage, because the Reno Mage got down all the way to 1 health and got popped, and then got healed all the way back up to 30 again, and then got taken all the way back down.
Yeah.
So pretty crazy. Able to 3-0 Zaphido here, and Amnesiac's going to be moving on to the round of 32. But we got more round of 64 matches coming up for you right after this.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce GEICO's sponsorship of Team Solo Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PAX South Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major. We still got the Heroes of Warcraft on there. We're different. Anyway, next up we have Just Sayin up against Beekeeper. Just Sayin hailing from Team Tempo Storm. They usually bring a lot of creative decks. We saw earlier on VLPS and Frodan play from Team Tempo Storm. They were both rocking a lineup that revolved around Control Warrior and Control Shaman. Do you think that Just Sayin is going to stay in that trend and rock the same decks as his teammates, or do you think he's going to go with something a little bit different?
Just Sayin has a long history of almost getting there in tournaments, and he's brought control decks for a large portion of that time. Here we see that there's not the Shaman's banned out, and it looks like it just is a traditional lineup, just like Amnesia's. There's a lack of a fourth control deck. You know, when you bring the Rogue, that usually means that the rest of your decks aren't control decks because the Rogue can be targeted by aggro decks.
Okay.
So I think it's likely that from Just Saying here, we're going to see the Pirate Warrior, the Rogue, and the Reno Lock, very similar to what we saw from Amnesia. While Beekeeper, similar lineup, just dropped the Rogue and took the Priest. A lineup that a lot of people played at the beginning of this format.
Yeah, I have a feeling Beekeeper's Priest might struggle a little bit, as Pirate Warrior, Rogue, and Reno Lock are all typically favored against a Dragon Priest, unless Beekeeper maybe is teched in an Ooze or something for the Pirates matchup. But starting off, we have the Pirate Mirror, keeping Finley right off the go for Just Saying. Finley's a card I really love to have early on in the Pirate Mirror. You can kind of turn your hero power into something that can influence the board, allow you to actually trade with your minions, and it's a body that I don't hate developing. A lot of times I really feel bad about developing Buccaneer on turn 1 even in this matchup, which sounds crazy, but it's susceptible to just getting weaponed down by like an Exhaust First Mate weapon or an upgrade weapon over 2 turns, and not returning a lot of card advantage yield, which is super important in this matchup. The guy that's going to win is going to be the guy that's able to stick a creature and maintain 1 creature ahead above their opponent, not the guy that pushes the most face damage. So I favor Fire Blast 100% of the time over Steady Shot here.
Yeah, Fire Blast's a good card in aggressive mirrors.
Goes with the Rogue, I see, because it combos with the upgrade and he doesn't have any weapon in hand. That's smart.
Yeah, interesting decision. Usually this comes back to bite you in the end. We'll see what happens with Beekeeper. He does have the upgrade here, and he has the Raider to go with it. But typically, when you take the Rogue power, it looks good now, but these games go long. I know you casted a lot of them in the CN versus NA and in the Titanar Invitational, where the games went till turn 9, turn 10 sometimes, because the minions just keep finding trades on each other, and then it really slows down the matchup.
Yep. You try and get as much value as you possibly can. You try and take all of the trades you can. The Buccaneer hat here for Beekeeper, not looking like it's going to be able to get too many trades, as it dies for free to the weapon from Just Saying. Well, not free, but it does 3 face damage without influencing the board any. And that's a bit of a liability in this matchup. If your card's only doing face damage, you better hope that all of your cards combined add up to 30 then, because otherwise your opponent's going to start running away with the board, and that's what we see happening here for Just Saying. Good pickup for Beekeeper, though.
Yeah, being able to answer this Pirate's going to be huge, since Saiyan did have the Cultist to go with that. Beekeeper going to use his mana optimally and throw down the upgrade now, even though he doesn't need it. Playing into maybe a 4-drop here that he draws, or another 2-drop, since he does not have the mana that's going to utilize next turn. Just Saying, picking up a 1-drop Pirate, that's huge.
Yeah, being able to get the combo of the Cultist off allows him to get the weapon upgraded. Now, if we count the damage for Just Saying, he's got 10 in hand. You know, the 2 charges, the weapon, plus the Korkron adding up to 10, and 10 on the board. And I'm not a math genius, but 10 plus 10 equals 20, and Beekeeper's life is only at 20. So he's got the green light to stop trading and just start jamming everything face for the rest of the game. And you got to imagine he's going to be able to snowball this into a victory quite abruptly.
Yeah, Beekeeper picked up the other 1-mana spell to go with the 3-drop, so he did use his mana utilization last turn effectively, but without being able to find a trade into these minions with one of his minions, you know, like you said, it lines up perfectly. He's going to need to draw a taunt here at some point if he's going to live in this game.
Yeah, so Just Saying can just kind of jam everything all face. hopefully there's no Dread Corsair for his sake. You have to imagine if there were a Dread Corsair, it would have been played this turn for 0 mana for Beekeeper. So you can kind of make the soft read that there is no Dread Corsair in his hand. And if he top decks it, yeah, he's only got like 10% chance, even less than that, to top deck it. But no, it's saying it's going to take a little bit safer approach. Play around the taunt coming up, and you have to imagine that's just because the board's still sticking. Beekeeper didn't contest the board directly, so this still sets up lethal a lot of the time, unless Beekeeper has some tricky removal cards like Bash up his sleeve.
Yeah, so this is one of those situations where you can go face and it gives you more lethal outs, but you might gain a percentage just by clearing the Frothing and playing around a taunt. Like the Frothing doesn't die and all of a sudden he has a Bash and stuff. It can get really tricky, like you said, and you can be taking a lot of damage from that Frothing. So I like to clear on the Frothing there, especially since he still has lethal. And the only question I have left is, do you think Beekeeper is a Beekeeper in real life?
In real life?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's a little young to be a Beekeeper. I don't want to stereotype the job profile or anything like that, but...
You think Beekeepers are only old people?
No, not old, but I think
older.
Beekeeper is too young to have, like he's got to be in school, right? I don't know. Maybe he's dropped out of school.
I thought beekeeping was like a hobby.
Passion. Oh, really? I thought it was more of a job. I don't know.
I
don't know anything about beekeeping. I'm in the dark.
Well, Saiyan gonna take game 1 in the Pirate Mirror.
Yeah, going Super Saiyan against the Beekeeper. Epic fight. Doesn't need the hyperbolic sleep chamber for this one.
We talked about it before yesterday. Pirate Warrior is usually the best deck in these kind of mirror matchups. It finds a win versus Rogue. It's a little favored versus the Warlock. It's unfavored versus Shaman. But Shaman's traditionally banned. And it's even favored versus the Dragon Priest. And we said yesterday that if in the meta, if everyone brings the same lineup, that Pirate deck's pretty strong.
Oh, yeah, it finds all over the place. If you just compare all of the decks currently on the table right now, because the Shamans are banned on the Vicious Syndicate metadata, it's going to come out as Pirate Warrior being favored in all of those matchups, even against Reno Lock, even against Dragon Priest, except, the mirror's obviously 50-50. The deck's absolutely insane. Neither player should really have too much of a struggle to be able to get a win with it.
Yeah. Saiyan, getting his favorite matchup here, Reno Lock into the Dragon Priest.
It's
What is it?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something, but anyway. No. So Dragon Priest, not typically very strong against the Reno Warlock. What Reno Warlock's looking to try and do, obviously, is find their big 4-drop swing cards like Twilight Drake, Mountain Giant, get one of those guys rocking out onto the field on turn 4, and that'll immediately start putting a slowdown on the Dragon Priest's ability to snowball their own board, because they're able to get really high health minions. But Giants and Drakes usually don't really care about how high health the minion is, because they're going to plow through just about anything anyway.
Yeah, and we see Beekeeper still opting to keep the Potion of Madness in his deck. It'll be interesting to see if he has Ragnaros in that list. Ragnaros, pretty good card against Reno Lock. We see Just Saying already has the Twilight Drake in his hand, which is probably the best card you could have.
And Just Saying does not want to let this tempo snowball out of control. This is very vulnerable to a Cabal Talon Priest. Cabal Talon Priest would allow Beekeeper to get a completely free trade here. Doesn't have it. Has the Power Word Shield, which is kind of like the same thing, except no 3/4 body attached to it. So the ooze there for Just Saying, just going to get completely gobbled up at almost no expense.
Very interesting here that Beekeeper chose to save his Power Word Shield on turn 2, and instead just healed his face. He could have used the Power Word Shield when he had the available mana to make the 2/3 a 2/5, but instead he didn't. And that baited Saiyan into playing an ooze instead of tapping.
I think playing the ooze is just incorrect almost every circumstance. Makes your Drake smaller, doesn't help you any, but...
Well, if you tap twice, then you can't tap twice with the coin, so...
Yeah. But, I don't know. Yeah, so he had to play something regardless, but I don't know. Could have gotten away with playing something else or coining the Drake potentially, but wants to save this coin for something. Maybe wants to save the coin for the Ragnaros is what it's telling us. Either way, Beekeeper knows that based on that line of play there, Just Saying wants to save this coin for something. whether it's a Ragnaros, whether it's, Emperor Thorsan coming out on the next turn. He knows that Just Saiyan has a plan for this coin based on how he threw away an ooze to provide a safe haven for the coin.
Yeah, and he can tap there instead of playing the ooze, and he could have coined out the Twilight Drake, which is pretty common that the Drake's even coined out in this matchup since there is no way for the Priest to answer it.
Yeah, getting the Drake coined out to just start fighting for the board immediately, stop the snowball, prevent tempo brands from coming down, stuff like that is usually really strong. Coin's also pretty good in Reno Lock, though, for other things besides tempo 6s or trying to get out a fast 8. Sometimes you save coins, you get Jiraxis, coin hero power. Stuff like that can be super devastating in the Reno Lock decks.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit yesterday when we said that these decks that have these huge hand sizes, coin can really make a difference in some of their decisions. We see Beekeeper's hand is quite nice. He's got the Priest of the Feast, so maybe he's not playing the Rag. There's only so many spots, flex spots in the Dragon Priest list. His Draconic Operative was able to pick up a Courier. Courier pretty good if it can find you some Fireballs or cards that do direct damage that your opponent's not exactly expecting. The weakness of Dragon Priest in this matchup is that it doesn't have much burst. So as long as the Reno Lock is able to control the board, usually they're able to win the game.
Yeah, they sometimes can get down Jiraxis against the Priest, and then the Reno Lock can kind of run away with it. But Courier could have something to say about that. If you're able to find that with Bran, got a pretty good chance of finding that sack pack.
That's just that nightmare as Reno Lock, really, losing your Jiraxis to a sack pack. Corruption here actually pretty good off the Dark Peddler. He didn't have a clean trade on the Drake, so it's an interesting position where you can take the face damage or you can just do the 5 to the Twilight Drake, but the Twilight Drake will still clean something up later on. Even 2 things if it decides to take out the Whelp. Ooh.
Twisting Nether. That is not too good, not too bad. One of the reasons why it can oftentimes be pretty bad for the Priest, especially in the earlier stages, is because the Priest typically has board control. You're a Dragon Priest, you're playing minions, your opponent's tapping to try and accumulate hand size, you're trying to get value by stretching the value of your individual minions by buffing them. Whole different game plan, but your game plan revolves around having the board. Theirs doesn't. But later on, Twisting can be extremely valuable just because it's a good card. Like, standalone Twisting Nether in a value game usually takes out 2 or 3 of your opponent's cards when they finally start trying to make the push. So it's going to take a little while for this Twisting Nether to mean anything, but it was definitely better than the other choices.
Yeah, Twisting Nether not the worst. You can clear the board later on if your opponent... This is a grindy matchup, and it goes really late, and if Jiraxis doesn't take it over too much, then Twisting Nether can make an impact for the Priest. It's also nice that he has the Twisting Nether this early, so you can start sculpting a game plan that maybe plays into the advantages of his hand and that Twisting Nether. Maybe playing weaker minions onto the board and getting some hand value and letting his opponent kind of get a false sense of security with minions on the board before clearing it off.
I think Just Saying would like to have a Twisting Nether right about now, but it's on the other side of things. Well, he's got the Siphon Soul to just be able to clear up the minion here. The Drake takes a decent trade. No way to really heal it up to get more value out of it, so I think you want to kind of cash it in while it's a 4-1. But no, he wants to just get it going face, prioritizes that face damage.
Yeah, a little weak to Holy Nova here. He could have gone with some alternative plays like coining Rag, but he likes to hold on to the coin maybe for that Jiraxis.
I mean, it
coin
makes
hero
sense,
power,
I
like
guess.
you said.
Priest doesn't have many ways to ping off minions, but if Beekeeper has any way to get through this 4-5, the dreaded nightmare of Priest, though, 4-attack minions, am I right? So, but if there was any way for him to get through this, he could get some sick value trades trading into the 4-1. I guess it's not really that sick of a value trade when you think about it, though, because the alternative would be the 2-2 trading into it. So I understand Seiya's reasoning here. It makes sense.
Yeah, you got to close out the game eventually, and the Dragon Priest has so many cards, and he kept the Siphon Soul. He could have used it in the 5-6 slot earlier, but he chose to use the Corruption, and now he's used the Siphon Soul on the Drake, which was a better target, so he did well in keeping the Siphon Soul. It's interesting to see if his MC Tech gets value at any point. Beekeeper playing around it here, possibly. MC Tech, not a card that's necessarily guaranteed to be in Reno Lock once you enter the tournament meta and you see Shaman banned. So we see the Courier, we see the MC Tech. That means maybe he's not playing some of the other cards.
So he's got a lot of options here. Some of them include just playing Jiraxes this turn. He's got the Abyssal Enforcer. He had the Earthen Ring value. He had so many great plays there. And just saying, looking just to try and clean up the board with the Abyssal Enforcer, set himself up strongly ahead. And he's saved the coin all this time. We talked about it from the earliest stages of the game. He's been holding this coin for that potentially Jiraxes coin hero power later on. And he might be able to get to that phase of the game.
Yeah, he could even take it now if he really wanted to. He would take 5 if he hit it, but he'd go down to 10. The health doesn't really matter as long as he can control the board afterwards. He has a Soulfire. He has some board clear.
I don't know, man. I like the trade Demon Wrath. Maybe play out an MC Tech, get a Cabal Courier going on, get a little bit of board tempo, some minions in play, and just wait for the Jiraxes and the hero power in the same turn. Like, you play it now, you can't even hero power in the same turn anyway. But Saiyin's going to get more aggressive with it. He sees the Hellfire in his hand, and he knows he's got the damage to finish. So Dragon Priest only heals in bursts of 2, right? They don't have any sort of flash heals or Reno. So if the Rag had gone face there, Beekeeper would be at 5 life. He could use his hero power to heal himself to 7. And since Saiyan had just top decked the Hellfire, he could Hellfire plus Soulfire, killing it. So the Rag, although it seems like, oh no, you have to kill the Emperor, it's so risky. It's not actually that risky because it was setting up lethal if it went face. But walks right into Twisting Nether, which he was definitely not expecting.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and get the Jiraxes down now and coin the 6/6. Only taking 3 on his face instead of the 5 he would have taken last turn. I would have taken, rather. Interesting that another thing is if you get the Rag down and it lives, and your opponent somehow lives, then Rag can answer another minion once Jiraxes hits the board. Has to go with the Jiraxes now, though.
Jiraxes emote, the correct sequence, good play there. Gonna hold off on the attack. He had the ability to try and hit in if he wanted to try and pave the way for the 6/6 to connect, but doesn't have quite enough burst to follow up behind it to get around to heal.
Yeah, no reason to take 6 from the 3/6 here and only be at 9 effective health. Beekeeper, he doesn't know if Beekeeper's necessarily playing a fully traditional list either. There's some people that are just going around playing Mind Blast out of nowhere. I've seen it on the ladder. Or maybe he got a burn spell off the Courier. I think we've seen the Courier card at this point. But, there are ways to get that burst.
Yeah, sometimes even the Dragon Priest tech in wild stuff for burst, like an Inner Fire I've seen floating around, and they'll get you with the brand Cabal Courier, Inner Fire sort of shenanigans. So this has been a matchup that's been on the radar for Dragon Priest players to try and figure out ways to win, and right now it looks like there's no Inner Fire currently, but there is a big old wall that's going to be trying to stop the army of Infernals for the time being anyway.
Yeah, and you see a lot of that Inner Fire and a lot of those tech choices when you watch some of the Chinese players. Like you casted the NA versus CN. They run things like Mass Dispel to take out rogues that have concealed minions, and they run Inner Fire to find burst on high health minions.
And Holy Fire.
Using Talent Priest, yeah, and even Holy Fire. Cards that we traditionally don't think of as good, but they find their place. Mass Dispel, very good if your opponent conceals, and Rogue's one of your weakest matchups, and it's a matchup that you'll commonly see in the current meta in 4-deck Conquest, 1 ban. And, this is also a common matchup you're going to see in a Conquest if you bring the Priest deck. So having the ability to go Cabal on something and then just interfiring it and finishing off your opponent's nice.
Gets the brand, so he can now heal himself for 6, as well as potentially a double search with Cabal Courier in this situation. So a bunch of options and doors just opened up for Just Saying, but at the same time, the rope's ticking away. Looks like he's just going to go for a heal. Play it extra safe.
Heals his face as well. Beekeeper does have a potion to get rid of this taunt, though. So he has 11 damage currently. He's 4 off.
Yeah, and Azure Drake could maybe try and look for that Inner Fire. I don't know. If he fights Holy Nova, it'd be 1 off lethal, so that's not going to do it. But it'd still be a good Holy Nova if he finds it.
Yeah, he can even pick some trades and go for Holy Nova value with the Cleric. That's for free. He also has a Shadow Word Pain to get rid of the taunt and seal 2/4. A couple of different options here. Oh, man. That's nice.
Yeah,
obviously, Draxus still has his hero power, but
alleviates some of the pressure. At least you've just removed his hands.
You ever tried to win a fight without any hands?
No, but if I did, I think I'd use Infernals. I think that's a good way to do it.
Summoning demons to do your bidding. I see how you are, Firebat.
Yeah, the Skamaz approach, right?
Is someone injured?
Yeah, Beekeeper probably just gonna throw away this 2/6. And right now he's just trying to build a board, since he doesn't think his opponent has Twisty Nether or anything to get rid of his board, given how the previous turns went, and do the 15 like that.
Ooh, and there's the Twisting Nether. Oh my, you have to imagine that's got to be coming out here for just saying. This is a massive board, but he's going to take time, figure out all the other possible plays. He also has Hellfire Demon Wrath to clear this.
Hellfire Demon Wrath, maybe
Kills
even a better
everything.
option, since you can hold on to the Twisty Nether and you can get the 3 damage in on your opponent's face.
You can get the 6 damage in on your opponent's face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot better. Doesn't even need the twisting, but it's nice to have it. Now he's got more board clears if Beekeeper's able to somehow scramble back onto this board.
See, and this is the place where, as Beekeeper, if this Priest of a Feast would have been a Ragnaros, which is usually what I think it's in place of, it would have been a lot better versus the Reno lock. And since you ban an aggro deck, the Priest of the Feast is a tech choice against Pirate Warrior, but sometimes it comes up a little short. But he chose to make his deck better against aggro, and then we see, as a result, that he doesn't have a later game card that could have helped him use Method.
I mean, your matchup's not very good against against Reno Lock, Ragnaros or not Ragnaros, so I'm pretty okay trying to make the Dragon Priest better against aggro, and who's to say that that it's in place of a Ragnaros, so you can't really tell. Like, it could be in place of second Shadow Word Pain or something, you know? Who knows?
Yeah, unlikely considering Priest of Feast works better with more spells, but at any rate, Saiyan will take game 2 and go up 2-0 in the series against Beekeeper.
Yeah, I don't think Ragnaros is standard in Dragon Priest. I've seen, though, like, I've been casting the Chinese scene, not the North American scene lately, so I've seen some really wacky Priest decks, that's for sure. Like, in that scene, Mass Dispel is becoming quite standard, so I've seen all over-the-wall Priest decks, but Ragnaros was like a flare that happened for, like, a week and a half, and then started, like, dying out. I don't know. It's
yeah,
like,
I think Ragnaros is standard in Dragon Priest right now. I think every Dragon Priest that's been in the ESL Trinity series has actually ran the card, and it's in almost every open winning lineup.
Well, I mean,
Dragon
you
Priest,
can't
but
really say that the ESL Trinity series is standard, as it's a 2-ban format, and no
I mean,
other tournament is a 2-ban format.
Yeah, ESL Trinity series is definitely different, but a lot of players playing Dragon Priest with the Rag, a lot of players playing Rag in their Dragon Priest and Open Cups, but it has fizzled out because of this exact reason we saw in this matchup, where if you bring Dragon Priest and your opponent brings Reno Lock, you're a little unfavored in the Conquest matchup.
Okay.
And he also has the Ooze, so he's definitely was trying to beat that Pirate deck.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely trying to beat the Pirate deck, and he's got to feel bad that the Pirate deck for Saiyan's already got a win. He was able to scrape by in the Pirate Mirror, so now he's got all this anti-Pirate deck, and it's not really going anywhere for him, so the lineup kind of fizzling apart when the one deck's able to squeeze by. But this matchup's not as bleak as it seems. In China, when I was casting the tournaments for that scene, they actually created some Conquest lineups that utilized Priest as a counter deck to Rogue, as the stats are actually fairly close to 50%. It's like 55% in favor of the Rogue on some of the Vicious Syndicate Data Reaper stats. But if you tech the Priest a little bit more in favor of it with Mass Dispel and some wonky stuff like that, it starts becoming Priest favored, and the Chinese utilized that to be able to take down North America and CN versus NA in the global competition there. So
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. On the ladder, you don't know what your opponent's necessarily playing, and a lot of ladder rogue players aren't as good as someone like Amnesia, you know. So there's a lot of percentage to be gained usually when you're playing rogue, and this matchup specifically as the rogue. It's Priest of the Feast, a card that's actually pretty solid versus rogue, since it gains you a lot of health, and if your opponent thinks they can race, and then all of a sudden you put the Priest of the Feast out there and you start whipping out some spells, and you heal up out of range.
sure, yeah. Surprise healing, able to get the job done. Questing getting gobbled up here by the Shadowward Pain. Saiyan could have tried to bump it up to 4 if he wanted to, but he wants to save the coin for Gadgets and Auctioneer, try to maximize the cycle later on, doesn't want to be utilizing backstabs on a 1-3, as it's kind of a low-value target.
Yeah, probably just wants to get the Drake out here with the coin. An early Drake is usually pretty good, but it is susceptible to a coin corruptor, and we see that Beekeeper has it. And this is the kind of game that Dragon Priest can win. If Saiyan doesn't get to cycle through some of these spells with a Gadget Sand, and he goes for the Drake here, and he doesn't clear this 1-3, and he ends up behind on board, that could just spell the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if he coins the Drake, he's got a backstab to play around the Corruptor. He just kind of has to do it. And at that point, now you got to ask yourself, is that too much resources to commit into the board at that point, to commit away from Gadgets and Auctioneer? And Just Saying's going to say, yeah, that's too many resources. I want to save some things for Gadgets and Auctioneer. He thought there thinking about it for a little while and is like, nope, not worth the tempo of it. I'm not going to be able to finish the game with just an Azure Drake alone. I need to be able to cycle off Gadget, holds back cards to be able to do so.
Yeah, and it's kind of a double-edged sword, because if you get behind early against Dragon Priest and they get to drop some minions down, then that's also another way that they win the game. But he does have like the prep on the fan. He has the backstab. He has ways to put together a lot of damage. Interesting that he went face there. It protects you against like a cleric heal, but it doesn't do as good against something like this where the 1-3 might end up finding a way to live. Gonna have to play the Drake here, though.
Sure. The question is, does he want to start committing some of these spells now? Or is he still going to be saving resources for Gadget? It looks like he's going to start going. And yeah, that dagger hit that you mentioned earlier, he went face with it instead of putting it on the minion. Tried to play around Cleric Heal, but it looks a lot more awkward now. But so now he has to also utilize the coin if he wants to try and play around Blackwing Corruptor. So now all of the resources get flying. He waited one turn to see what he would draw, see if maybe he finds some resources. Maybe finds Gadget, but he says, you know what, now it's too late to wait for Gadget. Gonna go in on the board, and because of the dagger hit on the previous turn, he has to add the extra minion out there to get patches, has to utilize the coin as well as the prep.
Yeah, he definitely would have liked to be able to hold on to the coin instead of just playing the Swashbuckler to get the patches. But since he couldn't clear that 1-3, coining out the Swashbuckler to clear with the patches was definitely the right line here. I like where he's going with that. Picks up the Entomb, which is probably going to be good later on in the matchup. Has the fan to keep cycling, so he's running the double fan list. Probably just a pretty traditional questing rogue. Maybe we'll only see one sap. Beekeeper going with the Draconid Operative. That's 6 health. Usually tough to deal with for rogue, but he has the Entomb.
Yeah, Entomb might actually find a good target. Able to push 5 damage, stay ahead on tempo. I like the Entomb. I don't mind the backstab either, though. That's a 4 damage backstab. You trade in the 1-1 in your face, that guy is gone. And now when you Entomb later on, you get to push 8 damage instead of 5, so 8's bigger than 5. That'll be more damage later.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot where stopping and thinking does a lot, and recognizing that you don't need to use the Entomb, that could actually be better later on an even bigger minion, or allowing you to get more tempo, so to speak. Like you said, now he's got 2 Drakes down, so he's doing 8 a turn. This turn, if he uses Entomb, he only does 5 this turn, and then 5 the next turn. Where now he'll do 8 and then 8 again. So the Entomb sort of has more value if you play it this way.
Might see it coming down on this 6 health minion now that there's Not too many great ways to answer it.
Yeah.
You could fan and search for an answer, or you could stay with the consistency here and just go with the Entomb. Maybe even go for a Cold Blood Conceal that does do 12 damage on this turn, and then 12 damage the next turn. 12 plus 12 is 24. So now you're looking at just trying to connect 2 more after that, but it's going to take it slow. Try and play around stuff.
This was definitely a decision point. So if he goes in here and then he connects with the dagger next turn, that's exactly 25.
Yeah, well, you're afraid that, they could just heal themselves out of range,
Yeah, so
potentially.
you're afraid that they heal themselves out of range. So that would leave them with 5 extra mana, with the coin 6 extra mana. So you guys start wondering what they do. This is
And
definitely a
taunts
more
get
conservative
scary.
play.
Yeah, he's going very conservative with it, just waiting one more turn before the Cold Blood Conceal, taking his time with it. It was so close, but it was just not enough. He could have came up short. And this way, he's most likely not going to come up short, and he's got damage to spare to get through taunts. These are dragons. They don't die to Dragonfire Potion. Even though Beekeeper has the coin, he can't Holy Nova coin. Holy Nova doesn't have the mana. So, yeah, I think waiting's correct.
Yeah, and you touched exactly why rating's correct, is that these Azure Drakes are impervious to the potion. They're 4 health minions. They don't die to any of the spells the Beekeeper's running. So there's no reason to overextend your resources or your minion into a death if you don't want to expend the Conceal, when you can just wait a turn and Conceal the following turn.
Mm-hmm. Anything that can save him. It's definitely not a whelp. That's going to be GG. Just saying, taking it 3-0 over the Beekeeper. That is the second pro of the day and the second 3-0 of the day. He will be moving on to the round of 32, where he will wait his next opponent. Pretty solid game there. I mean, got the Pirate Warrior Mirror down. Seemed to be just out card advantaging there, and then, followed up with some well-executed games after that. I liked how Just Saying saved the coin. I was very questionable about his Ooze sacrifice in the beginning, but he had a plan with it, saved the coin for the Jiraxis, got the Jiraxis coin hero powered down, ended up being really nice. So I thought he played those games quite well. And
yeah, I thought he played pretty well too. And, getting the Ooze down, you don't think that your opponent saves the Power Word Shield there. So you're playing a little into a Talon Priest, but like we said, he wanted to tap on turn 3 and not use the coin to coin out the Drake. He definitely could have tapped and coined out the Drake. But at any rate, we see another 3-0, like you said, by a pro. And these games, these last 2 matches, both players have had, pretty typical lineups, good decks, and we're seeing the play honestly make a difference.
Yeah, it has been. We're at the round of 64, which seems everyone so far is, off the basic deck train in round of 64. They're all bringing the standard stuff, and the pros are still 3-0ing the up-and-comers. So maybe there is skill in Hearthstone. Who knows? But anyway, we will be right back after a quick break. We're getting the next players set up. We're getting them in the computers, in the chairs, ready to play the next game. So don't go anywhere. The next round coming soon.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, GEICO. Remember, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Rich man.
Russell, I'm filming.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Hearthstone ONOG PAX South Major, sponsored by Asus and GEICO Gaming, and we are on to the round of 64. If you are just joining us from yesterday, we just watched Just Saying 3-0 Beekeeper, and before that we saw Amnesia pick up a 3-0. There's some pretty good games today, all things considered.
Yeah, pretty good Hearthstone. A lot more standardized Hearthstone from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday with the round of 128 was a lot more wild decks running around, and now things are starting to calm down a little bit, more kind of centralized sort of stuff of what we're used to. I believe that the classes are updated, though. It looks like the names, though, haven't been updated, because these classes are different from the Say and Beekeeper series. So it does look like we're going to be seeing a Druid. We haven't seen too much Druid today. Austin playing the Druid up against Tars, who's a professional player from the French scene, plays a lot of tournaments over there, and usually does quite well. I'm kind of upset we don't get to see Tars as Warlock. Tars didn't bring a Warlock to this tournament. He's been grinding out the Reno Zulak on ladder a lot, popularizing that. Streaming it a bunch. It's been really fun to watch. I was studying Zoo a little bit and was picking up on some of that, but I guess he doesn't think it's very good because he's not bringing it. It's more of a stream deck, maybe.
Yeah, Tar's a player who did well last year in, I don't know if it was one of the HCT tournaments, but I think it was, but it was an open tournament of sorts, and he's known for bringing a little bit funkier decks. You know, he brought a Summoning Stone Druid to DreamHack Austin, I think, last year, if I recall correctly, and he usually does pretty well with them.
Yeah, usually he's getting tops 8 in a lot of the Swiss formats, and you have to imagine some of that is because of how wacky his decks are. He's able to conceal a lot of information in some of the Swiss-related tournaments, and that usually favors quite nicely for him, but maybe not going to be able to hide as much here as he is going on stream quite early in the tournament. And the Druid coming out for Austin right away. Maybe Malagos Druid. We see a Gadgetson. Maybe Jade Druid. kind of runs the similar set of cards in the beginning, up against what appears to be a Pirate Jade Shaman for Tars.
Yeah. It's looking like the really common Jade Shaman that we see currently that was popularized by JJ and Life Coach that just runs the Pirate package with either 1 South Sea or 2 South Seas, and then transitions into those mid-range Jade cards that are so good versus control decks.
Sure, makes a lot of sense. And it might line up pretty nicely here. Typically speaking, in the past, Shaman has been quite favorable against a Druid because of its ability to get the board early and control the board. As a Druid, no matter what type of Druid you're playing, Jade, Malagos, we see it's Malagos here, but regardless of what type of Druid you're playing, the game plan of Druid in the early game is very similar. It's always sort of start ramping up with your mana, not developing onto the board, and then come back on the board later. Well, Shaman's game plan, totally different, and it totally counteracts that. Their game plan, regardless of what kind of Shaman is, go hard on the board early, play cards like Flametongue Totem and whatnot that can utilize the board advantage to then transition into higher value cards later. So when you're giving up the board against a deck that thrives when it has the board, it can oftentimes run into trouble. So that's why always in the past, Shaman has pretty much had a favorable matchup against Druid. And we can kind of see that happening here as the Shaman player solidly has the board and the Druid's just kind of ramping up and ignoring it.
Yeah, and this is another player with just his first name, Austin. I think I've seen him on the ladder before. He's also wearing an MLG jacket, so he seems to be a gamer. Interesting deck, too. We usually don't see Malagos Druid around here, but he's also even running the 1 Idol, which is a little interesting.
One of we don't really know what's happening yet. Maybe it's a Jade Druid with a Malagos, or maybe it's a Malagos Druid with just the 1 Jade Idol to help it beat Control Warrior. Because actually, one of the weird statistics that a lot of people, maybe thought it would go the other way is that Malagos Druid actually really struggles against Control Warrior. They just gain enough armor to get outside of range and whatnot, especially with the new Alley Armor Smiths. So maybe he's thrown in just the 1 Idol there to tech against that, or who knows. But right now, he's got a really solid hand for later. It's just taking a little bit of time to get going.
Yeah, I really like the idea of playing 1 Jade Idol in a deck like this. I personally don't know if this deck is better than a Jade Druid or a Coon combo Druid, but I like the idea of putting in the 1 Idol to shore up that matchup. Just 1 card in your deck, and really when it comes down to it is Auctioneer, which you already play, is so good with Idol at the end of the game, and you can just put him back in your deck, draw, and just get a Jade train going with just the 1 Idol, and an Auctioneer is all you need.
It does seem to be that Austin is playing Jade Druid with a Malagos. So it's not Malagos Druid with a Jade Idol. It's the other way around. So he's got the whole Jade package, it looks like, with the Behemoth here and everything. And getting an 8/8 out on turn 5, fairly strong. Hex able to counter it, though. Able to continue just developing the board for Tars. Also has, lots of Flametongue value coming in here. Getting the Flametongue down this early, though, means he's not using it for value. He's using it for face damage, which tells me that Tars' game plan, he's not looking to try and out-trade Austin or out-board control him. He's looking to try and kill him. That Flametongue is very aggressive there because he could have chosen to totem, wait until Austin develops, and then guarantee the Flametongue value, take a bunch of trades in the turn that's developed. Instead, he tries to jam as much damage as possible. So he's realizing, my hand's not going the distance value game. Let's try and close this one quick.
Yeah, there's a lot at play here, and basically what Tars is looking at is that if you get the Flametongue now and you start going face, then you can make use of some of these other spells that he has in his hand. Lightning Storm, Devolve, the Maelstrom Portal. These are the cards that are good at clearing the board for your opponent. So he doesn't necessarily need to trade his minions into his opponent's minions if he has the spells just to remove them. So it's better to get the damage while you can, and then when your opponent tries to get back on board, using those AoE spells to keep him off of it. Also, he's playing Devolve, which is it's coming into play lately with this Jade Shaman deck. It's really good against rogues that conceal, similar to, like we said before, Master Spell. Also, we see the Lightning Storm, which means that he's a little bit more mid-rangey than just the Pirate package with the Jade Mid Shaman. Maybe he took out a Bran or something. There's not many flex spots in that list. There's only a few. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see. Incorrect order on the totems there, though. It means this guy's only a 1-2 instead of a 2-2. How much damage can he push, though? He's getting pretty close to being able to finish off Austin. This whole sort of push all the damage instead of go for the value plan seems to be working against the Druid.
Yeah, he's 3 off lethal here. He's looking to see if he wants to trade or if he wants to storm. And he's going to want to storm. And this is one of the things here is that he has Devolve, and it can actually just turn a taunt into a non-taunted minion. So even if his opponent has something like a Ancient of War, he's going to be able to get through that quite easily here. Sort of working as a pseudo silence even.
Yeah, and this is usually how any sort of matchup goes between Shaman and Druid. Druid gives up the board early to try and get mana, and then tries to take back the board later. And Shaman, once the Shaman gets hold of the board, it does not let go. It is one of the best classes in the entire game at controlling the board, and Druid's one of the best at giving it away, so it's usually very tough for Druid decks to be favorable against Shaman. Sometimes you'll see little bleeps in the meta where there's some weird Druid archetypes that are able to kind of compete with Shaman. I remember back in the old Malagos Druid days, the Karazhan Malagos Druid, there was a little while there where they had the Beast Druid that tried to take out not really Beast Druid, but the spell power one with the Curator to cycle for the that one Beast card that gives +2 spell power for the swipes to be able to try and take back the board. Do you remember that deck?
Yeah, the 4/4 Moonkin, but
yeah, the Jungle Moonkin Druid. So yeah, they've done some wild stuff in the past to kind of overcome the fact that they're just kind of innately not great against Shaman.
Yeah, there are some inherent cards there like Hex or Flametongue Totem that are able to really take advantage of the Shaman versus Druid matchup. Druid wants to ramp up and play these big minions, and Hex answers those extremely efficiently, and you're able to develop behind that even and push damage and then get another minion down, and then all of a sudden you have a lot of Flame Tongue value, and generally the matchup's been Shaman favored. Malagos Druid being one of the better decks against Shaman that we've ever seen from Druid, even because it was able to ramp up and then take the board back, and on the same turn drop the Arcane Giants.
Sure.
It looks like this game, though, we have Pirates versus Reno Lock. And what do you think of Austin's hand already, Firebet?
Austin's got a terrific hand. The Acidic Swamp Ooze is definitely a great card in the matchup. He's got Heal to boot behind that, Taunt, and then AoE removal. All some the most fantastic tools to help you keep up with the Pirate Warrior deck. And right off the bat, Tars, though, not a great hand for him. Even though this matchup is probably 55-60% in favor of the Pirate Warrior, there's a lot of times it can fall on the other side of that. And he's even going to hold back the Ooze here. That's interesting. He wants to try and get more value out of the Ooze. He's getting extra taps in.
Yeah, so what Austin here is thinking that is the Ooze can hit an Arcanite Reaper. The Ooze can hit this upgraded, bigger weapon. If I play the Ooze now, my opponent doesn't have to worry about it in the future, which is a pretty big deal. We talked about this yesterday with the Frostbolt. If you play the card now, then your opponent doesn't have to worry about it in the future. And Ooze is better on an Arcanite Reaper. However, because Tars coined out the War Axe, it's slightly a telegraph saying, I have Bloodsail Raider.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking 100% of the time when they coin out the War Axe like that, they're just basically yelling in your face that they have the Bloodsail Raider in.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden he's played the Ooze on 3, and it's got to feel bad for Austin, but he feels like he needs to get that weapon down before the Cultist can come down and buff it. If he plays a 3 health minion and the Cultist comes down, then he's even further behind, but we see the Pirate come out, which is also a pretty good answer, Fireman.
Right. Soulfire, able to keep him in it at least. Now he can clean up the mistake from earlier.
Yeah.
This Raider is absolutely massive and needs to go. That is too much damage.
South Sea Captain, an insane card versus Reno Lock. We see here why. It gets your minions out of Hellfire range. Your 3 health minions there.
Yeah. The ability to... Now that Soulfire's gone, you could even Frothing trade if you wanted to, but Tar's gonna make sure he preserves the minion, only weak to, you know, Coil Shadow Bolt. So a great, strong board and threatens a bunch of damage going forward. Austin doesn't really have too many options facing this down.
Yeah, discarded his Hellfire, which isn't that big of a deal at this point in this matchup. It was probably a hindrance even most of the time since it does deal damage to yourself, and there's a lot of little minions going around in the mid game here. So I'll see Captain buffing other Captain out of range even. Decides to play the second-rate Bruiser. Now, he could have went less mana efficient this turn and then hoped that the Bruiser got in for 3 mana on a following turn, but we just see the Arcanite Reaper come down.
Yeah, I like playing the Bruiser there, though, because he doesn't have anything else to play alongside the Bruiser, if it does even get discounted to 3 mana, so you would be relying on a top deck in that scenario. But yeah, the Reaper was worst case for him. 5 mana exactly for Tars to be able to get that Reaper in there to efficiently remove the taunt.
Yeah, and now Tars has 10 damage burst in hand with 3 on the board. He's going to be 3 short this turn, but you got to imagine that he's going to get there eventually. Probably going to decide instead to go with the Frothing and build himself a bit of a board.
Yeah. Even, like, the upgrade's really safe right now because he's already seen the Ooze. He knows that there is no Ooze for his opponent's deck, so he can kind of guarantee that the Reaper's going to stick. But the number one priority for Tars is playing around Reno Jackson. How do I set up as big of a board as possible so that if my opponent plays Reno Jackson, I get as much extra chip damage in on top of it? And the answer is most likely Frothing Berserker.
Yeah, and
he's set up lethal regardless.
Yeah. And this is one of those games where Warriors very handedly able to get lethal even past Reno Jackson.
Well, it all started with the Ooze. The greed on the Ooze there. When the Coin War X came out, Austin decided, you know what, I can wait for the Reaper. I can get more value out of this Ooze. But the reality of his hand was he didn't have any way to react to the early minions that were coming out. He needed, you know, if he has Shadow Bolt in his hand, I guess, you can ignore the War X, you can ignore the threat of the Bloodsail Raider. But he put a Tars on not having the Bloodsail Raider, and that misread there, I believe, cost him the game.
Definitely. I mean, he took a lot more damage because of it. And because of it, Tars going up 2-0.
Yeah, looking to try and finish the series out with the Rogue. The Rogue typically favored against Reno Lock, extremely favored against Druid. One of the best matchups for the Rogue deck. And then, you know, the Rogue Mirror, pretty 50-50, but it depends on what tech choices the players are running. You know, Questing Adventure builds with Double Conceal having the highest win rate, and Rogue Mirrors falling down to, you know, the No Conceal Shaku versions having the lower percentile win rates.
Yeah, and some people even play the SI list. Also a very skillful matchup, though. It's worth noting that both decks usually have some good tools to deal with each other in the mirror. If you can coin out a Tomb Pillager and maybe prep a sap on their Tomb Pillager, you can just coin out a Tomb Pillager and sap their Tomb Pillager. There's a lot of ways to get ahead with the typical rogue cards outside of even the Conceal and the Questing. And like I said, it's a skill-intensive matchup. So.
And it does look like that's the matchup we are going to be seeing. Austin already opening up with Patches. So if he mulligans it away, he's got the lowest odds of trying to find it off the top. So that's a kind of a blessing. It's a good thing. Keeps the Eviscerate off the mulligan. He wants to have that to answer the 4 health creatures. He's gotten double Eviscerate now, though, so that's going to be a little unfortunate for him. You want a good mix of minions and spells. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Tar's got the ability to go for the 1-mana 6/6.
Yeah, he does, but I think he'll probably opt to maybe wait a turn even. But it looks like he's just going to go for it now. You know, he's going to make his opponent use the coin if he wants to use a sap, but this is going to be met with Backstab Abyss, actually.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Austin, you can just wait. You can take 6. I think 6 health is worth a coin for Rogue. Like, if you had to take 6 damage to get an extra coin in your starting hand as Rogue, I think you would opt for that in most games. But Austin's not opting for it here. He wants to get rid of this immediately. He doesn't want to mess about with Conceal or anything like that.
Yeah, the coin does go well with the questing later, but not too well. He doesn't seem like he can coin anything out in particular, like a Tomb Pillager or something. Also, we see the Shadow Strike, so it's actually even interesting that he kept the Eviscerate, given that he does run, these extra cards to deal with the 4-mana Tomb Pillager.
Eviscerate's just good in the Rogue Mirror, man. It's one of the best cards in the Rogue Mirror for sure. I don't mind keeping it. A lot of people don't keep removal in the Rogue Mirror, though. They try and always say full mulligan for Buccaneer or full mulligan for Tomb Pillager, and always be the guy being the aggressor, the initiator. And I think being, passive in the Rogue Mirror can also work out for you as well. Your opponent only has X amount of minions. You have more removal than they have minions in the deck. If you mulligan for removal and remove every creature they play, they're going to have only removal left after that. So...
Yeah, the main problem with that being that Conceal exists.
The Conceal can trick you up, yeah.
When you're on the coin, it's a lot better to look for these minions, these Tomb Pillagers, these Edwins, these questings, even a backstab to answer an early pirate. So I don't necessarily
I would agree
love
with you.
Eviscerate keep, but he did keep it either way. So
I would agree with you prior to this expansion, where now there's Buccaneer, and being able to eviscerate a Buccaneer is actually just strong. You're able to save 6 additional life.
Mm-hmm.
They play Buccaneer on turn 1, and then turn 2 you just eviscerate it, clean it up, heal for 6. It's not too bad in the Rogue Mirror, where life is so precious. It's so limited.
So Austin, with the ability to either just clear the 1 with his dagger and read dagger, or play a questing and use some kind of preparation play, but the prep just seems too awful here, and he can get value out of it even next turn with the questing if Taurus decides to play any sort of minion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the position where Austin's in, he's so far ahead now on the card count because of the utilization of the coins early on that he can be the defender role. He can kind of take the game slowly, wait to react to Taurus' minions, and just ensure that he gets value out of his cards. So I really like just holding back, not trying to go with some sort of weird questing prep play on turn 3, and now maybe try and go for, questing react to your opponent's minion.
Yeah, pretty interesting play by Taurus. I guess he's just trying to get the questing out there. He doesn't really care to get some value. It would have been pumped at least once next turn with the Shadow Strike if your opponent plays a minion. But he just throws it out there. A little weak to Phantomize, but he thinks it might just live since his opponent hasn't been doing anything. But when your opponent isn't doing anything, usually that means they have removal. So I think Taurus is just content here with throwing it away. He has the sprint. Maybe he can drain his opponent of resources and then get ahead with the sprint.
Using the Shadow Strike this turn so that Austin can play Questing Adventure or Eviscerate on the following turn if he needs to. Be able to answer a potential Azure Drake.
Shadow Strike pretty good here. Cleans up the Edwin, takes the 6.
Yeah, Shadow Strike's definitely a really solid tech for Rogue Mirrors. Also lines up pretty good against Druid. And against Reno Lock, it's not too bad. Being able to clean up some of those 3/5s.
Yeah, Shadow Strike, a card that people like to play even more so when they're going into an open tournament environment, since it just answers a lot of cards you might not usually see, but you might see in like an open tournament like this. And people tend to play decks more like Druid and stuff that we've seen, or like Paladin or what have you, where Shadow Strike gets a little bit more value than it does in the traditional metagame. Even being good against decks like Priest.
It's like a third Eviscerate in the Rogue Mirror. Super crazy strong for controlling the board. So Austin's got the ability to make quite a large questing adventure, actually. Get a little bit of buffs going on it for sure.
Yeah, and Taurus doesn't have any way really to deal with it immediately.
That's the perfect draw. That's the sap, the ability to remove it that way. Unless he wants to try and buff the questing outside of the Eviscerate range. If you want to buff it outside the Eviscerate range, then you have to cold blood your patches and play the Buccaneer, which does develop more threats onto the board, as well as getting it outside the Eviscerate range. But the sap is also just so strong because it has the upside of denying the coins. So there's 2 very valid plays there, both with their own upsides.
Yeah, and what it comes down to really is that your questing adventurer isn't something that you need to win the game here. It's nice to have it stick around and you'll be able to win the game a little bit quicker, but as long as you have the board in the Rogue Mirror and you have it in this sort of a dominant fashion where you have 2 4/4s and 2 1/1s even to use with the cold blood, barring a Fan of Knives, it's not a big deal to see your questing go. So I like just sapping that minion and denying the coin.
Oh, we're gonna see it go, that's for sure. Tars does not want that sticking around, dealing a bunch more face damage to him. He's just trying to stem the bleeding here. If he can, recover after the sprint, he will have regained card advantage and maybe be able to assemble some sort of auctioneer swing to get back in this.
Yeah, we're going to see that probably come up a little short here, though, as Austin picks up another questing. He's going to be able to go ahead and throw that out, weapon up, get the Cold Blood out there, play the Buccaneer, and just go face with everything. He might even squeeze in the extra damage from the Eviscerate, but given that he needs a dagger up, it's unlikely that we see that.
Yeah, he's going for it.
It does make his questing a little bit bigger.
Max questing.
I can't imagine he holds on to the Cold Blood here and he doesn't. Goes in for the 9.
He was just thinking about trying to maybe distribute the threats instead of putting it on the Azure Drake. He just thought maybe I put it on the 1/1 because my opponent's already used the preps and it's more difficult for them to squeeze in a Fan of Knives while removing all my creatures. And if any one creature sticks, Austin wins, but he does end up just putting it on the Drake.
Yeah, we see Tars here deciding to just try to draw something good off the Fan of Knives instead of going with the possible prep draw off of using the Auctioneer. Gets an Abyss. That's not going to be good enough.
No, he needed Fan into Abyss. The old Fan Abyss. That would have been able to clean up the board there, but he's not able to get there, and the risky turn 1 Edwin gets defeated by the keep of the Eviscerate.
Mm-hmm.
You hated the keep of the Eviscerate, but I still love it. I think he got very lucky that he actually answered an Edwin, but I love it against his Buccaneer too. I think it's definitely something worth considering and worth analyzing. I'd love to hear Life Coach and Super JJ talk about it maybe, because they would be able to go deeper about it.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is you can actually do even more than that. Business syndicates can use their data to even look at openings versus other openings, and you could see the percentage of an Eviscerate keep as a rogue versus a Buccaneer turn 1.
Well,
they occasionally put out articles like that. I don't know if you've seen them, where they talk about a Fiery War Axe, how often Dragon Warrior won when it had Fiery War Axe on 2 or Alex Shaw's Champion on 2. We're going to see a favorable matchup here, though, for Tars. Hard one to lose, Rogue versus Reno Lock.
That's definitely not a hard one to lose. It's very possible to lose this one as the Rogue. There's the Reno Warlock's definitely got a few lines of play depending on their hand. So sometimes they can get the very aggressive hand where they get the Twilight Drake and the Mountain Giant and maybe one of the Faceless Shambler to follow up on one of those threats. One of those kind of hands where they can just kind of force down the Rogue right away, turn the aggression on, try and kill them. Or sometimes they can get the Outlast hand, the Reno Kazakis hands, where they can try and actually just remove all of the Rogue's minions, take them to the end game where Twisting Nether threatens to beat Conceal and Shadow Flame Sylvanas threatens to beat Conceal, and they just kind of heal out of all of the Rogue's damage. But right now, Austin's got kind of one of the middle-of-the-road hands that's not doing either of those game plans yet, but Blast Crystal Potion's a very promising card to help out against Questing Adventurers and Edwin Van Cleef.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamland does exist for the Reno Warlock. Interesting that Tars went with the Buccaneer here. We actually seen yesterday, I don't recall which other pro player it was, but they forewent the Buccaneer and decided to instead just pass and not play it into the Mistress and use it on turn 3. But Tars has something that he's planning on coining out on turn 3. So that's why we saw him go with the Buccaneer here, since he has the Tomb Pillager in hand.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wouldn't have mind just, meleeing it down over 2 turns and then playing it and saving the coin for Gadget. But, coining Tomb Pillager is also extremely strong to just turn on the pressure to make it a lot harder for Austin to play his turn 4, right? That's the objective. If you're coining a Tomb Pillager out on your turn 3, then in Austin's turn 4, he's really going to want a Shadow Bolt or do something to remove that Tomb Pillager rather than dropping a Mountain Giant or a Twilight Drake. So it really slows down your opponent's pressure here at the sacrifice of your coin.
Yeah, and we see Austin's even playing the Corruption as well. So he's very protected against big minions, as opposed to a non-corrupted Corruption. Reno Lock or a even one lacking Blast Crystal. He has a Shadow Bolt here on the Tomb Pillager, like you said, and he's gonna be able to pick up a value trade if he wants it.
Just trying to stay alive, trying to make sure that the rogue does not let any minions stick, has nothing to cold blood conceal, nothing nasty can happen. He's already got the twisting nether. He's thinking, I just need to survive a few more turns, get a big twisting off on the conceal, find Reno, and I'm set free. And meanwhile, Tars is thinking, I just need to get out this gadget and draw my whole deck, and he's screwed. So a little bit of conflicting game plans, but typically the rogue comes out ahead in these situations with already so much burn in the hand and everything like that. But even with all of the burn accumulated, you got to remember, rogue only has 22 points of burn. 22 is not a lot, and the Reno Warlock's sitting comfortably at 29. Not too bad.
Yeah, and Tars has 2 coins, and he has the option here to go for a Gadget Zan into a Conceal, but instead decides just to go with the Fan and take a little bit slower since he has such a clean removal. And I like this. And a lot of good rogue players tend not to go all in with Gadgets and Auctioneer in spots like that where it could die to Shadow Flame. Or even early on when it can't die to Shadow Flame, they usually like to set up turns where they don't have to use the coin to get out the Auctioneer, since it is worth a draw, which he's going to accomplish here by waiting a turn. But by waiting a turn, he's susceptible now to Sylvanas plus PO, which we see in Austin's hand.
Yeah, that is definitely a threat. He could continue waiting a little bit longer still, even because he has the Azure Drake now to continue cycling. So my usually philosophy a lot of the times with the Gadgets and Auctioneer is, if you don't have to cycle, why cycle? Because otherwise you're going to get a bunch of minions stuck in your hand anyway a lot of the time. But Tars has Twisting Nether on his mind. He wants to try and get the Gadgets and Conceal in before that. So he's going to go for it right now. But yeah, a lot of times in these situations, you could just play the Azure Drake. Maybe that finds another one or whatnot. And your turns keep lining up. And then the longer you delay your Gadgets and Auctioneer, the more time you have to play spells with it. The more mana you have to play spells with it. So later on down the road, you won't need to rely on the Conceal. If you're able to have a hand of like all of your minions in the beginning, so just play Azure Drake there, then on the next turn, have more mana to go with Gadgets in, and then you don't need to rely on the Conceal sticking so that you can just cycle your whole deck without having to have the extra turn there. But Sylvanas PO going to come down. He did try and rely on this Conceal, and it's taken away from him. Austin was able to get his out. It's unlikely that Austin has that to steal the Gadget, so you can't blame Tars for his line of play. I think it's going to win him the game most of the time, but not in this case.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. There's a couple of schools of thought there on Tars' last turn. He can get the Gadget sent down and then try to build a big quest on the following turn and draw enough cards to get to that Conceal. Or he can, even if his Auctioneer dies, which he didn't see it happening with the Sylvanas and PO, only 2 cards in the deck that could accomplish that. He can even, play a Question and a Drake and not really be too far behind. Or here we see a Question and a way to remove the Auctioneer. Mm-hmm. But like you said, you could also throw down the Drake and you can bide your time. You play a little bit more into Twisting Nether, but you can wait on the Auctioneer for as long as you want, since you don't have a way to die. Maybe getting a chip damage here and there, and you don't even need the Auctioneer to finish your opponent off, since you already have the 14 burst. It was a very interesting turn, and he had a lot of options and a lot of ways to take that turn. Even a turn where you say, I don't care about Twisting Nether, and you play the Gadget Send with the Questing, like really far down the road, and you use the Conceal on both of them.
Yeah, a lot of the times, the way I like to try and play the game, if I can, from the rogue perspective, is to try and get situations where, even if my Gadget Send dies, it doesn't affect my game plan at all. Where you're just able to cycle enough the turn it comes down that it's irrelevant if it dies. But Tars didn't think it could die, and you can't blame him for that. It's almost impossible. They needed exactly those cards. But wow, look at this from Austin. He's going to be super patient, or is he going with the Blast Crystal? He could have went with Twisting there, but he's going to be saving Twisting for the second Conceal, I think, and just launching off the Blast Crystal to remove this Questing adventure. You got to imagine he's going to kill it in some fashion or another. You don't want to let that guy connect to your face.
Yeah, no reason to overreact here with the Twisting Nether. He could have even went with the Corruption, which I wouldn't have minded, since Blast Crystal is a more immediate answer to a possible bigger threat, like a giant
I-
Edwin or something.
I don't know. Without any Reno in your hand, letting that questing connect is scary. Because that's a situation where you could just die. You've seen a few cards sitting in Tarz's hand. Maybe he does have, the Leroy double cold blood and things get nasty out of nowhere. I think that's maybe a bit of an unnecessary risk.
Yeah, he decides to take this play and instead hold on to the corruption.
Mhm.
Foregoing the heal plus the corruption, and now this turn he has the corruption again.
Yeah, I love the corruption here, because this Drake, his spell power is scary, but it's a lot less scary than a questing turning into 100 damage and killing you out of nowhere. So,
Yeah, nowhere to die on the previous turn versus the questing, but now the Drake's going to get a clean trade. He's going to be able to use the health points of the Drake regardless if it's dying, where the questing would have just died off most likely, or not done damage to the face because it would have needed to clear the vendor on the previous turn. Tars knows he only has 1 conceal left. He sees that he has 14 burst, at least 15 if you include the weapon. And it's likely we're just going to see him try to get some minions down and get in some chip damage and hopefully finish off his opponent. But Austin in a good spot. 29 health without even having played Arena on turn 9.
yeah, you were calling this an easy matchup out of the gate for Tars. I don't know. The more I've been casting this is the more I've been seeing it go. It's been falling in the Reno lock favor. The stats are close on it. It's a tough one to play from both sides for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a very skill-intensive matchup. We saw a turn where Tars had a lot of options. We also saw him go with the choice of Gadget Set, and it was met by a 2-card combo that you don't see very often. Definitely a way to swing the game, stealing your opponent's Gadgets in. Not unlosable, but a very tough matchup to lose. Most professional players would consider this an extremely favored matchup, so we will see Tars use the Shadow Flame, get some value out of it. It's hard to get value out of Shadow Flame, and with the 2 Drakes, it was perfect. The Drake was dying with Corruption. That actually lined up amazingly, Firebat. That Shadow Flame was amazing.
Yeah, double spell power Shadow Flame, able to clean off some of the minions there, get a lot of work done. Yeah, Austin has the ability to remove this Drake with Soulfire, but it's a pretty risky gamble for how far ahead he is. It's so awkward just to leave it up, though. I gotta imagine you have to Soulfire it. It seems silly to leave it, but it's also so scary. He's going to take the tap first, try and maximize the chances of not discarding either Twisting or Reno Jackson. These are the most important cards in his hand. The Twisting allows Austin to beat the second Conceal in Tarz's deck, but the Reno Jackson allows him to just have enough life to sustain the damage.
Yeah, and he's in a kind of position where he can actually start dying to some burst combos, not necessarily this turn, but the following turn. As we see, 19 damage only in Tarz's hand if he had the other Vis. Ooh, loses the Reno on the Soulfire discard. That's what you were talking about, And he wants to get the board back with Doomsayer, but maybe just use the Shambler with the Doomsayer instead.
Well, yeah, I was thinking on that turn, instead of the Soulfire, maybe the Shambler Doomsayer could have came out to try and lock that down, not have to risk the Soulfire RNG.
Yeah.
But he has the Shambler still, which means he is going to have enough life. Like, he's got a little bit of healing left in the deck. The Vendor's gone. The Earthen Ring's gone. There's just a Siphon Soul, right? But the amount of taunts should be able to sustain. There's only 22 points of damage in Tarz's deck. We haven't seen any Eviscerates, right? So he's got the whole toolkit of damage still.
I think we've seen an Eviscerate come down on the second-rate Bruiser.
Okay.
On turn 5.
Sure. All right, so then there's even less then. So there's only 18 points of damage that Tarz could possibly produce. So as long as you're outside of that range, or in that range with a taunt up, you should be fine a lot of the time.
Yeah,
a little bit scary against Sap, though.
he's running cards like Sunfairy, so he'll be able to have those taunts. By holding on to the Shambler, he also kind of assures himself another threat. If he draws that Mountain Giant that we haven't seen, or the Twilight Drake we haven't seen, then he's going to be able to copy that and give himself an extra minion that Tarz has to deal with. Now, that's kind of what he was thinking there when he decided to hold the Shambler instead of playing it out alongside the Doomsayer. And it was just unlucky that he discarded the Reno Jackson, which would have almost certainly assured up the matchup from this current position. Because now we see Tarz with a Questing, an Edwin, and some decisions on his hands.
Yeah, he's got no removal, really. It's not an easy board to get rid of, that's for sure. He's got to figure out some way to kill these minions without overcommitting, and you can't really just undercommit because that's an Emperor Thaurissan. That guy will tear you up quick. So we see him go in with the full commit of all of his resources except for, you know, the Leroy double cold blood, the ultimate burn. And try to hope that maybe this gets a Twisting Nether out, and then he can top deck and eviscerate for lethal.
Yeah, and kind of rough that you can't get rid of the Edwin with the Shadow Flame here. You can trade and Hellfire, but that doesn't really do it either. You really don't want to use the Twisting Nether here because that'll leave you with no taunting left on the board, which means you can die to just the Eviscerate, Cold Blood Leroy. Obviously, that's a 4-card combo, and you don't necessarily want to play around it forever, but there's not that many cards left in Tarz's deck.
Yeah, we can see there the deck is very thin in the corner, and he's had this Leroy Cold Blood for a while. I know he's had Leroy Cold Blood for, like, a large amount of turns. The second Cold Blood probably more recent, but when you see this play as Austin, you have to assume that he's trying to set up the damage to kill you, and there's a play here. You know, you can trade in Hellfire, maybe.
You could play the Shambler, the Shadow Flame, and the Hellfire and clear both minions. And
leave yourself with a 5/5 taunt at the end of the sequence.
5/2 taunt, but yeah.
Yeah, 5/2 taunt. And that does seem to be what he's going for. He's trying to play around that combo.
And that would play around the combo. Instead, he decides to go with this, which, if he draws a Eviscerate here, Auctioneer.
Yeah, he leaves it up there instead of utilizing the Hellfire. And
is it just lethal?
That's just lethal now.
Yeah, because he's at 6/17. He tapped at the end of his turn, putting himself in range to die to the Cold Blood, dagger up. And Tar's going to get a game. A little bit of a slip up by Austin there at the end.
It's a tough matchup. You got to play around the damage at all times, and he was almost able to do it. He was looking so promising coming out there. Discards the Reno, which then put him in an awkward spot, and unable to adapt from that awkward spot properly, and that's going to cost him the series. That's a rough way to go out of the tournament, but Tars advances to the round of 32, and Austin gets sent packing.
Yeah, and there was a lot of decisions in that game, honestly, from both sides. The Rogue had a few, you know, as you do usually when you have a coin and so many cheap spells. Tar's able to squeeze it out in the end. Austin coming up just a little short. If he would have picked that game up, it would have been a Druid versus Rogue. Pretty unfavored game, but not impossible.
Yeah, definitely. But I really like Tars' setup at the end there to try and force the Twisting Nether to try and set up for his own top deck lethal. I thought that was a really cute line of play, his last little all-in ditch effort, and it worked. He was able to get it done, able to set his opponent up for failure, put up a really complicated board state that his opponent had to deal with, and able to figure out a way to squeeze a win from a pretty tough situation that seemed to be in. So well played by him.
Similar to Amnesia, you know, they saw exactly how they needed to win the game. It involves Leroy and a bunch of burst, and you play to your out. And that's the difference, you know, maybe between a Tars and an Amnesia compared to someone who doesn't play in tournaments, doesn't compete at the highest level. They don't necessarily see that they need to squeeze in that exact lethal. You know?
All right, well, we will be seeing some more of the competition at the highest level after a short break. The next opponents, getting them ready, getting them set up. Don't go anywhere. A game right after this.
Yo, Trump and Odd One here, and we're on the way to the big event. Unfortunately, we're never lucky. This is why you get emergency roadside assistance with GEICO.
Change the plan, dudes! Double piggyback! Reach at the sidewalk! Woo!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PAX South Hearthstone Major. I am Firebat, and joining me for the cast today is the Rat. We are bringing you the match between Hot Meowth, the Summer Hearthstone Championship last year winner, up against Wild Melon.
Yeah.
So, another
Meowth?
Druid coming out, actually, and we have yet to see Druid perform. You keep telling me that you think it's a pretty good deck.
You know, you keep twisting my words, Firebat.
What?
I said it was a solid deck, okay? I
Isn't
never
solid
said the
and pretty
deck
good
was
the same
pretty good.
thing?
No, those are not the same
Okay,
thing.
all right.
This
I'm
wall
sorry.
right here, this
sorry.
wall, solid. Not
That's-
pretty good. It's green. It's awful. Solid, though. Very different
Okay.
things.
That's
Okay.
what.
Now, interesting matchup, though. Looks like we have what I'm assuming is some sort of control lineup from Wild Melon. Maybe not, but interesting Druid inclusion.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd have to assume control. He's got the other classes to go along with it, right? Like, so Jade Druid, Reno Lock, Control Warrior sort of thing going on. Try and, target out some control decks.
Yeah, see,
That's
and this
super
is
greedy.
and this is where there's a problem, right? We talked about this before. If you have the control decks and you bring the Druid or you bring the Rogue, and you make yourself susceptible to aggro, you don't want to do that. Now, you can actually build your Druid deck to be somewhat anti-aggro. You know, you can not run the Auctioneer. You can cut your curve at the Jade Behemoth. You can run Ancient of War. You can run the Druid of the Claws, even if you want to go lower with your taunts.
Sure.
And you can run the double Living Roots
Why not
as
both?
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can play both as well. You can also play the Feral Rage. You know, a lot of the Chinese players actually run a list with the double Druid of the Claw, the double Behemoth, and the double Feral Rage, double Roots, which gives them a decent matchup actually against Aggro Shaman and Pirates.
I could see that for sure, but he banned out Shaman, so I don't expect that to be his plan. And Hot Me Out is a player that I think is most famous for his crazy Blood Warriors warrior that he brought to BlizzCon.
Yeah,
you think
the
we'll be
old
seeing that
Rage
today?
Warrior. Yeah, we probably won't be seeing the Rage Warrior today, but it's more likely we just see, here we are again. Shaman, Rogue, Warrior, and the fourth deck, Reno Mage. We saw a lot of this the first day with the Reno Mage. Today we've seen more Reno Lock as your fourth deck. So.
But yeah, it's still almost all of the pro players or, well-known players that play for a competitive team, all of them pretty much have been bringing the 3 patches classes and then plus either Reno Lock or Reno Mage. So, it's a very, very, very common lineup in the competitive Hearthstone field right now. And we can see why it's been winning consistently. And I expect it to do so again here. So I'd have to say Hot Meowth has got a lineup advantage and will most likely take the series.
Yep, and like I touched on yesterday, since, this is an open tournament, you kind of want to bring, if you're a good player, just bring those best decks, bring those consistent decks. There's a little bit less room to innovate because you don't know what's going to be coming out of some of these other players,
Yeah.
If you are Hot Meowth and you're going to play against someone like Amnesia or Just Saying, you can expect them maybe to bring those 4 decks, and then you can say, well, how do I beat these 4 decks? But if you do that in this tournament and you come up against someone like Wild Melon, who's playing Druid in their lineup, then maybe you lose some percentage points because you've targeted or you've built your decks around beating decks that your opponent didn't bring.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things, or maybe not so interesting things, about large open tournaments is when it is such a broad field, a lot of the times the best approach is just kind of bringing the statistically optimal stuff and just kind of playing standard boring stuff, whereas in comparison when it's like a small 8-man tournament or 16-man tournament, you can see the field, the players beforehand, and then tech decks according to try and figure out your group or try and figure out the field, right? So it's like different little sub metagames that get created the smaller the tournament is, whereas when it's a big field and it's the widespread metagame, then more broad strokes approaches are kind of required with more standard builds.
Yeah, definitely a different type of skill set, so to speak. But there's people who have excelled at that skill set. People like George C., who have come through prelims multiple times, bringing that freeze mage when other players didn't quite like it. But, he said it's good in the open field. And then maybe getting rid of it when he gets to top 8 and he's playing against some of those better players. Also, in an open field, your skill should matter more. So if you bring some decks that are less about, your tech choices, or you're trying to get a percentage in the deck matchup, and you bring some decks that allow you some skill wiggle room, maybe you can take advantage of it more in an open scenario.
Well, Wild Melon trying to take advantage of the Dragon Warrior, trying to get a favorable matchup over Pirate Warrior. A lot of people will tell you Dragon Warrior is heavily favored against Pirate Warrior. The stats, if you look at Vicious Syndicate and other sort of data sources like that, will say that it comes out to roughly 50-50, actually, between Dragon and Pirates. Kind of whoever gets the board first just kind of wins. But, I don't know, people seem to really be rooting for the Dragon Warrior in this matchup and say that it can do quite well against the Pirates.
Yeah, we've seen Zalay really favoring that Dragon Warrior lately. The past couple months, I know he likes it a lot. I don't know if he's still on it, but... singing its praises, and cards like Alex Strauss's Champion and still having that access to that War Axe do a lot for Dragon Warrior in this matchup. And one of the cards for mid-range decks that they struggle with that Pirate Warrior is able to get an advantage against them with is Frothing Berserker. But the Dragon Warrior has a couple decent answers to that in the 3/6 4-mana Twilight Dragon, or even
Twilight Guardian,
Twilight Guardian, or even the Korokron Elite that we see in Wild Melon's hand.
Yeah, kind of the theory here is Dragon Warrior and Pirate Warrior have very similar early games. Pirate Warrior is going to hit its early game more consistently than Dragon Warrior, though, because it just has a couple more early game cards. Whereas Dragon Warrior has about the same core early game, but then extends to a stronger late game. Instead of burn cards, it runs big minions or taunts. And if they're the same early game clashes against the same early game, it gets really grindy. They trade back and forth. And then when the Pirate Warrior's left with only Burn in his hand, the Dragon Warrior has only taunts in his hand, and the minions line up better against burn cards, and the Dragon Warrior comes out on top. That's the theory. The issue with the theory is when you draw some of the big minions early, since you don't have quite as much early game as the Pirate Warrior, and the Pirate Warrior snowballs the board, starts upgrading the weapons, and then is able to actually finish you off before you could stabilize with those taunts. So what Wild Melon's looking to do, try and stop Hot Meowth from getting a grip on the board, stop him from snowballing anything, get to a position where he can safely play down those taunts. And what Hot Meowth is trying to do is never let that stabilization point hit. Always be going guns blazing pressure.
Yeah, and Dragon Warrior also can have access to cards like Ghoul, which are pretty good in the matchup. Which is Hot Meowth is thinking about right here, right now.
Most definitely.
We saw Wild Melon go with the weapon instead of the Alexstrasza's champion last turn. And usually people do make that decision, but you usually want to run Alexstrasza's champion into a one-attack minion if you're going to take a value trade, as opposed to a 2/3 that you can attack with your weapon. We're just going to see him go face here.
That's ambitious. It's a little bit more vulnerable to the War Axe a lot of the times here. You're not really looking to try and close the game out by dealing face damage. You want to close the game out by being ahead on board. You have bigger minions. You have dragons. You have Ragnaros. You have Grom. If you just stop your opponent from killing you, you just win because you're going to have stuff and they're not going to have anything. So I think it's quite ambitious against the War Axe here, but I guess Wild Melon's not putting Hot Meowth on having a War Axe. You have to imagine that's why also Wild Melon developed his War Axe before the champion, so he could start clearing things with the War Axe before being susceptible to Hot Meowth's War Axe. And
yeah, we're going to see Hot Meowth go face here with both minions, and this plays directly into the strength of the Core Crown Elite in this matchup. Yeah. By not trading, he wasn't able to buff his Frothing, but if he had traded, maybe there's a face plan for Wild Melon. It's interesting to note that because Hot Meowth got tap, going face becomes a lot more effective for Wild Melon. Also,
limits card draw.
When it comes to playing against pirates, the one thing you need to watch out for by leaving minions on the board is that they can get value out of their Bloodsail Cultist.
Yeah, they can get value out of their Bloodsail Cultist and the Captain. It is pretty much standard now to run double South Sea Captain. So leaving up pirates on the field going into turn 3 can oftentimes be quite scary.
Exactly, and he left that patches up, and it's not going to make a difference here other than that he's going to get an extra trade to buff the Frothing. But maybe, the trade on the pirate, a little bit better. No clear answer to the second Frothing. And here's where we see the strength of the Frothing that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, Frothing definitely a very terrifying card. That 4 health is such a great break point. It's very difficult for Dragon Warrior to deal with this. Dragon Warrior's damage is all in groups of 3s. You look at Alexstrasza's champion, Blackwing Corruptor, Fiery War Axe, all do 3 damage. Sometimes they run Bloodtaker, but quite rarely is it included nowadays. The Zosphor's Mate, though, that's a card that could allow Wild Melon the ability to, finish off that Frothing in the next turn, but he did just play his last dragon with 2 Dragon Activator required cards in his hand, so neither of those are going to be active next turn.
Yeah, and that's really tough here to have played that card and not have a dragon. If he draws one, he'll be in a good position now. He doesn't have to attack the Frothing with his face either because the Patches is still in deck, I believe.
And he didn't top deck a dragon, so those cards are going to be dead, and he's not going to be able to answer the Frothing with them any longer.
Can draw a dragon here and run the 3/3 into it. Doesn't get it. Gets the monkey, but that's going to allow the Frothing to connect for 8. But there is some worry from Hot Meowth here that he's low on life.
Low on life, but high on Frothing power. That thing is going to get even bigger. With the 2 trades taken, it's going to get up to 10 attack?
Yep.
Wow.
And he's going to have 2 giant Bloodsail Raiders. And there's almost no way that Wild Melon's able to close the game out with damage, given that it's only turn 7. He doesn't have the Ragnaros to the face. He doesn't have the Grom to the face. He's kind of just checkmate.
Yeah, it's GG from this position. I think the fatal mistake playing the last dragon instead of going for the Blackwing Corruptor. You would have taken 1 extra damage from the Frothing, but you wouldn't need to, you know, rely on top decking a dragon.
The menagerie is for guests only.
Yeah, he didn't get a patches from that.
Yeah, he's playing pirates in his deck, but no patches.
Did he already see the patches?
I don't believe so. He's cut
Interesting.
patches from the deck. You know, maybe he hasn't got the dust for it. It's a legendary.
Honestly, that's not a completely unlikely thing. As we see his other classes, that's the only patches class he has, you know? And with an open tournament, especially at a place like PAX, it's not uncommon to see. But Hot Meowth taking game 1.
Takes it. Game 1. And that's a matchup a lot of people say Dragon Warrior heavily favored in. But the stats say it's 50-50. And there's a lot of players that play Dragon Warrior. You ask them about it, and they're going to say, the stats are wrong. I play better, whatnot. And I don't know. It begs the question. Every time I've seen this matchup, it's kind of balanced out 50-50. So I tend to believe the stats on that one. Sometimes, you know, players will have their own specific preference about matchups, and it'll be right for them. But yeah, I've seen that one play out a lot, and it kind of looks like that, 50-50-ish.
There's a lot of different things that come into play with stats like that. Pirate Warrior, common deck. A lot of people play it very often. Good players playing it very often, so they're going to tend to, you know, have some optimal lines. Dragon Warrior players, usually not as high of a caliber as Zalay. And someone like Zalay, who's stuck with the deck for a long time, you know, he's as optimal a Dragon Warrior player is as a Pirate Warrior player is a Pirate Warrior. So I tend to actually trust people like Zalay in that type of situation, and say that, you know, the edge probably goes to that way. Or rogue players are pretty common at saying stuff like that. As we go into the second game here, Hot Meowth on Rogue in that Reno Lock matchup.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup played out a little bit earlier. Wild Melon's got a really strong pressure hand this time around. Last time we saw it played out with the Reno Lock having the other side of the hand. So oftentimes you're either going to have a pressure hand, it'll be like this, where you got Ragnaros the Fire Lord and the Twilight Drake to come down on 4, or sometimes the Mountain Giant. And then other times you see the hand that we saw before with the Twisting Nether and the Soul Fire and the Shadow Bolt, the kind of defensive hand. So with this hand, I think as Wild Melon, you want to go guns blazing. You want to try and put pressure on the rogue, try and kill him. You're not trying to outlast him with this hand. You don't have the cards that, you know, allow you to outlast your opponent. So I'd love to see him try and go for maybe like a tap this turn into Doomsayer, into Drake, into try and utilize this coin to get out that Ragnaros early.
Yeah, using the Doomsayer on an influential rogue turn is a really nice play from the Reno Lock, typically in this matchup. Now he has the option to just coin the Drake out here, or he can play the Doomsayer.
Oh, this is a clear Doomsayer into Mountain Giant at this point, right? You want to try and save that coin for that Ragnaros. Getting that down to turn early is super influential at trying to force your opponent's gadgets in to get hit, because that's their gadgets and conceal turn, right? So then you have more chances to either hit that or hit them in the face. You got a 50-50 on one or the other. And if you hit face, you're probably fine with it because you're punching them with a giant.
Exactly, and he goes with the Doomsayer play, and I like this play a lot more. It denies the Tomb Pillager. He thought for a second if he wanted to play the Peddler, but because your next turn is guaranteed to be Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake, the Peddler will just get eaten by the Tomb Pillager, or it won't be able to trade into the Tomb Pillager, and the Tomb Pillager will get a clean trade. By playing the Doomsayer, he guarantees that one of his 2 threatening minions isn't going to be able to get answered by one of the Rogue's minions.
Yep, sticking with the max pressure game plan, and that's just what the hand calls for. And I love going Giant first here instead of Drake. A lot of players will say, you know what, but you want to play Drake first to try and bait the removal. Well, when you're in an unfavored matchup, I don't think it's time to bait removal. It's time to step on the gas and get going.
Yeah, it's interesting because the second your Giant trades, Twilight Drake would have been a better play. So in a position like this where maybe if you have played the Drake, then you could get the Giant with a tap next turn and even play it for 3 mana and fit in that 1 extra tap where the Drake can't ever get played for 3. It's an interesting decision point. Obviously, by playing the Giant earlier, he's going to have that big 8/8 on the board and hoping to do some more face damage and do some more roughing up early.
Yeah, so you have to go face here. Faceless, go face.
Faceless, the perfect draw to play into the giant that he played on turn 4.
And then, yeah, we already got our foot on the pedal. Let's keep it there, and get to business.
Exactly.
All right. Killer the 2-pillager plays around Cold Blood, I guess, having it trade up, whatnot. I guess it feels like it's more pressure to just have more giant stick at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting position where he could have either traded or gone face. Obviously, if you only have one giant, you want to go face.
Yeah, that's true. But once you play the faceless down, I guess the option represent itself. I still would have liked to see the face pressure. I think it's very difficult for your opponent to defeat 2 giants very comfortably. And even if they do, you just drop down the Drake behind it. So I would have loved to see him just keep the heat rolling. But it does limit your opponent's options as far as onboard trades.
Yeah, and Hot Meowth's hand, extra bad at dealing with this in this position because it has all minions. And maybe Wild Melon had the read on that. The interesting thing here is that by trading now, you deny a Cold Blood, and since you have the Siphon Soul, you'll be able to answer your opponent's next minion and push the 16. So if his opponent couldn't answer it with anything that didn't involve a dagger, maybe he just felt like he was going to get the damage in anyways. Ends up working out for him.
Yeah, you can Siphon Soul, push 16, keep the damage flowing.
See what he goes with here. He's pulling out a few different cards.
Yeah.
Says his giants are going face. He could drop the Sylvanas.
Okay. I guess he's looking for Soulfire. Shifter Zeris isn't bad.
2
You
of them.
get 2. There
Even
you go.
better.
Infinite value. I guess we're trading into the Drake again. Giving Rogue time is kind of scary, though. It gives him more time to try and find the sap, or even, the prep sap swing that the Rogue needs to try and come back in this. Distributes the trades on the Giants to play around sap, plays into some spell power-y things, but probably not too much of a concern. I guess splitting the damage is the preferred way if you're going to be trading here.
Yeah, if you're going to go ahead and drop the minions, then you need to trade so that they have more of an effect on the board than they would have if Azure Drake stayed on the board, and use that Mountain Giant's health. And he showed us earlier that's how he kind of wants to play this matchup when he traded into the Pillager. He also knows the Hot Meowth's hand, probably not a lot of good stuff going on since he didn't have anything to do last turn other than playing Azure Drake. Just a bunch of minions sitting in there.
I guess. Opens himself up to this exactly, the miracle turns happening here. Imagine if all of the damage had gone face, Wild Melon could just coin out a Ragnaros next turn, and it either hits the face and kills Hot Meowth, or hits the gadget and wins the game. So
yeah, his line's weak to possible gadgets and miracle turns.
Mm-hmm. Ragnaros can still come out this turn.
I'd be very surprised to see him do anything other than Giant Drake trade.
Yeah,
given
that's
his
a
previous
big Drake. Yeah.
options.
Yeah, you gotta play the Giant first. It seems insanely strong. Lots of really great minion presence, and Hot Meowth's miracle turn was quite weak. He missed the prep, so he wasn't able to get a lot of done, and he's already used the sap, and now he's got 2 minions that he really wants to sap, neither of which he can sap.
But here's where we have an interesting turn. Hot Meowth possibly able to get down a Questing and an Edwin. Now, Wild Melon does have 20 damage if the Rag hits face. So he has a lethal opportunity if the minions are concealed, and if it's not lethal, then it'll kill off the minions. But Hot Meowth could possibly have lethal as opponent just in one turn on the next turn here. Unlikely to be able to deal with the board. But instead, he decides to get this pirate down and then think about what he wants to go and do from there.
Yeah, he's got to try and set up lethal, I guess. It's pretty difficult to do. He's got to have to draw if he's going to set up lethal, right? Unless he's relying on
I think we're going to see him go with the Edwin.
Conceal.
And then the Conceal swings first.
Doesn't
get to the cold blood down this turn. Gets the 5/4 down, which is better than getting the questing down, and he has more minions, so he's more robust against the Ragnaros here.
Yeah. He is representing potential lethal on the board.
Wild Melon gets Razadon Chain from Shifter Zeris. Looks at it a few times, reads it. I hope he doesn't get baited.
An exciting one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's in kind of a pickle here. Potential lethal on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Hot Meowth has 10 from hand, so he's at an effective 13. On the board, we have way more than 13.
Demon Rat's only removing 4.
Yeah, so if we don't see the refreshment vendor here, he's just gonna die.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't play the refreshment vendor unless he's getting baited by the Raza. He wants the 0-mana tap.
Baited and now smarted.
Well, I did not think there was any way for Rogue to win that game from turn 4.
Yeah, and
with
here
the
we
hands.
see Wild Melon making the trades, not correctly identifying where his minions need to be going. Cost him the game.
He had the aggro hand, and he played the control style. You got to be able to, as Reno Lock, there's 2 sort of hands you get against Rogue. You either get the Reno Jackson Twisting Nether hand, and that's the trade hand. That's where you're going to trade all the time. Reno Jackson Kazakis Twisting Nether. Those cards say trade, 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 outlast the opponent, stop all the damage, win that way. When you got Mountain Giant, Faceless, Ragnaros, that's the go. That's the step on the gas, kill him hand. He needed to be going face there. He could have lethaled him on turn 7 with the coin rag. He really needed to adjust his game plan to his hand instead of sticking to, the one, linear style of game plan. Based on what you draw in Hearthstone, you need to reassess the situation and build a game plan that supports the cards you have.
Yeah, and we saw him make the early trades, and we didn't even necessarily disagree with the trade on the Pillager, since it was an interesting scenario, Hot Meowth had a lot of minions. We can see that, but it's possible that you could have a read on that. But he definitely over-traded the following turns after the initial trade, unable to identify when he needed to switch game plans. Also, worth noting that Hot Meowth didn't let him switch game plans by providing minions on the board that you can't just leave up, like Auctioneer, minions that force trades, which allowed him to stay in the game long enough to lethal Wild Melon.
Yeah, and then able to set up the big lethal push there, getting his damage out efficiently. That was a tough game for Rogue to win. I'm impressed that he was able to take that still.
Yeah, he definitely set it up correctly, but a lot of it falls on Wild Melon.
Up with the Dragon Warrior now, up against the Reno Mage. Depends how greedy the Dragon Warrior is, if it's actually favored or not. Sometimes you fall into the situation where the Dragon Warrior decks are so greedy with the Rag, Grom, Deathwing sort of thing going on that they can get actually favored in this matchup because they have enough threats to outlast the single target removal of the Reno Mage and just really accumulate a large board. But if they are kind of like not threat dense, then that's where the Reno Mage can really start to thrive because they can keep up with just removing every minion.
Yeah, and you hit it right on the head. You can play Dragon Warrior one of 2 ways, and most people only play it one way, actually. Zalay plays Nether Spy Historian, but most people don't actually run that card. So your game plan in this matchup is just to curve out as best you can, and hopefully you kill your opponent. But Reno Mage, pretty good at stopping people from doing that.
Yeah, it's a matchup that's kind of decided in the deck building phase rather than the playing phase with the Dragon Warrior. If it's really threat heavy, it's going to have a much better chance. If its curve extends longer than 6, which can sometimes they extend to 6 with maybe like 1 8-drop, then it's going to have a better chance. But if it's really, really low curve and built to try and counter aggro, then when it comes up against control, it's going to have a hard time. It's not going to have the power to push through all the anti-aggro tools.
Yeah, and even more so, some Reno Mage decks are better against the control-heavy Dragon Warrior, or the threat-heavy Dragon Warrior, as opposed to the curve Dragon Warrior. We see Hot Meowth here, for instance. Not everyone plays Forbidden Flame. It's becoming more of a staple, but it's a good answer to a big minion. You know, you just wait till turn 8. Yeah, it's not the best. You have to take your whole turn to kill a minion, but it's just about removing every threat that they present. Even the Kabbalist Tome, you know, kind of plays into this. Shatter, not the best off Babbling Book, but if it kills a minion when it's paired with a Frostbolt, then, you know, if they're playing this bigger Dragon Warrior deck, then I can see where Hot Meowth would be able to run them out of threats.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the goal of the Reno Mage. The goal is to try and remove everything. Just exhaust your opponent of resources. And that's going to be difficult to do with Wild Melon getting the life tap hero power off the start. So I think Hot Meowth's got his work cut out for him here trying to stop this. And the Curator even picked up for Wild Melon. That's a card that really extends the depth of his hand, able to draw 3 additional cards off it. Finley, a Beast, and a Dragon.
Yeah, a little bit anti-synergistic with the life tap, but you're not going to complain that you have this much card draw.
Oh yeah, that's what he wants. That's the key in the matchup. When your opponent's trying to kill everything you play, it really helps to play a lot more things.
Yeah, the trick here being that, like we touched on earlier, these Reno decks and these control decks that you see play now, they have ways to win the game at a moment's notice, so to speak.
Antonitis and like Alex Straza and stuff like that if he can stabilize enough. Yeah. But Wild Melon's going to be looking to try and make sure there's no window of opportunity for Hot Meowth to play those big threats. So he should really focus on trying to reload the board on those key specific turns, like turn 7 or turn 9 is where he should be applying as much pressure as possible. But
and this is where the skill comes in the matchup. You need to be able to identify which turns you need to overextend, so to speak, where you want to play into a board clear so that your opponent can't get a huge swing turn, where you don't let them flame strike and develop like a 3-drop on turn 10. And sometimes the game goes that long, especially when there's this much draw. Another thing that Wild Melon can do to try to get ahead early and fatigue both players of resources and then use the tap later on is just by curving out, which we see here.
Those are not great potions. The summon too friendly, I guess, is the best one there. They're really looking for the deal 4 to all. Wants to get the AoE, wants to be able to clean up the board. I guess he would settle for maybe deal 5 to try and clean up the frothing, but there it is, the deal 4 to all.
Yeah, deal 5 probably the best potion here since there's only a Finley left on the board. It would allow him to keep his Kazakis. But we don't see that. He could go for the 50-50 on the Mystic Wool, but it seems a bit ambitious.
I love the deal 4 to all against Dragon Warrior. Like, sometimes they have some bigger minions, but a lot of the times you can still just trade your Kazakis in, then utilize it, or, you know, pair it with some mage removal and whatnot. Ooh, he's got gain armor. I wonder why he's chosen this potion.
Feels like he's going to be able to deal with all of his opponent's threats without the potion, and might just need that extra health.
True, he does have the Azure Drake plus the Arcane Blast next turn to kill the Frothing. So he's not worried about the next creature, he's just focused on, you know what, I got an answer with the Frothing, that's fine.
And this is an interesting position too. Wild Melon obviously tapping last, but more so that Hot Meowth has a potion, and Wild Melon knows this. So Wild Melon can't extend with the Frothing into it because he's afraid of it.
Yeah, we did see him there tap instead of, you know, committing another minion, so he is playing around the deal 4 to all potion. Yeah. And Hot Meowth didn't even take the deal 4 to all potion.
It's kind of the next level, right? Where Hot Meowth says, okay, you don't know what potion I have, but you have to play around it. So I'm actually going to take a more proactive potion that summons 2 minions and gains 7 armor than a reactive potion. And I'm going to have you play around a potion for the entire game that doesn't actually exist. And this potion is a lot better later on after he's played more big minions as well.
It's pretty good right now. The Babbling Book is still in the revived pool, so that's kind of a disappointment. But hey, that Azure Drake, he's looking fierce.
Yeah. Alongside the Ooze, clean up the weapon part where not that many weapons.
No. They don't have like a Reaper or a Gorehowl or anything like that. It's basically just the Fiery War Axe and the Rusty Hook. So if you're able to get a Fiery War Axe charge, that's max ooze value for the matchup.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see Bloodsail Cultist and maybe like an Arcanite Reaper ran and more of a pirate-based Dragon Warrior, but he's already seen Wild Melon's deck. And he knows that those cards probably aren't in there. Goes with the potion. Gets the book. A bit unlucky. It's gonna be fine though. Still a really good potion. A lot better than Healbot.
A lot better than Healbot. That is for sure. Frothing coming down. Scary card. That's the second one though. Hotmeow has some answers for it. The trades. Alexstrasza trade champion.
Yeah, rough for him to take any sort of game plan that doesn't involve getting value out of your minions eventually.
He's hesitated a little bit there around the potential mind control tech, but ends up committing the monkey to the board anyway.
Yeah, and he doesn't quite know what's in Hotmeow's deck yet, but given that he's running the Kabbalist Tome and some of these more control-y cards, it's probably less likely that he's running the MC tech. Don't know if Wild Melon has a read on that from some of the other cards he's seen. We haven't seen much. So
The Shatter picks up some value. Sick card. Able to get in there. And Wild Melon's starting to just tap himself to death. He's already down to 18. Getting into the range where the Hotmeow might just be able to burst him over the top pretty soon.
And this is a position where if you just drop that rag, yeah, Hotmeow would take 8, but he'd be able to Forbidden Flame it immediately after. And that's why that Forbidden Flame is so key to getting rid of some of these bigger threats that your opponents are playing out.
Yeah, and Wild Melon is afraid of that. He's definitely afraid of any sort of single target removal getting a swing turn, so he's waiting to hold the rag for, when it actually sets up something, because a swing turn of Polymorph could really hurt him. So he's just going wide on the board, drawing last every turn, trying to make sure to put out as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, and since he has the tap and he has the Drakes and this, what seems like an abundance of card draw, it might be better to play the rag when it has a better target than just the face,
Well, it's like 50-50.
It can hit a minion and make your other minions better, kind of some added value. Playing into Polymorph also terrible there.
Yep.
See, now we see Hotmeow play 2 minions. All of a sudden, the rag, more than just face damage.
Rag not enough to get the game on here, but potentially another minion extension. You got to start worrying about Flame Strike. There's no mind control tech. You tested for it earlier on, but Flame Strike is very terrifying if you go Blackwing Corrupt or Azure Drake here.
Yeah, that turn, I'm slamming Fairy Dragon, I'm slamming Rag, and I'm going face. He decides instead to go with this line, do a little bit of trade on the Burgle Bully, opens up your spells. He didn't have any in his hand yet, and he's already used one of the Blood to Ichos, and there's not that many spells in Dragon Warrior. A bit curious, but this line does still set up for a Rag lethal on the following turn.
Yeah,
a little bit more susceptible to Flame Strike, though, like you said.
Yeah, if Flame Strike comes out, you are toast. But not today. The melon is still intact.
The wild, he's in the wild too.
He's in the wild.
He's out there battling.
Safarian, yeah.
He's not safe at home on your counter.
He's adventured outward
to PAX South.
Yeah.
To play in the One Nation of Gamers Onog Open, brought to you by GEICO Gaming and Aces, Republic of Gamers.
Hide your kids. The melon is on the loose. It's wild.
Oh, jeez. Remember that YouTube video, Hide Your Kids, Hide Your Wife?
Yep. Yeah, I was quoting it, kind of.
Yeah. Good meme.
Good memes. The melon edition. They got to come out with it soon.
Good slam.
Hey, clean up the Doomsayer quite nicely.
Yeah, gets to get the rag down here if he wants and hit the face for 5.
It's a great time to get the rag down because your opponent can't really deal with the rest of the board and the rag, and the rest of the board does 7, and 7 plus 8 is 15. But gonna choose to take this line. Again, kind of flirting with this Flame Strike.
Didn't
Knows
see it
it's
last
not
turn.
there, but like... It's
I like
coming. It's in the deck somewhere.
I like getting the Azure Drake down.
Okay.
I like strapping on the axe. Getting
I was more of a rag guy there. I think the lethal setup was just too clean.
still lethal. Pretty often, your minions can just trade, and then the rag can go face. This also allows you to have more game post Reno. You have more options since you drew a card with the Azure Drake.
Sure.
Also lets you not play the rag if you don't want to. Next turn.
I don't think he wants to play the rag.
Ever.
I think, I don't know.
Holding information from his opponent.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to conceal it for future rounds.
Hot Meowth, not many options here. I'm going to go ahead and take the Flame Lance and pass, but that's going to end this game. As we see the rag does get played.
Takes him out. The final blow. MVP of the team.
Rag, pretty good card against Reno.
Oh, yeah. It is definitely a solid card against Reno Mage. It's an 8/8 charger. If you're able to have any sort of board presence when you play Rag, it's very difficult for them to respond to it because they have to respond to the other stuff with AoE and they have to respond to the Rag with single target. And their AoE and single target a lot of the times takes too much mana to play together in the same turn, which makes it a very nice little cherry on the top sort of card. So you have the board developed and then you just put the cherry on the top and then bam, GG. So
pretty invulnerable to Blizzard as opposed to other big minions. You know, does the 8 initially when it comes into play. Blizzard does 8 still. Blizzard are a good answer to other big minions when you already have a board, like you said. Wild Melon going to 2-1 in the set. Moving into game 4 here.
Moving into game 4. Reno Mage against Reno Lock. The Reno versus Reno. Now, what's important in this matchup a lot of the times is setting up situations where you can force the Reno Mage to have to utilize burn. Because if your Reno Mage opponent is allowed to accumulate 15 points of burn, then when you play Jiraxis, you're going to die. So if you're able to get a Mountain Giant or a Twilight Drake out that starts beating them up, threatening them a bunch of damage, and they're forced to Fireball it or Frostbolt it, then you can know, hey, I'm safe to transition to Jiraxis. They don't have that 15 points of burn anymore. So you write a little note on your notepad that they used Fireball or Frostbolt, and then when the time comes, you're able to actually take a transition to Jiraxis, and that's how you can outvalue your opponent. Otherwise, they're going to get all Kazukases out, and they're going to Manic Soulcaster that, and they're going to take you to Value Town, and you're not going to be able to keep up with them. So you need to be able to set up situations where you can safely transition to Jiraxis. And one of the best ways to do that is by forcing them to use burn, by out-pressuring them.
Yeah, and cards like Ragnaros really help.
Oh, yeah, Ragnaros.
In the Reno Lock list. We saw Hot Meowth go with the Babbling Book on turn 1. We talked before how you usually want to keep that for going with the brand in these control matchups, but Hot Meowth also playing Kabbalah's Tome, you know, maybe not worried too much about the extra value he's getting here. So he just goes ahead and throws that book out on turn 1. Possibly could have been stepped into Mortal Coil. Picks up 2 damage with it before it gets traded into.
Shadow Bolt denying those draws there. It is really nice to be able to limit your Reno Mage opponent's draw, because the less draw they have, the less often they're going to have Polymorph to be able to deal with your Giants and Drakes, and the less often they're going to accumulate the burn required to burst you down once you try and get Jiraxis out. Because a lot of times, you can get Jiraxis on like turn 9, just play it really early, and yeah, like right here, you could save the coin for Jiraxis, hold back Doomsayer, try and play Doomsayer the turn before you coin Jiraxis, and just get a clean coin Jiraxis out. He's thinking about playing the Doomsayer now. And the coin, whoa, with Jiraxis in hand. He's not focused on the Jiraxis game plan. He wants to try and get the pressure rolling. Now, I don't think this is a really good pressure hand. He doesn't have Mountain Giant. He doesn't have Twilight Drake, Ragnaros, or Sylvanas. So I think with this kind of hand, it's a bit ambitious to just YOLO out the Imp Gang boss with the coin there.
And you gotta look for your turns. Not a good turn for an Imp Gang. you know? Two
Yeah.
5-drops in the deck, both 4-attack, both answer Imp Gang rather easily. You have no way to make use of the Imp Gang either. You know, he can PO it, but that's not too good against the Bully, and it wouldn't have been good versus the Azure Drake even.
Yeah.
So
It lines up very terribly against all of the possible plays that Hot Meowth is trying to play on that turn.
yeah, and a lot of people might say, oh, well, he might not have it, but both players are trying to have their best plays on their best turn, so more often than not, they'll have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a little bit punished here. He's basically trading the coin for not the greatest board presence in the world, not the greatest chip damage in the world. And the coin is a very valuable resource in the game of Hearthstone, because going second is a pretty big penalty. Your opponent just has more mana than you. They get to react first, and you have to utilize that coin super wisely.
Yeah. Bellfire Potion, interesting inclusion. We don't see it often. Probably better than some of the other options that it could be in this matchup. Like, we saw the Sylvanas, I believe. It might have been last round.
Last round we did see Sylvanas. I don't think we've seen Sylvanas from Wild Melon yet.
Okay. Some arena decks run the Bellfire over the Sylvanas. It's just a thing they do.
It's pretty good against Rogue in the current metagame. Like, a lot of times the Rogues will start doing all their concealy stuff, and boom, Bellfire. And then you just clean that guy right up.
I think we're seeing the Shaman ban here, but also significantly better against Shaman than a Sylvanas that could just get hexed.
I mean, against the mid-rangey Shamans, but against Face Shaman, you try and Bellfire against Face Shaman, and good luck. Lava bursting yourself against Aggro Shaman, not a good time. I've done it
Not
before.
the best. Sylvanas also not a very good card in that matchup, though, because usually
That's true.
in a position where you would play Sylvanas and die to burst, you're still going to die to burst anyways.
Sure.
If you understand what I'm saying there.
Well, yeah. And against Reno Mage, though, this is one of the matchups where you can afford to Bellfire. You can afford to take 5. They only run very limited amounts of burn in the Reno Mage deck, so you can take a little bit of damage here and there. You got plenty of heal to outlast the damage.
Sylvanas often just answered in this matchup relatively easily. Not many opportunities to steal something with it. Bellfire giving you an extra bit of reach that your opponent might not expect.
Dirty Rat. Looking to try and pull out kind of anything here just to Flame Lance it. Not what he wanted to see, though, but, he's comfortable just, taking a little bit of a fishing trip there. Try and find something since he had the removal in hand to answer whatever comes out. Was hoping to maybe get the Bran or the Kazakis or the Jiraxis. Here comes Bran Kazakis. With already a Jiraxis in hand, a lot of time you'll see players try and get some armor potions, so you can kind of transform into Jiraxis and then gain a bunch of additional armor once you're there, making it very difficult for your opponent to kill you. And then just Infernal him out.
Something that players who don't have a ton of experience often don't identify, that ability to get armor post-Jiraxis being so important, Not something that's so intuitive. Definitely need to play the matchup a few times, or I've at least gotten educated on it.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's got a deal 5 revive 2 here, which seems like it lines up pretty sweet. Able to just punch down the 2/6 and then use Mortal Coil to clean that up. And then the other one is a deal 4 and then gain 7 armor. Good for poster access.
To be. Yep. Maybe even a 10 mana spell, deal 6, gain 10. A lot of people like taking the 10 mana after the Jiraxis, but 5 mana gets the job done pretty often and allows you to fit in an Infernal.
Gotta squeeze in them Infernals.
Great turn. Even gets to put the tap in.
Yeah, gotta squeeze in that tap because you're going Jiraxis mode soon. And it's worth noting, Hot Meowth has yet to play Forgotten Torch, so that means he has no ability to deal 15 damage in one turn. So if Wild Melon is ahead on board, going into his turn 9 with Jiraxis in his hand, he will be able to safely Jiraxis transition, and then has armor gain the turn after, and will most likely be able to make a safe transition, and if you're able to do that, you most of the time seal out the game. He also has heal for post-Jiraxis, so he can't get a 2-turn setup against him, because he has the healer right there.
Yeah, we talked about seeing cards go out of your opponent's hand and realizing what reach they have against Jiraxis plenty of times in the last 2 days.
Fireball's gone. It's Jiraxis time.
Yeah. Hot Meowth could have killed him with Iceland's Frostbolt, but most players who play Cabalist Tome, which we saw last game, tend not to run the Ice Lance.
Yeah, and with Fireball already gone, even if he has Frostbolt Ice Lance, his total burn is Frostbolt Ice Lance Forgotten Torch. It's not even Roaring Torch yet, so that's only going to be 10. So yeah, Jiraxis could have came down safely there, but Wild Melon going to take a different approach. Using Heal pre-Jiraxis, that's a really expensive. Now he's going to have less ability to ever sustain a Jiraxis transition. I guess that's just something not on his mind. He wants to win with pure minion pressure instead of trying to switch to Jiraxis.
Yeah, Jiraxis would have had to take a bit of damage here with his face to kill off the Drake. And if he gets the board before playing Jiraxis, it's also pretty effective if he doesn't have to take any damage on his face as Jiraxis. And we've seen this time and time again, players with Jiraxis in their hand as Rhinolock, not knowing exactly when it needs to come down, or not being able to identify when it's safe.
It's the most powerful card in the deck and the hardest to use correctly. And it definitely got more difficult to play Jiraxis correctly as Kazakis became a thing, because you have to make reads on your opponent's Kazakis potion as well as set up your own Kazakis potions to be successful with Jiraxis. The whole thing got a lot more difficult to do. Here's another turn where Jiraxis could safely come down.
Yeah, and I would have really liked to see Jiraxis come down this turn, but it looks like he's
even Emperor's really good this turn, though. So this turn you can make an argument to just take trades, drop Emperor, then you can get Jiraxis plus hero power later. And you have to imagine your opponent's going to have to respond to Emperor, so it'll stick around. So I think this one's okay. This one is reasonable to skip on the Jiraxis.
Yeah, I also like this. Maybe trade the 3/5 and keep the 2/2 alive, because it would have been a 2/3 even post.
Yeah, yeah, you could have saved the 2/2 with the
also
Shadow
could have
Flame.
traded the sheep instead of the 2/2 and did the 3 damage in the faces. I think a little bit of a misstep there from Wild Melon, but has his overall game plan intact.
What to do?
Yeah, he could have Shadow Flamed in such a way to save other minions there. The Torch extra burn for Hot Meowth generated off the random attacks. That's super key for helping him in these sort of matchups. Double Torch in hand. He can double Torch down this Emperor Thorson. He has to lose the coin to do that, which he's been holding on to this entire time. I assume because there's an Archmage Antonidas in his deck somewhere. But adding 2 Roaring Torches in your deck is one way to get a lot of burn really quick, because that's easy 12 damage for 6 mana in 1 turn. He's going to try and save the coin here, though, by launching the missiles. And wow, he's able to land it. That's pretty fortunate.
Yeah, that's really fortunate. He could have used the coin if only 1 land and used the ping anyways. But there's an interesting thing here where you get the 2 torches, the back ends in your deck, but maybe he doesn't want the 2 torches in his deck, because then
it turns off Reno, yeah. Yeah, that's the other downside, right?
Arcane Missiles functioning a lot like coin for Antonidas in that position.
Well, 9 damage accumulated now. He immediately draws the Roaring Torch, so he doesn't have to worry about cycling the second Forgotten in. Kazakis and Reno will still be live because he's drawn one of the Roaring Torches.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough turn. Hard to get rid of the Ragnaros here without using up a large portion of your mana or your burn.
I have to believe at this point Hot Meowth believes there is no Jiraxis. That's why he's launching all of the burn like he is, because there's been so many clean opportunities for Jiraxis to come down that he thinks, I don't need to save burn around Jiraxis. My opponent doesn't run it.
Ooh. Just gets the Mountain Giant down. Doesn't want to put the Jiraxis. People are scared. And
I think he's just getting extra taps in to try and find Reno first, I guess.
Yeah.
He has no heal post Jiraxis, so it's a little scary to Jiraxis right now.
Does have the armor.
But there is 0 burn in Hot Meowth's deck. There is only a Frostbolt and I guess the second Roaring Torch, and you know he doesn't have that unless he drew it on his exact last card. So there's max 9 burst in Hot Meowth's deck, 14 if you count Fireland's Portal as a burn card.
What to do?
I think he even already used the Firelands Portal, or no, never mind.
I think it's still there.
Yeah, I actually don't even play Jiraxis in my Reno lock. I prefer Alexstrasza for this type of reason. I think it's pretty easy for your opponent to get you in positions where you can't play Jiraxis. Although this tournament,
This tournament, we've had
There's a
almost
lot of
every
spots.
player that's brought Reno Lock has had an ability to play Jiraxis, and they would never die with heal and taunt in hand, and almost none of them have done it.
it's convincing me that Jiraxis maybe good and maybe fine in this match.
Jiraxis is insane in this meta, man. I love Jiraxis.
I like
Reno
me some
Jackson picked
Alexstrasza.
up for Wild Melon. So now he has the heal post Jiraxis. So now he can clear off this this Emperor Thorson with the Blast Crystal Potion, and then maybe heal with Jiraxis. Well, now I can't remove the Emperor. I guess he was really afraid of dying to some form of burst combo. There's
Hot Meow thinks this is his chance, but
yeah, there's one Kabbalist Tome card still in the hand for Hot Meowth, so I guess if that was a Fireball off Kabbalist Tome, and he had drawn the Roaring Torch in the past 2 cards, and he has the Frostbolt, Hot Meowth could have assembled Lethal there.
yeah, with the Emperor going face,
Yeah, so...
he
I
would have
guess
only
there
needed
wasn't
2
out.
of those even. Yeah, now he's got to deal with this board. He has Twisting Nether. We might see him try to get the card out of the hand with the Dirty Rat first.
Okay. I can see that. You kind of...
Dies
You
to the
gotta-
same stuff as he died to last turn, but now he just doesn't have Reno.
Okay, it looks like the Dirty Rat twisting. He's get some information here. Realizes that there's less burn cards than he had thought.
Okay, and then just use the Felfire.
Alright, sure, you heal for 2 in this sequence. Okay. Why not?
Potion a little bit better than Twisting Nether moving forward, though.
Well, he doesn't have the life anymore. He's out of heal in his deck. He's utilized a lot of it. That Alexstrasza being able to deal 15 damage to him is huge.
Bran saved in the hand. Dirty Rat pulling, missing the 50-50. Bran allowing him to get 2 potions.
Yeah, that could be huge.
Given
He
the
knows-
fact that both those potions could just be damage potions. if
He's
he
going.
wants it to be.
I imagine he goes for the tempo one on the first one and damage one on the second one. Tries to get the kill.
A little cruel action, bringing out the imp for free.
There you go. No battle cry downside. Yeah, he does take the 8 damage potion. He does not think there's a Jiraxis. Hot Meowth has a hard read on this guy that there is no Jiraxis because it would have been played by now.
Even if there was a Jiraxis, the damage potion, not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad against Jiraxis. And that's the only source of healing that's potentially left in Wild Melon's deck.
Hot Meowth kind of just has to accept that this Doomsayer is going off. Gonna let Wild Melon... Surely he plays a Jiraxis now.
Yeah, he's got the clear board Jiraxis. All of the burn has been played, but this is where... Yeah. Alright, and we get to make the Infernal, start trying to pressure out the lethal here. He might still be able to hold on to this. The Antonidas is drawn. No spells that can really combo with it for Hot Meowth, though. Just
Risk
needs
of getting
one
popped.
fireball to be able to close the game. They can't figure out a way to generate it. If he could maybe... you can't go for the Blizzard Doomsayer. You know there's Siphon left in the deck for Wild Melon. Yeah, so just playing one big minion's not going to work here for him. And the potion's armor, right? So maybe you try and prevent yourself from getting popped and then try and top deck a cheap spell to go with Antonidas for the following turn. So you just pyro the face this turn with the Kazakis potion, gain the 10 armor, make sure you don't get popped, then try and generate a fireball the next turn. Then you get popped, then you utilize the fireball to kill your opponent because they have no healing left. Siphon Soul is the source of healing, right? So then it's 8 damage, 8 plus 6 is not enough if they heal for 3, so that doesn't work out either. This is a tough spot for Hot Meowth. You got just hope they don't have the Siphon, I guess.
This forces him to siphon his own minion at least.
Well, yeah. That's your hope
Oh,
anyway.
he's running out of cards.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be some fatigue damage coming in here.
Yeah, the fatigue damage could be a factor as well.
We
Being
have
able to buy
9,
these extra turns with Blizzard,
plus
too.
7. He can pop here if he plays Argus, Hellfire, and PO. But knowing that there's a Reno and knowing that that'll put you at 4, probably not worth it.
Probably not worth it, no. It's... Oh, man. I think Wild Melon's gonna lose this.
Yeah, he run out of things that were meaningful to do.
He's siphoning his own minion to try and play around the Roaring Torch in Hot Meowth's deck.
I have no time for games.
Oh no, he's
no.
not playing Sylvanas. He aimed the Siphon and then went with the Sylvanas instead. The Roaring Torch could end the game. That's not Roaring Torch. Hot Meowth can stall another turn utilizing the Blizzard here.
Alongside the Doomsayer.
Mm-hmm.
Gives him a
Well,
siphon target, but I think,
Yeah, I don't like the Doomsayer.
I think you still go for it.
You know he has Siphon. He has every card in his deck after this turn. So make him have to Siphon his own minion. That's so much better for you. Doomsayer is a valuable resource you could utilize later on.
The thing is,
Your opponent 100% has Siphon.
your opponent doesn't have to siphon his own minion on the next turn. He showed us that he's not willing to do it this turn, unless it was the last card in his deck.
Let him die. Okay. The argument, I guess, then is the Leroy. Forgot about that. I didn't even...
Yeah.
Okay. The Leroy combo. So now if your opponent siphons, they cannot pop you with Leroy. So the Doomsayer is good for that situation. I like that. That makes sense. So he was thinking about the Leroy. He's like, if I don't play the Doomsayer, then my opponent doesn't have to siphon. If they don't have to siphon, they can pop me. If they pop me, I got less time. So this makes sense.
Or develop a board at all. It's hard to do something behind Siphon that would have been super impactful.
Well, with the fatigue damage, it should be lethal, right? You get a ping the face, your opponent's going to take 1 for fatigue, you generate a fireball this turn, and then next turn you ping the face and fireball, and it's GG, Hot Meowth, gonna take it!
Yep. Again, another long game. A lot of decisions. Draxus coming down late, coming up short.
Yeah.
Again.
Draxus should have been played like 15 turns ago. And it would have been able to create the undead army. And all the heals that were played pre-Draxus would have been able to save Wild Melon from dying. As he created Infernals and pushed to victory, but Draxus was held on a little too long. And Hot Meowth gonna be able to take this. Another game that Hot Meowth was able to win from what I thought was an unwinnable position. Well played.
Yeah, another game where we see, these more experienced, more skillful players being able to edge out a victory in a tough spot.
Yeah,
with Hot Meowth taking 3-1.
Showing that why he's competed at BlizzCon before. With his prowess over there, winning 3-1 against Wild Melon. He's going to be moving on to the round of 32. Well played by him, taking him down. Anyway, the next people that we will be seeing compete is Trump from Team TSM versus Benji. That's going to be the next match, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get those guys in the chairs, get their cameras set up so they look good, and bring that game to you right after this.
Yo, Trump and Odd One here, and we're on the way to the big event. Unfortunately, we're never lucky. This is why you get emergency roadside assistance with GEICO.
Change the plan, dudes. Double piggyback. Reach at the sidewalk. Woo!
Welcome back, guys, to the Hearthstone Major at PAX South, put on by One Nation of Gamers. Looks like we have Trump, the one and only, versus Benji.
Yeah, the mayor of Value Town up against Benji. And it looks like he's got some value-oriented decks he's going to have to try and mayor. He's got to compete against Priest, which is typically a pretty high value-oriented class, and maybe a Control Warrior? I don't know. We have, like, Druid and Priest in the same lineup. Something weird here by Benji. Probably not your typical thing. Whereas Trump is going with, looks like Reno Mage, Reno Lock, maybe Mid Shaman, because typically when you see Aggro Shaman, it's a triple patches class, you know, the Rogue, Pirate Warrior, Aggro Shaman. Those usually flock together. Whereas with two Reno decks, you just start thinking maybe some sort of mid-range Jade going on instead of the aggressive variant of Shaman.
Yeah, you know, Trump, not a player who likes playing Rogue. Might just be the traditional two good decks with the two Reno Lock decks. Trump also somebody who does his own thing, you know. If he's not good with the deck, he won't bring the deck. He didn't play Patron for 6-7 months, you know, while other players did. So if he doesn't feel comfortable with it, he's just going to go ahead and play something he feels comfortable with and take the bad with the good. Benji, his lineup, pretty anti-control, you know. Rogue, Priest, Druid,
all of those decks
classes
really aim towards beating control, and then you sprinkle in Pirate Warrior on top of that, or some sort of anti-control warrior, or really heavy Dragon Warrior. You know, there's a lot of ways you would build Warrior that could also fit in that theme of being successful against control. So, yeah, I think Trump's got his work cut out for him, actually. We might see the first pro player or big name player fall in the entire tournament. It might happen right now because if we're looking at strict lineup-wise, I'm saying Benji's got a slight edge.
The Shaman, a bit interesting that was left up, but like we said before in the traditional thing, the Pirate Warrior, good versus the Rogue, good versus the Priest. Shaman, also good versus these classes, but maybe Benji's
a little less good, yeah.
a little bit better at playing against Shaman. You know, you see more Shamans on the ladder. Maybe you've played them more often. You feel a little bit more comfortable playing against Shaman. You know what they do. You've seen it so many times.
Sure.
I'm just excited to see Trump competing again, man. You know, he's already qualified for prelims. He's been streaming the high ladder.
Okay.
I'm pumped, actually.
Pumped.
Yeah, Trump's already in, man. He's already qualified.
How many points does he have?
I think 14.
Okay, so he's in the same boat as us then. So that's maybe qualified because I have 14 too, and I'm at maybe qualified. I'm pretty sure.
Most people think that 14's pretty in. I'm a little on the edge. Maybe
I think I'm shaky about 14. I mean, he's competing in this tournament, isn't he? So he's shaky about 14 too. He's looking to try and bump that number up right now because this tournament does give Hearthstone World Championship points. It's an open tournament. Anybody can come in, sign up, and try and earn themselves a place at the World Championship.
Yeah. Trump actually at 15 points because he gets a point for Legend this month, and I think he won an Open Cup already on Battlefy or something. So he's at 15, so he's set.
Okay. Yeah, and looking to try and get more. Maybe he can become the Captain America, get the most points, and play in the global games. That's one of the other features coming out this year from Blizzard's Hearthstone League is there's going to be countries competing against each other in teams, and the highest point earner in all of a specific country. So in Trump's case, the U.S. of A. gets to represent that country as the team captain. So maybe that'll be Team Captain Trump.
Probably unlikely he passes some of the other players in points, but by streaming more and getting more into the competitive scene, he's kind of building a brand and more likely to get voted in as the community player. The community votes in players. You know, some stiff competition in NA between him, Reynad, Amaz, but if Trump's out there playing in competitive tournaments, America wants to win. They want to vote for their favorite player and they want to vote for their best favorite player. You maybe vote for Trump.
All right.
They can also vote for Firebat, though.
I was wondering if you were going to say anything, or if you were just gonna sweep that under the rug. I was like, wow, nice little shout out to me there. Thanks, bud. Anyway, Benji with the red mana worm, some tech here in the rogue deck, as well as novice engineer. So a lot of additional draw. It looks like red mana worm, a card that shines against control decks, able to increase its damage by a lot if you just drop it on turn 5. And Reno Lock or Reno Mage don't answer it, they're going to die the next turn. Or if you're able to just kind of play a slow game, then conceal it. Not typically strong against Rogue, though, as they get off to they get off to a really quick start and put in a lot of damage, as we can see by these Tunnel Trogs here by Trump. He's going to follow this up with a Flame Tongue Totem, which is basically a Korkron elite if you got 2 minions in the field. It's got 3 health and hits for 4 with charge.
Yeah, he could even just play the Claws, overload for 1 on a good turn, get down to 7/7 the following turn, try to just get the bonus damage from the overload. His hand's looking good. Benji's hand's looking all right. A prep would really go a long way. It's going to be tough for him to deal with some of what Trump's got going on.
I want to see Benji play Thalnos Conceal. Try and set up for this earlier Spell Power Phantom Knives. Then next turn he can do Spell Power Phantom Knives, trade in the minions, and maybe utilize the dagger to remove more pressure.
I like the sap.
Okay, yeah, sap's reasonable too. Yeah, this Tunnel Trog's only growing.
Yeah, hard play to identify. Maybe not the best though. Just gets to replay the Trog if he wants to, and then get the buff from the 7/7 on the following turn. He can also just play the Flame Tongue and then play the Trog alongside the 7/7 on the following turn. These are some of those aggro shaman turns that are not necessarily as obvious. Obviously, we see Trump's in a good spot. He's probably going to win the game. But there's some decisions here that influence the outcome.
I like Flame Tongue Totem. It's the most damage and the most pressure. You've already had this much stick. When this much sticks against Rogue, a class that does not excel in AoE spells, does not excel at area removal, you just keep jamming as much as you possibly can every turn. R.I.P. Blade Flurry.
Yeah, helps that this also sets up for lethal.
Well, yeah, that's another great thing.
And it's going to be hard for Benji to find a way to deny that even. He can go ahead and get this cold blood down, but it doesn't really allow him to do much. Gonna take the fan, gets the good trade. He's gonna live with 1 health here unless Trump draws something. Yeah, that's something. Trump gonna clean it up with the lava burst. Already taking game number 1 with the aggro shaman in 5 turns.
That is why most people ban aggro shaman. And that is why most people also bring aggro shaman. It's a pretty good deck. There's been a trend lately of this mid-range thing. And if you ask me, aggro all the way. It's still busted, guys. I don't buy into the hype of this mid-range thing. Aggro all day, day.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting stuff to talk about there. You know, maybe if my opponent's leaving shaman up, they expect it to be aggro, and then
that's true.
It's mid shaman. Yeah, that's a strength to bring in the mid shaman deck. And if it's not that much worse than aggro, but it's extremely better in times when your opponent does leave it up, then maybe you want to bring the mid shaman. But here we see the aggro shaman take a game against pretty anti-control rogue.
Saw an inner fire. There was an inner fire bouncing around in that priest hand. So Benji, some sort of combo priest here. Something going on. Loot hoarder, acolyte of pain. We might actually be seeing the hose and healer. Hose and healer priest. Have you ever seen that deck?
No.
It's a pretty popular stream deck. Some of the meme streamers love playing it. I've seen Neville's play a lot of it. Yeah, it uses this card to the pint-sized potion to be able to get some value trades, then gets Divine Spirit on something. It starts, accumulating a lot of health on the minions, takes trades with them a bunch, and then the minion will be at like 3 health or whatever, but its max health will be at a very high total. And then you'll hose and healer it, restoring it to full health, so like 18 or whatever, then inner fire it, and then be able to kill your opponent in one go with it. So it's a very draw-focused priest, utilizing a bunch of different little cute combos to maintain board control. It's really fun to play.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it has like the genie in it too, and has oh, there it is, yeah, the genie in there, and you can get the genie, and then you use pint-sized potion, and then you utilize what's the new priest 1-mana card? Potion of Madness, which then will give the genie charge, and then you can Divine Spirit inner fire it, killing it in 1 turn.
I didn't realize that this deck also played the Hose and Healer. I've definitely seen the genie.
Okay, yeah, he might not be playing the Hose and Healer version. It looks like it's just like the strict disguised toast genie build.
I think he's definitely playing all combo decks though. Even the rogue deck with cards like Loot Hoarder and Novice Engineer, and with the red Mana Worm, he might just be trying to just kill my opponent in 1 turn with the Mana Worm, honestly. I think Benji might just be running all combo decks. Maybe he likes combo decks, and they actually line up pretty well against the control lineup, so.
Well, this combo deck's kind of garbage because it takes like 6 cards to kill your opponent, which is a lot compared to other combo decks that traditionally use way less cards and have better board control tools. But it is funny.
Deck, though. I don't know. Divine Spirit, 2 of them in the hand. Inner Fire, that's a lot of burst already. Trump able to get the Emperor down a little ahead of time, though. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, he can make it 12-12. It's not going to help him any.
A little unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. And he's not even accumulated half the combo still.
Yeah, you don't need the full combo though. You could just, get
if a minion sticks, yeah, you don't need the combo.
Ginny in there. Which is probably what we're gonna try to see him do. I don't really see using the pint-sized potion to get a heal off. You could use your circle of healing before you do anything to look at more cards in your deck.
Sure, try and find a death.
Yeah. Trump probably gonna just answer the Ginny if it comes down, so maybe that's not really your best bet.
Gonna go with the heal here, looking for options. Finds Alkanai Soul Priest. That's gonna set up the circle. Good sequence there for Alkanai Soul Priest to be an out for Benji.
And this is gonna let him use Divine Spirit immediately on the Genie.
Sure, and then hope there's no Siphon.
Soul,
Yeah. I think you just play the Genie and save
and
it.
wait, yeah.
Yeah. Because they got to answer it with Siphon Soul anyway. Reno Lock's not great at killing, a 4/6.
That's a good pickup. Lets him get down the Mistress. Cleanly.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Trump in a pretty good spot here.
Oh, yeah. And Benji's card draw is kind of fizzling out here now. With both Clerics gone, he's going to have a hard time finding his way through his deck. One Loot Hoarder, one Acolyte already gone, and he still needs a few more pieces to assemble the combo. If he's able to actually just get the Shadow Madness, he'll have lethal. He needs Emperor too, so he needs Shadow Madness and Emperor to assemble lethal. Because then what he's going to do is he's going to play the pint-sized potion and then the Genie, and then use Shadow Madness to take a minion, giving his Genie charge. And then on the taken minion, he can go Divine Spirit, Inner Fire, and deal a ridiculous amount of damage, barring the health total of the minion. Let's just say it's a 2/2, for example. It would go up to 4 and then 6, while the Genie goes up to 12 and then 24, and then he would Inner Fire it, and it would be 30 damage. But he doesn't feel like he has enough time to wait for the Emperor plus the Shadow Madness. He's just going to try and stall out with one of the two Genies. He only needs one Genie for the lethal.
I see. Yeah, I've only seen the combo a couple times. Interesting how that works. I think it's likely we're going to see him just answer this Genie and pass back. What do you think here?
So many possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seems like a good way to go about it. There's the weird card rule that should take a place in Trump's mind right now. When the opponent plays weird card that you never see in other decks that has strange effect, immediately kill that card. That's just a traditional card game rule. So anytime you see something wacky, something strange, at all costs kill it, because they got a plan with that. There is a reason they're playing this wacky garbage, and make sure their plan does not happen. That is super important. See weird, kill weird.
That's usually what I go with, honestly. I'm terrified if I see Genie. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Well, I would in this case, because I've actually seen the deck a few times, but I'm assuming Trump's also seen the deck.
Oh, yeah. It's a pretty cool deck. There's the Emperor. He's one card away now. This Emperor proc sets up lethal if he top decks the Shadow Madness or Potion of Madness.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any taunts. Trump. Ooh.
Oh, there's the taunts. Never mind. That shuts down all the lethal. It's a 7-card combo stopped by taunt.
Wait a minute. You can steal one of the taunts if you get to Shadow Madness.
That's true. And then the stolen taunt can kill it, and he can push through 24, though. So if you're at 25 with 2 taunts up, you can't die to the combo.
Interesting. But he does need to trade some of these minions to get rid of this thing. But Bran...
Yeah, and he's even got the heal on the table.
Yeah. Benji's close.
He's really close.
Has the opportunity to play around this. And it's really hard not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just natural to play around it. It just happens when he plays, the cards in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, not trading off the heal. He is in range now. He didn't trade off the heal. He's susceptible to the combo. It's lethal if he draws it. Oh, that's not the combo.
You can still get it, right? Or wait.
Your opponent didn't set up lethal, so you don't need to go for it now. You have more time. But yeah, Trump falling down to 23 puts himself in range.
You would do that on the 4/6.
So yeah, he ended up not actually playing around with the combo.
Wow.
So all he needs to do is find Potion of Madness. You can see Benji praying a little bit there. If he finds Potion of Madness.
Yeah, trying to find his out. Ooh, that's pretty good. Reno as well. Pretty hard not to play around at this turn.
If Trump plays cards in his hand, he will most likely stop the combo.
We said that last turn, though. What combination of cards in his hand don't play around the combo that are reasonable.
Hey, this time it's impossible. This time it's actually impossible. As long as he plays something, as long as it's not just Shadow Bolt passing, he plays around the combo. So close. He just needed Potion of Madness. Then he could have taken the Mistress of Mixtures, buffed it up while buffing the Genie up, used the Mistress of Mixtures with its massive health total and whatnot to kill the Bran, and then punched face for 24 with the Genie. But he did not draw the crucial Potion of Madness. Or Shadow Madness. Both would have been able to work, because he had them. No, he didn't have the mana for Shadow Madness. He needed exactly Potion of Madness.
Ooh, this just kind of ends everything, huh?
Yeah, the combo's dead now.
Just like that.
That's the second Genie.
Deflated.
And combo destroyed. Trump does take the extra heal this turn, though. He trades in
Do you think
the 4/4 instead
we'll
of
see
the
a
Argus.
concede here?
There's no other way that this deck wins. So yeah. I mean, I guess maybe he can stick a minion, but it's going to be tough to stick a minion in this board. He's going to keep fighting. Maybe he's got an alternate win condition in here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, somehow clears Trump's board, gets the double Divine Spirit down, buffs a minion up. Maybe Trump leaves himself susceptible to getting his minion stolen and just
I can't believe Trump didn't play around it that one turn, though. When he all he needed to do was trade in the Mixtress and then taunt up anything else. And then he's just out of range of the combo. I just learned about this combo recently, actually. I saw a guy playing this deck on ladder. He like got it to get charge against me, and I didn't realize that the Shadow Madness gave the Genie charge. I had no idea that Shadow Madness and Potion of Madness gave Genie charge. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's a weird interaction.
Yeah.
Reddit, all on it. Trump picking basically any two potions in the world.
He's denying card draw, gaining armor. Those are the two things you want to be doing when you got this big of a board lead.
And setting up lethal. Those are what you want to do.
So
Has lethal.
Keeping his cool. Keeping an optimal line of play.
You wish to live forever.
Through and through.
Trump's going to find lethal here with the Abyssal, or the Hellfire, or the Jiraxis. Hopefully he does a Jiraxis. Trump, not a BMer, though. He's the mayor, man. He's a respectable guy. He thought about it after he did it. He's like, should have played Jiraxis. I love the Jiraxis BM, personally. Trump going up 2-0 in the series.
Yep. And now he just has Reno Mage left. And if there's one thing that the Priest combo OTK is not really good against, it's Ice Block. That card is a bummer. When you're trying to kill your opponent from 30 and they Ice Block you, your one-shot becomes a little less effective as you pop them at 30. And then they polymorph your minion and are still at 30. And it's very difficult to win from that position because you just blew your entire load trying to kill him.
Yeah, and if we're right about all of his decks being combo decks, it's going to be tough for him to find a win.
This deck, though, with the red mana worms are crazy effective against any sort of slow mage deck. That combo is a lot easier to pull off than the priest combo. Requires many less cards, and Rogue's better at cycling.
Bigger range of cards as well.
Yeah, it could just be any spell. That's your combo pieces. So it's a lot easier to pull off than the priest combo is.
Yeah, I can see him just shiv the face, start going through that deck. Like
Really
we said,
prioritizing cycle.
Fresh from Kazakis.
A little cruel action here. Probably not, though. Onyx Bishop, pretty solid card. Frost Nova, also not too bad. Helps against Conceal. Preserve some life. I like the Bishop. Trump likes the Bishop, too. It's the value.
It is a pretty solid value.
thinking as always. Before goes the Shiv here. Probably just hits it with the dagger. Shiv next turn. Maybe hit it with the dagger again. Pick up a 4-drop. His hand's a little clunky, Benji's.
Yeah, he's got double gadget already. Needs to start trying to find them conceals.
Trump picking up the Kazakis. Great draw. Gonna go ahead and look at some potion options.
Trying to find the polymorph. If he finds a polymorph, he can just defuse the conceal situation. None of the options were polymorph. But most likely gets to deal for it all at least. He can deal with the concealed gadgets. Oh, he goes for the full tempo play. Okay.
I like it. He saw that his opponent was running some kind of, cycle heavy rogue before. He played his priest. He's probably onto him.
He's just trying to pressure him out. Instead of trying to live through the combo, he's just going to kill him before the combo can happen. Yeah, and it's a very effective strategy and works well with the cards in his hand here. It works well with the bishop, able to generate a lot of minions on the field for the potion then to buff health of. Or anyway, that's the hope.
Yeah, I like it more than just trying to stay alive. Unless you're drawing cards and getting into an ice block to go with the Reno, most of what you're doing isn't going to really matter if they get the combo. So killing them before they have the combo is honestly one of your best options.
Yeah, and this is a sticky board. We see Benji take a deep breath there, seeing that. Gotta act fast if he's going to be able to survive through this. No conceal just yet either.
Trump with a lot of pressure. No conceal. He has a lot of answers. He's got the board already, so now he doesn't have to worry about not being able to pressure while he spends his mana on removal. And that's the thing, right? He didn't need the removal in the early game. Instead, he got the minions on the board, and he's got them buffed up. And now, when he needs to play removal, he doesn't have to worry about pressuring his opponent because he's already got the pressure.
Kind of a YOLO coin. Looking to try and find a conceal here for Benji. Able to remove some pressure, but well, the backstab's not bad. Just continue cycling at least. There's the conceal. Now you can even hold on to the backstab because it doesn't accomplish anything really.
Yeah, and then
he's thinking about waving on the conceal.
Turn. Interesting decision.
How much damage does he have actually? Because he's going to conceal this red mana worm. That's going to bring it up to 4. And then he's got 1, 2, 3 spells to play alongside it. So that's going to bring it up to 10. 2 of those spells are cold bloods. So that's another 8. So that's 18. He's only got 20 damage with barring like another spell top deck. Then maybe he gets up to 22. So it's not quite enough for lethal, but it is a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting that he felt like it was... like he needed to do this here.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage. He needs to draw, I guess, back-to-back spells, and one of them needs to be an Eviscerate for this to equate up to lethal at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a struggle. The first one was an Edwin Van Cleef, so he's not going to be able to find lethal unless he gets maybe a Fan of Knives or something in the midst here.
Trump has 7 burst from hand, and he has 11 on the board, so he's 1 off lethal. So the game's going to need to end pretty soon, so I don't know why he wouldn't just use all of his spells now.
And the Blizzard is going to stop it, and the combo's been broken. Combo breaker.
Frost Nova that he could have picked earlier would have done the same thing, but he saw that he had the Blizzard already, It picks the Onyx Bishop. The Onyx Bishop, lots of pressure.
The best deals anywhere.
And don't see any way that Benji's going to be able to heal out of this.
Yeah, needs to find maybe a Swashbuckler for an ice block, as well as another conceal, and prep out the ice block.
Interesting to see the combo decks, though. Typically fun decks, not usually good in Hearthstone's history, for the most part.
I love playing combo decks on ladder, though. I usually meme my way to top 100 legend with combo decks of this nature. I play red mana worm decks a lot. I'm an avid red mana worm player. But, no, they're not good. I wouldn't bring them to a tournament. if I was trying to win.
Yeah. Patron, one of the only good combo decks that's existed. Miracle Rogue, now, but even more so in the traditional sense with Shadow Steps and Leroy.
Yeah, now it's not really a combo deck. Now it's more just like an aggro deck with some draw.
Trump gonna seal the game up here with the Forgotten Torch and the attacks to face. Winning the series 3-0 against Benji. Moving on to the round of 32.
3-0 victory. And the well-known player, the pro, if you will, takes another victory over the up-and-comers. It's sad to see every up-and-comer get defeated thus far. I'm waiting, man. When is the up-and-comers' time, the working man's time, to defeat one of these cocky pros? Someone's got to put them in their place.
That's exactly how I would describe it. Trump, cocky pro, not a hard worker.
No,
Benji,
that's not what I said.
man.
You're putting words in my mouth. That is not what I said. That is definitely
No,
not
but
what I
yeah,
said.
I'd love to see one of the open players come and do well. Like we said, they have one of the open players won PAX East, and we still got some in the mix. You know, there's a lot of games left. There's a lot of games to be seen, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw one of them sneak through.
Yeah.
Statistically likely.
The underdogs, man. I root for the underdogs. I want to see them. I want to see them get work done. So hopefully after this, we see an underdog take over one of the big namers. But we're gonna go to a short break while we get the players set up or ready to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Biofrost here, letting everyone know that GEICO has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone PAX South Major. The next match we have for you guys today is going to be Orange, who recently joined a Team Alliance, up against Marsh. Marsh, a player bringing Priest. We have seen a trend lately. The players that bring Priest and Paladin usually lose. And that's just what the data has been telling us over the last 2 days, so who knows. And Orange rocking the, I would say, most common lineup of the pro players, which seems to be the Shaman with the Rogue and the Warrior and the Mage. Same classes that I would say over half of the pro players have been playing in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you either bring the Mage or the Reno Warlock if you want to stay on traditional Conquest lineups. Not really much variation to make in an open meta like we talked about before. It's risky to play other decks. Looks like we're going right into the game, though. Marsh on the Mage.
Marsh Mage up against Orange Reno Lock. Or Rogue. It's been a long day. I don't know. I saw Leroy, and for some reason I thought Leroy faceless combo, yeah, but no, it is a Miracle Rogue. Questing Adventure, as it seems, which means it most likely will include Conceal. Marsh not happy with his hand, making some facial expressions.
Bit of a memer. I think he's happy with his hand. I think he's just a bit of a memer.
Okay, pretending he's unhappy with his hand. Maybe sending some false signals Orange's way. Playing the mind games.
He's definitely just a memer.
he just loves the camera. He's having a good time.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, you know. Like we said, you get a chance to play against some pros, enter the tournament. There'll be more chances like this too. Remember, Onog will be at PAX East and South by Southwest, so look for those tournaments later this year. Orange, picking up the patches. Didn't really want to see that. You could try to get the questing down now and pair it with the backstab. He could even use the coin and the patches if you wanted to put up to a 5-5. Get it pretty out of range for anything we'd see. Usually it's not too hard for a mage to kill the question over 2 turns, though. And without a conceal, it's a lot of resources.
Well, this is typically a bad matchup for Rogue if the Reno Mage is kind of teched towards this way, so going all in is not a bad approach. And but it might start kind of fall flat here for Orange unless he picks up a conceal. As he said, it's very easy for the Mage to just 2-turn this. He's got Thalnos Blast into Forgotten Torch if he wants.
Yeah, could even put a torch first.
Sure.
Blast ping, or Thalnos Blast then the next turn. Maybe fit something extra in. Goes with the blast and the coin and the torch.
He just wants to get rid of it now, sure. Yeah. I don't hate it. Don't let it grow. Don't let it get concealed. Yeah, that seems like the best play to me.
Orange having to take a turn just to cycle. All he has left is the patches. His opponent's at 28. He has some cards in hand, but nothing spectacular. Might get some value off this questing at the Abyss if it can't get killed by something. But we see that Marsh not only has the potion, but he also has the fireball.
Yeah.
And he gets to deal 4 damage to all minions, putting him in a great spot.
Maybe Marsh is the man. The underdog, the guy that's going to do it. Defeat the pro players. The first guy in the tournament. Is Marsh the man?
He's definitely got a positive mental attitude. We can tell by his cam. He's loving it on there.
He is. He's definitely loving the time in the spotlight.
A little nervous, you know. It's helping him ease his nerves.
If you're sitting across from him here as Orange trying to make reads on this guy's facial expressions, I don't know what you would think. So the potion is the deal 4 damage to all minions and polymorph a random enemy.
Extra safe.
Extra safe. Yeah. So you can potentially deal with large questings or an all-in Edwin Van Cleef.
Yeah, this is a good hand from Marsh, too. He's got spells to take out minions or go face if he can get some pressure. So I'd like to see him drop this Conjurer and try to start getting some face damage on Orange. Kind of giving his burn spells an extra facet, if you will.
He just keeps looking into the camera and making some sort of cringe face. I don't like. He's just making like the what face.
He's doing a bunch of faces, man. He's actually a face expert, I think.
Okay, that's the specialty.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he's teched his decks.
Yeah. He's feeling himself, man. He might as well be singing in the shower right now.
I mean, he's in a great spot, so I mean, makes sense. Orange went all in, and he was able to just cleanly answer the all in with the Torch Blast, and now Orange has got not enough resources to really make anything happen, and Marsh has got the pressure turned up. He's going to be able to get down this Potion of Polymorph too, which is going to prevent a future Gadgets and Auctioneer from getting any value, and that's absolutely disgusting. It also prevents Edwin Van Cleef from coming down.
Orange is gonna hit this? Dude, that's not all that Marsh has turned up, dude. He's turned up. Look at the guy. He's dancing away, dude.
Oh, yeah. And this potion's so solid. As soon as Orange gets a gadget, as soon as he tries to play a questing or an Edwin, whatever his next all-in is, it's going to be answered. He's just shut down. He's locking Orange out of the game.
Orange is not gonna want. He's just not gonna be happy when he sees this Potion of Polymorph. Like the next minion that Orange plays isn't gonna be a pirate. It's most likely gonna be a Drake, a Gadget and Auctioneer, a Questing, an Edwin.
It's gonna be something Orange needs to help him win the game, and it's just gonna turn into a sheep, and he's gonna be so sad.
Unless he draws a pirate, holds it, then draws an Edwin. I can't imagine. Even then, he'd play the Questing first. This
He
sheep
needs
is
it
getting
now.
wild.
He's gonna die. There's 12 damage. I mean, there's 9 damage from the hand for Marsh, so there's easily enough, including the board.
You know when Reno Mage has a really good matchup against Rogue?
When?
When they're almost a Tempo Mage deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here. Like, potentially a turn 8 lethal for Marsh.
Yeah. Not much Orange is going to be able to do here. He's going to get the bad news about his minion becoming a sheeple.
And Marsh is gonna go up 1-0 against Orange to start off the series. The underdog taking down the recently acquired Alliance Pro. For
Yeah,
the one
also
game.
hot off some good performances, Oranges. You know?
I mean, he's a solid player for sure.
Yep, second at West Egg.
There you go.
Recently played in another tournament, I can't remember which at the moment, but going down 0-1 in the set versus Marsh. Marsh, pretty clean mage win.
Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was comfortable through and through. A little bit of grimacing in the beginning, but towards the end he was dancing, bobbing his head. He was able to discover the Potion of Polymorph, formulate a plan, execute it. I liked the way he played that game. I thought he played that exceptional. I can't wait to see how he plays the rest of this series. See if he's maybe the underdog that's going to take everything home.
He definitely gave you some dancing. I know how bad you wanted to see me dance yesterday.
I mean, you were supposed to. You said
Marsh
if it's Aggro Priest, you'd dance, and it was Aggro Priest, and you didn't dance. So
I don't think it was Aggro Priest. That's up to me. Marsh definitely not playing Aggro Priest. As we see this, he's Sarah, an Excavated Evil in hand. Orange going with the Dragon Warrior. He's been known to prefer this over the Pirates. So.
Oh, he's got one of every sort of AoE in his deck. This might hint at potentially a Reno Priest here. Yep, there it is. Raza coming to the hand there. So this is some sort of Reno Priest for Marsh. This could be a liability for him. Not a very strong deck on the tier list.
Yeah, do you know what's good against a bunch of decks of one-offs that are inconsistent?
Anything?
A consistent curve. Like Alex Straza's champion into frothing into Core Crown Elite.
Yeah.
Even has to execute.
That is a ridiculously strong curve from Orange. It's no wonder why he loves Dragon Warrior so much. Everyone else favors Pirates, but Orange is still on that Dragon hype. And it's because...
Ooh, a little bit of an interruption on this turn. Going to have to go ahead and get that execute out there on the Doomsayer.
That's a cool tech card. Not a lot of players played execute in the Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, definitely an orange-only thing.
It's
I mean, other
working
people
out
do
for
it, but yeah. I think I've seen his list before. I think it runs 1 execute, 1 slam.
Alright, able to alleviate some pressure, start working towards the Dragonfire Potion, the Raza.
Yeah,
maybe
Dragonfire Potion pretty effective right now compared to usual. Against Dragon Warrior. Interesting
Orange,
turn.
if he chooses to go with the Kor'kron Elite, it's obviously more mana efficient, puts out the most damage, but it walks into the potential Excavated Evil and a bunch of other things. And he just saw a Pain, so developing Frothing Berserker just to have it in play for future turns is honestly the most damage, actually. Or most pressure, anyway, as far as, stats on the board.
Yeah, I definitely prefer this. You might even draw a 5-drop to play next turn. Getting the Frothing down now, you've just seen the Pain. The only thing left that can kill it while it's young is Bookworm, but you're out of you don't have enough mana. Your opponent doesn't have enough mana to do that yet.
Yeah. So now, the one thing to note though is that if Kor'kron had came out for Orange last turn, Marsh would have been under too much pressure to drop Raza, but because Frothing comes out, he's got enough free time that he thinks he can maybe get away with just dropping Raza.
Yeah. And right here, I want to see Orange trade the patches and just go face with everything else.
Just try and play around the Dragonfire, yeah. That would maximize the damage output. You do see the trade of the patches, but he is also trading away the Kor'kron. Dragonfire Potions is not like a card you see every day, so a lot of players are not really used to playing around it too much.
Once you see the Raza, though.
Yeah, sure. It is pretty typical in the Reno variations, but it's a one-of, and if he doesn't have it, he's dead. So I don't hate not playing around
he
it.
gets to play down the 9/9 here. Maybe not play the Pirate, though, at least. I would have liked to see some kind of counterplay, but
yeah, some kind of counterplay, because he needed it to, otherwise he was dead. So
yeah,
some kind of counterplay against it.
Kind of a checkmate position that Orange did not take advantage of. But he does have the 9/9 here, and Marsh doesn't have any way to deal with this easily. 9/9's pretty good when they go unanswered.
Yeah, well, he's gonna try and set up the Priest of the Feast. It kind of forces a trade. If the trade doesn't happen, Marsh threatens to play a bunch of spells and regain the health.
No way for Orange to pick up lethal since he used both of the champions, and he didn't have a dragon anyways already for the Corruptor.
Picking up a dragon for the Corruptor, though, mighty nice.
Yeah, hard to see how it's going to use it here. Oh, man, none of these cards go together. Almost want to use the Drake, try to find something a little bit better that fits in with something somewhere. But, I don't know. Kind of forced to go face, right?
Kind of forced. Has to just hope there's no death. It wasn't there last turn. Maybe it's not going to be there again.
Yeah, trade, not really something that Marsh wants to do, but he's going to have to do it, which means he's going to have to probably play the Excavated Evil, unless he just takes the value on the heal and the Holy Nova and just goes face.
He can just double trade the Azure Drake, drop the taunt, heal himself. You
like the taunt? I kind of like...
The other option is you have to leave up the Twilight Drake, or the Azure Drake to kill the 9/9. And you don't want to do that. So this, I think this is the most defensive line.
Just trade the Priest of the Feast into the Drake, and then play the Holy Nova and the Twilight Whelp.
The Twilight hold back on the Guardian?
Yeah.
9 gets to connect to your dome again. That's pretty scary, man.
You heal 7, though.
Yeah, I mean, you walk into situations where War Axe starts killing you and stuff like that.
What now?
Just interesting. You'd be healed for 5 more. Now he has 2 minions, though, so maybe this 9/9 gets a trade, and he gets to trade the Excavated Evil with the Priest of the Feast, and clear up the rest of the board as well. Yeah, there was a lot of... that turn was not as easy as it looked. The taunt seems obvious, but I just wonder if there was anything else he could have done. Orange turn, though, pretty easy. Trade Frothing.
All the 4 health minions, only 3 damage AoE for Marsh.
Not on 10 mana yet, where he could use both.
1 turn away.
Is someone injured?
So he's drawing for additional answers, trying to find Shadow or Death, maybe. Oh, shaking his head here. He could still Holy Nova into Shadow or Death. Shadow Word Death on the Frothing. Leave
Straight
up the
to
9 attack.
Frothing first. Guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's looking for the Shadow Word Death, or he assumes he's dead if he doesn't hit the Shadow Word Death.
I mean, okay, this, yeah, it's over now with the Color Corruptor in hand. There was a lot of game there. I think there was a couple decisions Marsh maybe could have took differently. Orange throwing away a Pirate at one point, but playing pretty well overall. Taking game 2, evening up the series versus Marsh, 1-1.
1-1. Orange looking to try and come back in there. Gets his win with his favorite deck. Dragon Warrior is kind of like Orange's pet deck for the last expansion thus far. He loves that deck. He's been bringing it to every tournament. He's been doing well with it. Everyone else switching to Pirates. Orange is like, Dragons are still good, guys. So he gets a win with that one. Next, he still has to try and win with his Reno Mage and his Miracle Rogue. And he's got decks that are favorable for Mage and Rogue. He's got Priest and Reno Lock up ahead of him. So you'd have to give the edge to Orange here, just looking at classes.
Yeah, that Rogue, a little bit worse, I think, against the Reno Priest than the Dragon Priest, but still pretty good. Reno Priest not really having the value to go long against the Reno Mage, usually. Also, Reno Mage has a lot of sneaky lethals in there with Alexstrasza and such. Marsh's other deck most likely being Reno Lock. So Rogue also good against that. And the Reno Majors Reno Lock matchup being quite tough. And we've seen time and time again that the professional players who are bringing Reno Mage have been playing a little bit better and squeaking out those wins in that Reno Mage versus Reno Lock matchup.
Yeah, judging by the stats, it is slightly favored for Reno Mage over Reno Lock. But a lot of that has to do with builds, especially in tournaments where you can kind of tech it for either going up against control or going up against aggro. And if you tech it for aggro and then run into a Reno Lock, you're going to have some problems, as well as vice versa. So the Rogue, what is the Rogue's game plan against Reno Priest, and how does it differ from the Rogue's game plan up against Dragon Priest?
So against Reno Priest, looks like we have something going on with the players here, but against Reno Priest, usually as Rogue, you're doing a lot of the same, but you're trying to be a little bit more careful to play around AoEs like Excavated Evil or Dragonfire Potion that you know the Reno Priest plays. So you want to try to time your board so that you have other minions alongside your questing that can get entombed or death, so that those minions can get in chip damage, and then you can eventually finish them off with a Leroy turn. Or you want to try to bait their Dragonfire early on minions that aren't gadgeting while stealth.
Okay. Yeah, the Reno Priest, one of the big advantages they have over the Dragon Priest in this matchup is is Reno. Reno itself, of course, being a huge facet in the deck. One of the ways that you're going to win as Priest against Rogue is just outlasting their damage, being able to remove all of their threats, being able to outlast the potential damage and win the board away from the Rogue. So when sometimes you're able to start stabilizing, you're able to win the board away from Rogue, they start fizzling out, but they've gotten you low enough and they have just enough to burst you over the top. Well, Reno can help prevent that. Being able to just heal right back up to 30 is absolutely huge. So it makes the defensive game plan from Priest a lot stronger when you have that heal in your deck.
Definitely.
And makes Rogue's all-ins a lot worse, because sometimes the all-ins, you can't get the Edwin big enough to one-shot you, but you can get it so that you can conceal it and then punch him for a bunch of damage, and then hopefully you finish them off soon, and you only have to worry about them healing for 2 a turn. Well, now the all-ins are a lot less appealing because the Priest player is able to heal for so much more.
Yeah, and we're going to see Orange take a pretty aggressive start here. Edwin and a Tomb Pillager. Marsh does have the Song Stealer for the Edwin next turn, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage before he can get that out.
Yeah. And it's still going to be a 2-2 after the Song Stealer, so it's still going to be kicking away as a baby cleave. But Song Stealer is a pretty unique card. You don't see that in every variation of Reno Priest, and the Silence is definitely a powerful tool against Rogue.
Yeah, I like that card. Getting down to 2-3. Ooh.
That sets up lethal.
Yes, it does.
So you go face for 11, you can seal, guaranteeing that you can connect for 11 next turn, and then you get the 6 on top of it.
I Mass Dispel.
Yeah, Mass Dispel is yeah, it doesn't even shut it down. So Marsh is gonna need some sort of taunts. He can't get the Alkanized Circle combo. This is one turn before the Dragonfire Potion.
Even a taunt here. This game's just over.
That's not Defender of Argus.
Defender of Argus would have done it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Barring a cold blood. Yeah, so Marsh, not much to do here. This is really the strength of Rogue, right?
Yeah, I like the identification there from Orange. He saw, I got no gadgets, I got no Drakes, I don't even have fans. He had no cycle whatsoever in his hand. So he just went deep with the all-in, makes the Edwin, and gets rewarded for it. Top decks to conceal, closes the game out. Sometimes when you got a crummy hand, you go all in, and sometimes you win. So that's one of the powers of Rogue. It has a pretty high chance to draw a mediocre or not so good hand. But of those not so good hands, those have a pretty high chance of just being able to have a concealed draw make you get lethal, or just being able to be, if your opponent can't answer Edwin, they die. So even the bad hands in Rogues force your opponent to have a specific answer. Otherwise, they're a good hand. So that's why Rogue can be such a powerful class, and it can just kind of cheese out victories against anything. And we see it there, taking a nice quick win, giving Orange a 2-1 lead over Marsh, leaving him with just his Reno Mage to get a win with, up against Reno Lock and Dragon Priest for Marsh, or Reno Priest for Marsh.
Yeah, and that you really touched on it there. A skillful Rogue player is able to make a lot more out of those bad hands than someone who hasn't played as much Rogue. They're looking at their hand, they're wondering what to do with these minions and this conceal without the gadgets in, and it's not so obvious that you need to, attack this turn, don't conceal, then next turn maybe play the Cold Blood and the conceal and set up a better spot to find lethal.
So I've not played a lot of Reno Priest up against Reno Mage. How does this matchup usually break down, and who comes out with an edge?
Definitely depends on the Reno Mage list. If you're running Inkmaster Solia with the Alex Straza combo, I gotta imagine you're favorited. Even then, if you're playing Kabbalist Tome, these types of cards, you don't see this often, but it's got to be pretty tough for the Priest to win. And if you save the Polymorph for the big dragon they do run, we see it in his hand already, in Ysera. Drachnid Operative's good, but I can't imagine that the Reno Priest is favorited.
Oh, wow. Orange not going with the Doomsayer here. He's just going to go with the Loot Hoarder. I think the reasoning behind this is that Orange wants to save the Doomsayer the entire game. He wants to try and guarantee that his Kazakus Revive Potions won't be bringing back Doomsayer. So he's committing here to never playing this Doomsayer.
Yeah, definitely a peculiar turn from Orange. Could have played the Doomsayer, would have still given him a heal, even if he just played the Doomsayer. It's unlikely that cards are really going to make a difference in Marsh's hand. And what I mean by that is that no matter how many cards he gets, it's not likely he'll be able to rush Orange down. And this game's going a long time, so if he already has the options, gaining more cards isn't going to help him, so to speak. And it's not like Priest has some combos that they're trying to draw to. They usually are just playing solid minions every turn.
Except for, the Brand combos, like Brand Kazakis, and getting that out could actually allow the Priest to maybe rush him down. But barring that, I have to agree with you. Yeah, Priest, not the rushiest deck in the world, especially not the Reno Priest variants. We've seen quite a few defensive cards and a lot of AoEs in the build.
Yeah, Doomsayer are also a good card against Priest in general if they don't have Pain or a way to answer it with a Song Stealer or an Entune or something. And if they Entomb it, you're ecstatic. But
yeah, Orange can clear the board here and take 2 draws with a Volcanic Potion.
Yeah, and it's not very easy to get value out of Volcanic Potion in this matchup, so taking it here, not the worst. Definitely now that you've seen the Babbling Book. Usually I want to save that for Brand and control matchups. We've touched on this a few times, but if you can fit it in here, and it can generate you a trade when you otherwise wouldn't get it.
Ooh, Kazakis without Brand against Reno Priest. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, and we see the Emperor in Orange's hand, so we know he's got Antonitis in there.
He wants to put on pressure really quick. He wants to try and tempo out this game. He doesn't want the game to go long. Maybe he's playing a Pyroblast in his deck, like some sort of low-value, high-burn sort of Reno Mage. One of the more, Rage-esque builds. Polymorph a random enemy and revive 2. So he did go with the revive, so it makes sense holding back the Doomsayer so he could guarantee the revive. His lines made sense since turn 2. He avoided playing the Doomsayer so he could try and get this revive potion, so he could try and snowball the board with some revives. But he's not going to revive very high-quality minions at this state.
Doesn't really care that the Kazakis dies, because like you said, he's just trying to revive it. They're not the highest quality, but they're not awful, He's going to get a 3/3 here. He's going to get a
Loot Hoarder.
A Loot Hoarder if he wants. That's still a strong turn 5. Something to remember is the potion is just insane in general.
Yeah, I mean, he does get the Polymorph off too, which could allow the Acolyte to get in an extra value trade. He's got to worry about Overdrive maybe a little bit. The Acolyte draws 2 and the Loot Hoarder draws 1.
Yeah.
Then he'll overdraw.
Yeah, Kazakis basically you overpay for the body, and then you underpay significantly for the potion.
Mm-hmm.
Deal 5, summon 2 minions, even if it's a 3/3 and a Loot Hoarder, is insane value.
Inkmaster further signals heavy amounts of burn in his deck. So he seems to be some sort of one of the more aggressive Reno mages, the burn-oriented Reno mage. So he's going to be trying to set up for some way to lethal Marsh rather than trying to go for a strict value plan.
Yeah, a Reno list that's usually better against non-shaman decks. Gets a decent rogue matchup, runs a couple of the extra cards that are good versus rogue, and then looks to finish off his opponent with burn through, Pyroblast, Archmage.
Well, if that's his game plan, he's going to start running into trouble. Marsh was able to discover Ice Block for the crazy busted Ice Block Reno interaction.
Marsh trying to keep a straight face.
Yeah, the one time he's not making faces, he discovered Ice Block, and he's like, yeah, now I got to keep it cool. It's suspicious that he's not making faces, right, at this point.
It's a good joke. Keep it cool. Get it? Because he got the Ice Block?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Twitch chat is getting upset about my dumb jokes, so I was trying to lay off of them a little bit.
Reading Twitch chat while casting in 2017. Ellie giggle. It's only my first gig, and I already know not to do that. Come on now, Firebat. Well, it looks like Marsh here is going to discover a dragon. Another Spy Historian, one of the better cards in this matchup because it can give you extra value. Has the brand to pair with it too. Decides to not do that and hold on to it. He would have overdraw if he didn't play anything else, but I kind of would have liked to see that get paired with the brand.
He wants to save the brand for the Kazakis. He wants those double Kazakis potions. It's a Reno deck.
Yeah,
That
you can
is insane,
put
man.
all 3 together.
Oh, that's true. He could have saved it for that as well. I guess he just really wanted something to do this turn, huh?
Yeah.
It could have went slower on the turn, like slower tempo-wise, went with like Ice Block or something this turn. But he wanted to get these bodies on the board, begin pressuring Orange. Orange has shown an inability to answer the board cleanly as of late, so I don't hate it.
Yeah. Plays the book out now. Counter spell, not the best, but you can set up interesting positions later that only get punished by a spell. And then counter spell that spell. Goes with the polymorph. Let me go ahead and clean up that Drachnid operative here. Leaving himself with an Acolyte that's going to get some more value, but he already used his Emperor. He didn't hit Too many cheap spells. So Antonitis is only going to be able to make so many fireballs. The Priest is at a good life total. And Orange is definitely going to deck first. So he's going to need to find a way to put together his spells in the right order that allows him to generate enough value to beat Marsh. And if Marsh at any point gets a armor potion off of a Kazakis, he could put himself in a pretty good position. Overdrawing, overdrawing Orange and everything here. Man, this was a pretty big misstep from Orange, I think.
Oh, the Forgotten Torch, that's a big one to mill too, because that is basically 9 points of burn, 3 on the first form, 6 on the second form, and it adds a card to your deck, slowing fatigue sort of things. And at the moment, if this game's able to go long, which it seems like Marsha is going to be able to take it long, he's going to have a big advantage.
Yeah, he even got the other 2 cards off Orange too, the Thelness and such. So, yeah, Orange going to have to try to take the board now and win through tempo. He recognizes it.
Not a bad card for board control and tempo. It's a 5/5 at least.
Do you know how often people wait for someone to get punished by Naga Sea Witch? Doesn't play the Arcane Intellect first, and now it costs 5 mana.
Well, if he had played it first, would he have overdrawn?
No.
Because he has to hold Inkmaster Solia and Firelands Portal. So he cannot play it first.
Wait. 1, 2.
Yeah. So you would have
could have played the barrier or something, but yeah.
Yeah. But you don't want to play barrier there, The risk is so small. I think that the order is correct for Orange, because overdrawing is much worse.
As we've already seen. Naga Sea Witch never punishes anyone. I've been waiting for a long time. I just want to see it once, you know? Ooh, he's even got a Justicar in there.
Yeah, for the Uber heals. Orange is aggressively drawing. He realizes there's no chance he's winning in fatigue. He wants to have as much resources as possible to just tempo out and try and kill Marsh.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that his macro plan originally was not played correctly, and now that Orange realizes he's kind of thrown the long game, if it was even there in the first place.
His macro line from the beginning has been a straight aggro. Like from turn 2 when he decided to play Loot Hoarder instead of Doomsayer, Orange's macro line has been, I'm going to draw cards, I'm going to build boards, and I'm going to get in chip damage. I run Pyroblast in my deck, and I'm going to finish him. So I think this is exactly what Orange has wanted.
Yeah, and the 3
it's not traditional.
And the 3 draws where he overdrew and all that stuff.
Okay, those may have been a misplay. Those may have been a misplay, but we're talking about the macro line. That's a micro.
All really planned.
You said that the macro line of being aggressive,
I'm
not the
saying
micro line of getting overdrawn on one specific turn. I don't think getting overdrawn on one turn can consist of game plan.
I meant he does not have the macro line of going long. He doesn't have it anymore, period. Like, not that he wanted it, but he doesn't have it. He's correctly identified that he has to go all in for sure on the aggro plan, you know, without the Kazakis, without the 2 potions. He doesn't have that long game. And he picks up the Antonitis relatively early, all things considered. He's going to generate some value here with the counterspell, which, like I said before, you know, you put down a big minion like that, you keep protecting it with the counterspell. And then you stop them from being able to entomb it. Marsh draws the spell to play around it, though. Could have wasted the ice block to play around it, but a little rough. Yeah, this is a tough spot. Kind of hard to see how Marsh gets out of this.
I must consider.
Do you see anything?
He needs to find Reno, that's for sure. He needs a lot more health than he currently has if he's going to be able to dig himself out of this situation.
There's a Reno for someone.
The wrong guy. Still has the ice block up this turn, so he still has the ability to try and find Reno for the next turn.
Can heal for 6 with the Justicar, but that's only going to put him to 7 if Orange can find even a perfect pop, but it's unlikely that he can find a perfect way to pop him. You probably just pop him at 4? Then he heals for 6 and goes to 10, and you just kill him with the fireball. So he needs exactly Reno here, or some type of heal.
Yeah, he saves the maximum amount of burst possible by popping with the Pyroblast there. Now he can burst for 15 out of hand rather than just 10 out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And without the Reno, Orange going to go ahead and take this game. Aggroing down his opponent and finishing him off with the fireball generated by the Antonitis.
Yeah, I like the way Orange played that game. I think it's correct to try and play for tempo, try and play the game very aggressively. He knows that he's running cards like Pyroblast, Novice Engineer, Loot Hoarder in his deck, so he's not running a super high value dense deck. And, you know, from the beginning, when he decided to hold back the Doomsayer, let's go for a Kazakus 5, and try and go for Resummon on Kazakus 5, he kind of signaled that he wanted to go for an aggressive, all-in sort of game plan, and it really worked for him. He was able to ignore the entire value game, just play a bunch of minions, flood the board, and basically play Zoo Mage with fireballs. And it worked out really well for him, because at the end there, the Priest player had a ton of value, but ran out of removal, and Marsh didn't have any time to develop these minions that were just accumulated in his hand.
Yeah, that's definitely one way you can look at it. I feel like he kind of stumbled into the game plan. The Doomsayer, maybe you don't play it there, but it's good with the freezing later on. But either way, he definitely identified the moment in the match where he needed to go extra aggressive and even play into things so that he could get the tempo against his opponent and finish him off before his opponent started doing anything crazy in terms of like Razadon Chained, healing for free with Justicar, 4 health a turn, that kind of thing. Looks like we have Amnesia coming up next versus Ghost Dragon. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with more Hearthstone.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce GEICO's sponsorship of Team Solo Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major at PAX South. I am Firebat, and bringing you the action today alongside me is the Rat. We are here casting Amnesiac, the young savage, one of the BlizzCon contestants, up against Ghost Dragon.
Yep, and we saw Amnesiac earlier pick up a solid win for himself.
3-0, in fact. He performed quite nicely, able to handle himself in some tough spots, set up a lethal with Rogue, get the job done quite elegantly. And it looks like he's going to have probably a lineup advantage here. We have Ghost Dragon with some sort of Druid, which has a bit of some shaky matchups up against the Shaman and the Rogue there. And it's a Druid lineup that banned Warrior, so instead of Shaman.
Yeah, interesting. I'm interested to see what Ghost Dragon's decks are. It's hard to piece together what they could be that makes the Warrior ban make more sense. Once you add Druid into the equation,
Because Druid's like okay against Pirates, yeah.
Yeah, but you do have the Priest in there, which is probably
a little better against Shaman than Pirates.
Yeah, some people would say that.
Maybe rounds it out, yeah.
I actually think that Shaman's a little bit more favored against Priest than even Pirates is, but if you look at the data reprint, that's not the case. I think it's another round where Amnesia's lineup is favored, barring anything crazy from Ghost Dragon.
Yeah, it's just kind of like Amnesiac's bringing all the Tier 1 decks, and then Ghost Dragon is bringing half Tier 1 decks, half Tier 2 decks. And unless he's got some sort of crazy conquest strategy here where he's singling out something, Tier 1 decks are Tier 1 and Tier 2 decks are Tier 2. And that's kind of how, the levels play out. But the one upside that brings basically Tier 2 decks up to Tier 1 is when they band together in such a lineup where they're actually able to all specifically counter something on the opposing side. But Druid performs well against Warlock, but not the other two. Priest performs well against none of these three decks, and Warlock doesn't perform well against any of the three decks either. So you can already start seeing where, unless he's doing something wacky, it's going to be very difficult on paper if these are standard decks for Ghost Dragon to come out ahead in this series.
Yeah, and you identified something with Conquest, which we see here in this current meta, which is that Amnesia's lineup is just the Tier 1 decks, but there's not a hole, so to speak, in the lineup where you can start bringing these Tier 2 decks. That's reasonable. By what I mean by that is, sure, you could bring 4 face decks and maybe take out the Rogue, but then if you play somebody who doesn't have Rogue, you're just going to lose. So there's no real way to reasonably target one of the decks that's in the Tier 1 Conquest lineup, and that's why it's so strong, is because even with the Mage or the Reno Lock, it's hard to just take one of those decks and find 4 decks that can beat it that are actually reasonable against the field in case you come up against somebody who's not playing those decks. And that's why in metas like this and some metas in the past, you just bring the best decks. I'd say that Hearthstone usually falls kind of in that area, but sometimes you have chances to counter the meta.
Yeah, it depends how ingrained the meta gets, right? If we get up here and we cast a bunch of tournaments and we're always preaching the best decks is the only way to do it, everybody bring the best decks, then all of a sudden every single person in every tournament has the same exact 4 decks. There's going to be someone that's going to figure out a way to exploit that. There always is. So it always goes in a little bit of a circle where everyone starts catching on to the best decks is the best idea. Then once the best decks is the best idea and everybody's doing it, nobody's special anymore and it's not good anymore. And there's going to be someone that's figured out the next best thing which counters that. And then it kind of gets cyclic like that as people start catching on to it.
Yeah. Optimally, that would be the case, but it's possible that doesn't end up happening, or that the variations are slight. Just a card here, a card there. Maybe you bring aggro rogue over miracle rogue, for instance. Yeah, I mean sometimes it is just too hard to counter, and that happens somewhat often in Hearthstone.
That's quitter talk. That's quitter talk.
I don't know how it's quitter talk quite, but it just happens because of the nature of decks being able to play a 1-drop alongside of a Ragnaros. They don't have such linear game plans. Pirate Warrior being an exception.
All right, well, off to the races here. Some tech cards being shown. Dragon Priest featuring Entomb, a card that can maybe help him deal with something like a Flame Wreath Faceless that can oftentimes be a problem. So, or Sylvanas even. So it's usually more of an anti-control card than an anti-aggro card, but it's got its place to sometimes get some value against Shaman, but not a great card to have. But having the double Wormrest agent, that's a pretty splendid opening.
Are you mocking me?
Yeah, it doesn't really get much better than this, how it does it. He even has the 3-drop to go after the 2 drops, and he has the 3/6. His turn's pretty planned out.
Yeah.
So the only thing left is to see how Amnesia can maneuver.
Yeah, Amnesiac really looking to try and get a Flame Tongue Totem, because one of the things that Shaman does is it accumulates a bunch of little minions on the board. And wow, the Shadowward Paint flying off the shelf. Surprised to see that come out. Really fearing the Tunnel Trog. Wants to try and make sure his minions stick, I guess. But one of the things that Priest kind of has to do is they kind of have to trade evenly on the board. So they play 1 minion, Shaman usually plays 2, and they start accumulating a large minion count. And then when they develop their big minion, their big taunt, their 3/6 Guardian into this board of a bunch of little minions, and then you're able to play Flame Tongue and develop alongside it, and then trade up and kill the 3/6 with your little minions, you start getting a really big tempo lead, and then they have to respond to that Flame Tongue, and you get to develop more during that process. It's just so powerful, and that's what Shaman really needs to start running away with the game. But even without that, Amnesiac's just got some great ways to remove minions while developing minions, which is like pretty much the definition of tempo, and most of Shaman's cards do that, which is why it's so good.
Yeah, and here we see Amnesia with a choice to play the Bolt this turn or next turn. And I like playing it this turn, and the reason is you need to have that crystal unlocked for this Aya. This is going to allow him to play the Lightning next turn. It might look like an easy Lightning trade there, but doing it this way allows him a much cleaner turn next turn and leaves the Jade Lightning up to answer something.
Goes with the Twilight Guardian. I would have liked to see Ghost Dragon maybe go for the Twilight Whelp plus the Cabal Dallin Priest, because that would have put a 3/4 and a 2/5 in play, which is more numbers, more stats than a 3/6. And the 3/6 doesn't necessarily contest the 0/4 any better anyway. And your opponent's not really trying to go face just yet, so the value of taunt is quite limited.
He can, if he uses up the weapon here, the 3/2 won't be as good. He could use the 3/2 now and hold the weapon. It's actually a bit of a tricky decision. I like holding the weapon.
Sure. Still got a bunch of pirates left that could get charged in there.
South Seas and whatnot, yep. Ghost Dragon. Did we touch on that his name is Ghost Dragon? He's playing Dragon Priest. You think all of his decks are Dragon decks, Firebug?
That would be really thematic with the name, but some of his classes don't tend to lend nicely to dragons. The Dragon Druid would be a bit interesting.
Sounds like a good deck to me. It's got alliteration and everything.
Potion of Madness here. Okay. And it looks like Ghost Dragon was trying to save that Talon Priest to land on this Wormrest agent for the big taunt. Not too bad. It's definitely quite durable.
Yeah, and first off, Amnesiac is jamming out right now.
Yeah, he's in the zone.
That was the whoop right there. Did you see it when he shook his head?
Okay. Shadow Madness coming down, able to inflict some damage on the Aya so it can set up the future trade with the Wormrest agent. I guess it's more or less just removing the body there at that point. He doesn't want to develop the Twilight Whelp because he wants the ability to play Blackwing Corruptor or other Dragon Activate required cards. And he doesn't want to develop the Northshire Cleric because he's too afraid of running out of steam. Aya is such a great value generator for Amnesiac here. That Ghost Dragon's actually afraid of just getting out card advantaged by Aggro Shaman, which is why Aggro Shaman's such a terrifying deck to play against. It's like an aggro deck that has mid-range and then ramps into the late game and can out-control you too.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why I like Aggro Shaman so much against Dragon Priest. But we have seen Ghost Dragon do something where he plays minions and doesn't take like obvious trades, which means that he's thinking a little bit more about the board. And most players are really uncomfortable doing this, regardless if it's right or not, where they just let their opponent decide trades because it's more efficient. It's hard to identify when that's the case, and it's hard to just let it happen,
Mm-hmm. That 2/7 doing so much work.
Yeah, definitely want to get that taken down before he can just start healing it up again.
No spell power roll for Amnesiac, so he's unable to get the bolt to clear the entire board.
Ooh.
Not a bad one to get there. It's not great yet. It doesn't have an optimal target. You may even consider holding it.
Is someone injured?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make, but Ghost Dragon's going to decide to hold it. Wait for a better target for the Bookworm. Now he's got 2 Bookworms, so he's able to develop the Whelp alongside his board.
That's the best Bookworm target right there. Total Golem.
Yeah.
Send that guy to the grave. He's got to heal. The 4/4's causing a little bit of trouble, but it looks like he's able to get this board at a good life total. And he's just gonna need to get to his Drakes soon.
Yeah, Amnesiac needs either Drakes or some form of, either Doomhammer or Hammer of Twilight or Finley. Any of those kind of lasting cards that a lot of people throw in there. Most popular, of course, is the Azure Drake. I know Amnesiac does play a little bit with Chalky, though, and Chalky and the boys were throwing in the Hammer of Twilight.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if I seen Amnesia not playing his traditional list and moving over to the Hammer. He generally likes the Finley as well. So Finley, Drake, probably be what he's looking for here. These trades seem kind of poor. You could take the 1 and the 2/3, but maybe you need to start thinking about pushing damage.
Yeah, pushing damage seems very reasonable. There's not a lot of high-value cards left in Amnesiac's deck. He usually likes to run 1 Azure Drake in his Aggro Shaman builds, and he's only got 1 Jade card left in the entire deck. He's drawn every other Jade card, which is very fortunate this early in the game.
You definitely want to at least trade with something so you can stop yourself from dying to the 5/5, but man, is that the best card in this deck?
That's it. It is. The Bookworm's been promoted to a Ghost Dragon at this point. It stood through the war field and came out clean on the other end.
Yeah. Look at that. I think Amnesia just hovered over the decks, and Ghost Dragon only has 10 cards left in his deck, but Amnesia has 16, just to show you how many more cards Ghost Dragon's seeing just through the process of Azure Drakes and stuff. And this is what we were talking about, right, with the whole value thing. Like, Amnesia's somewhat even here, and he's drawn 6 less cards.
Yeah, his cards have definitely been putting in a lot of work, and one of the reasons why Ghost Dragon was able to stay in this was he saved that Northshire Cleric. He guaranteed a draw off the Northshire Cleric. He had 2 opportunities where he could have played it out when he hung 1 mana, but instead of playing it out there, he held it back because he knew he wanted to make sure he got a draw off of it. Otherwise, he was afraid Amnesiac was going to be able to outvalue him. So, yeah, I really like the way that Ghost Dragon piloted this game. Identifying that it was going to go long and setting himself up in situations where he could go the distance.
Rough draw from Amnesia here. Getting the Pirate, but there's quite a few rough draws in his deck. He doesn't need to dodge any more aggression from Ghost Dragon before he gets to his good cards. Ghost Dragon shakes his head, but Entomb going to be good against the 7/7s that are lingering.
Yeah. Not good at putting on pressure, though, to end this game quickly. So Amnesiac does have time to start accumulating draws, start accumulating totems, start trying to make something happen.
Yeah, so the order Amnesia wants to draw his cards in is Azure Drake into the 7/7s and stuff, getting some draws in and some other minions on the board before playing into these entombs and such.
Lava Burst now what you want to see. You want that after you've already got the board secured down. And this board is far from secured down. Finley's a card that could turn things around, though. Being able to get Life Tap or something like that can offer you a lot of fuel.
Is he ever going to try to fatigue him out?
The fatigue route. Go with heal and play the ultimate value game? The Priest Mirim?
If Ghost Dragon... He already used one of his Nether Spites, right? Or am I wrong in saying that? Either way, if he doesn't have a dragon for the Nether Spite, I don't think the fatigue route's too ridiculous. We see him get the rogue here, get the value on the little guy, clears the dragon.
Sure. He's got a really wide board. He still has Flame Tongue in the deck. We haven't seen either Nether Spite, I believe, so those are potentially waiting around the corner. Ghost Dragon's got a lot of tech cards. He might even like cut one Nether Spite potentially, made it more anti-aggro, you know? Nether Spite's an anti-control card a lot of the time. He seems to have a lot of tech in his deck.
Lots of tech in his deck, indeed. You ever play with tech deck dudes?
The skateboard guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've played with the skateboard guys. Flame Tongue Totem, very, very good draw here to try and optimize damage. But what Amnesiac's thinking about is, what is in my opponent's hand that he's not playing? Maybe a Shadow Word Death at this point? I don't know, but he's thinking, well, if it is a Dragonfire Potion, if it is some kind of AoE, can I beat some kind of AoE? And the answer to that is pretty much no. So he's just going to try and clear the board and push face.
Yeah, the spectator going over the decks again and showing me that it was in fact an 18 and not a 10, and that he wasn't that far ahead. Would have been a little crazy to be that far ahead, but I did see some Azure Drakes played. It's definitely a flub there on me. Amnesia actually had on cards by 2. But yeah, without the totem hero power, it's going to be hard to get value out of the Flame Tongues. Do you see any way Amnesia can get back in this game?
It's going to need to be like an Azure Drake into something fierce. But with Ghost Dragon applying so much pressure, it's going to be really tough. Maybe if Ghost Dragon holds back this dragon here, yeah. I would love to see him just play it out there as Amnesiac's only at 13 and it's threatening to 2-turn him basically. Yeah, he's just dropping the operative. Even Lava Burst alone doesn't clear it, so at worst it's 1 for 1-ing your opponent, or 2 for 1-ing your opponent. And that's going to be it.
Ghost Dragon taking game 1 against Amnesia. Shaman too.
Yeah, takes down the Shaman. Shows he's got an answer for it. Really like the way he piloted that Priest deck. He was holding back some cards again in the middle there against the aggression, which it can be tough to do when you're facing down a Shaman. You think, I need to play as defensively as possible or I'm going to die. And he was getting pretty low, but still was able to hold back some cards, play around things, able to hold back the Northshire Cleric specifically to be able to guarantee some draw off of it and outvalue the Aya, just barely.
Yeah, also we see a little bit better against the Shaman deck, Dragonfire Potions, Bookworms, cards that get a lot of value against Shaman. So that list a lot better against Shaman than the traditional Dragon Priest list that you see going around.
Yeah, and that's why the Warrior ban and not the Shaman ban, I imagine. So Ghost Dragon's got a plan, and it might be just to bully the Shaman out of the game. We already see some cards here in the Druid deck, Feral Rage, Living Roots, Raven Idol, anti-aggro cards. Maybe he's got like double Druid of the Claw, double Ancient, or Jade Druid like you were talking about. You know, some of the anti-Shaman Jade Druid builds that have been floating around in the Asian servers.
Yeah, and it's even less that he has an anti-Shaman deck and more that he can tech his deck to be a little bit better against Shaman and other decks if he gets rid of Pirates, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't need to run weapon removal if you're getting rid of Pirates, and Pirates is really just like in a different class of its own as far as decks, like the behavior wise. So it does make a lot of sense to get rid of that deck because it just behaves a lot differently when it comes to how it operates. It's one of
Yeah,
the only
and-
decks that tries to really kill you by turn 4.
Maybe this is what people are missing in the meta, is that you could actually just ban the pirates and let the shaman go, and worst case it gets a win, but best case you get to make your other decks a little bit better, so you don't have to run ooze and such.
We'll see. He's still got a tall order out of him. He's starting to fizzle out of cards here, and there's a Flame Wreath Faceless waiting for him with his name on it.
Yeah, he's gonna need to find an answer to that for sure. Looks like he's gonna get to swipe down here, maybe alongside a Raven Idol. Not gonna be able to clean that Raven Idol up easily. I mean, Jade Idol. Sorry, misspoke. Since the weapon cannot take it out.
He can face tank and just eat this Flame Wraith Faceless if he wants. That's a scary thing to do against aggro shaman, though.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a good option.
Yeah, you can play it now and force the trade and pair it with the Legendary Spell like this.
It's too awkward to try and clean it up after the Flame Wreath trades into...
Yeah,
Fandral.
another option would have been to wait for Fandral Rage on the following turn.
But waiting runs into issues if there's a Feral Spirits or a Taunt Totem or anything like that, so he's just going to get rid of it now. He's at 18 health, which isn't that critically low against this hand size of Shaman, but it is definitely not a very comfortable position, especially giving up the board that turn. And now he picks up the Mulch.
He's disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. I like the way he played it, though. I like his game plan of going in and getting rid of that 7/7 now, because it's like you said, right? You don't know what's going to happen.
He's got board control.
Which is a general principle with Hearthstone. Minions, if you can get rid of them, usually, and if it requires a minion or requires you to attack with your face, you want to do it if you can. Because it's not always guaranteed that you can do it next turn with heals and taunts.
Yeah. It's a surprising number of taunts in the game. Find them their way into even aggro decks.
Dread Corsairs and whatnot.
Yeah, Dread Corsairs, Feral Spirits, the dreaded Taunt Totem. Push the 1 damage face. Yeah. Every time. Jade Blossom, not great. Was looking for maybe nourish into something there, but...
Not the worst card, though.
Running out of ways to develop, so that might give Ghost Dragon the ability to, be okay just kind of fumbling on this draw here.
Has the Mulch to answer a big minion. It gets the advanced Jade counter. His Wild Growths are now live to cycle. He's going to be able to play anything he draws in the coming turns. Amnesia, not much of a board. Out of totems, because he cannot generate that anymore, which makes his Flame Tongue totem a lot less good. The Claws will put a Jade minion on the board, and you can generate one with the Maelstrom Portal, though.
Yeah, the YOLO portal, potentially worth it here just to continue getting pressure out and, try and get minions to stick for Flame Tongue in future turns. You saw Amnesiac, taking his time here debating whether it's worth it or not. Gets a 1/3 body, that's huge. He was really just trying to hope and praying that he doesn't get a 1/1 or any 1 health minion that could just die to the hero power. A 1/3 is perfect for sticking around for Flame Tongue.
Ooh, the draw.
There you go. That's a good turn. That's what he needed. Able to utilize 9 mana that turn.
Amnesia. Looking at
1 damage off lethal.
Yeah. The counter lethal isn't super likely here since your opponent only has 10 showing. They got to make up 14.
Yeah.
Almost never happening.
Yeah, there's no counter lethal for sure. It's just you're worried about, I guess, second Feral Rage, and that's about it at this point. I think it's a pretty healthy time to go in.
You don't need to go in with everything, right?
Right,
But
you can
if
save the Lava Burst for spell power, potentially, for the lethal on the following turn.
I think he played the Thalnos. Did he play the Thalnos already?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. He has another Drake as well, I believe. if he uses the weapon, the Buccaneer goes down to a 1/2, but he plays around taunt. But you know your opponent's card in hand is not taunt. So I think you even hold the weapon.
Okay. The weapon... Oh, wait, he has lethal.
Oh, he has lethal with the patches?
Oh, no, he can't squeeze in the ping. He can't squeeze in the ping. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's why. I remember. I figured it out.
So you just... Yeah, so you just hit anyways. And then you have lethal.
Lethal
with the
through
ping,
taunt
so your
next turn.
opponent needs exactly Feral Rage. And he doesn't get it. Amnesia, every point needed here to pick up this win in game 2. This would have been worrisome if he had lost this one.
Yeah. Yeah, the Druid getting a win would have been a big trouble for his lineup, but able to shut it down just in the nick of time. Wow, that Druid got really close, though. Druid's looking solid, man.
Yeah. That was such a classic time to forget patches, too. Like,
Yeah,
turn
yeah.
9, you're like, there's no patches in there.
I thought for sure he'd play the Pirate by now, but we didn't miss lethal, so that's good.
Yeah.
We accidentally didn't miss lethal, so I don't know how much we can pat ourselves on the back for that one, but you know, I'll take it. So series tied up 1-1. Amnesiac right back in it, looking to try and continue farming this Druid. He's got Rogue that can be able to do it, but other than that, Amnesiac's own Reno Lock could be in a difficult position here, depending on how Ghost Dragon's Reno Lock is built. Typically, if you have a Druid in your lineup, you're looking to try and target control with it. And then that would mean you kind of gear your own Reno Lock to also be targeting control. With, the Leroy combo and what have you.
Yeah, it's definitely a closer series. Even that last game.
Oh, yeah, that was tight.
He's playing with Thanos, so he's actually even a little bit more anti-aggro. Druid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw it. The Druid anti-aggro variant was almost able to get it there.
Yep. Amnesia, though, pretty good hand.
Yeah, he's got the pressure hand for sure. Reno Lock definitely wants this kind of hand if they want to be able to take a win against Jade Druid. You don't win in the late game, but you do win if you go, Twilight Drake into Mountain Giant into Ragnaros. That's a curve that can get her done.
Yeah, get her done indeed. Ghost Dragon, pretty good hand himself though. Ramp, ramp, ramp.
Yeah,
and then cycle.
That's 7 mana already. That's pretty crazy. Chooses to hold back the brand there. He could have tried to play it to try and disincentivize the Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake from coming down for Amnesiac, but holding it back most likely because he doesn't have anything that goes with it, which makes sense. Looking for the mulch. Whew. Swing and a miss.
Now it's kind of a tough decision on what he wants to do. He could have gone Gadgeson down and cycled 1, but he thinks he'll cycle more. Maybe he wants to get the Thalnos down here and get a draw, squeezing the hero power.
Yeah, he could opt to Roots the Giant now, try and play around Shambler or Faceless Manipulator a little bit.
Yeah, definitely looks a little rough for the Druid here.
That's a lot of pressure.
Amnesia could have went with the Twilight Drake last turn and then got a tap in, but it's usually not worth it against Druid. As the 8/8 almost always goes face.
Mulch! That's huge! That alleviates a lot of pressure for Ghost Dragon. Now he's only got 1 problem instead of 2 problems on the field.
1 problem and a Mountain Giant ate it.
Yeah, it's the Twilight Drake. It's still a big problem. Like, that dragon's not a ghost. It's there.
I've watched me some Amnesia streams, man. So he's definitely not listening to Jay-Z very often. If he's jamming out to any rap music right now, it's Eminem. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Michigan represent.
Yeah, that's your side of the mitten.
Yeah, it's my side of the mitten. All right. So So what are we doing here for Amnesiac? He's got the ability to kind of roll Kazakis if he wants to try and discover a potion. He's got some tap options available to him potentially. He does have a pretty large... He's got a full hand at the moment, so he's got to play something here. And if he plays Kazakis, he has to play something alongside it, otherwise his hand will be overflowing. He's going for the Dirty Rat, trying to pick out something here, it looks like. Oh, no, he puts it down. He's thinking about it, at least. He's thinking about maybe some sort of Dirty Rat Shadow Bolt. It's kind of risky, but if you pull the Gadget, it's really big. If you pull any of the Jade cards, it's pretty good as well. You don't expect one of the Jade cards to be in hand, though, because Ghost Dragon's been kind of having a lot of weak turns.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting turn where you could have used the Dirty Rat there. You could also even have the read that maybe your opponent had the Gadgets in Auctioneer and you wanted to get out of their hand.
I think that's what he's thinking. He just doesn't completely trust his instincts, but his instincts seem to tell him there's a Gadgets and Auctioneer in there.
Yeah, and even if there was something else, there's nothing that's too dangerous out of Druid. And most of the time their Jade cards don't get the Jade Battle Cry.
Triple Feral Rage could be in the hand. 3 of a kind, not usually the strongest hand in Hearthstone.
14 damage, though. If you would have
Yeah, I know. That's a lot of damage. But he wants to go for the Starfire, wants to get the highest value card, be able to continue cycling while dealing with threats. Next turn he has Brand Jade Behemoth, so a lot of potential development coming out on the following turn. And it's a good turn to develop next turn. It's right before your opponent's turn 8 where they could try and slam down a Ragnaros. Potion the face and revive a Mountain Giant.
Good spell. Very good.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah. Ghost Dragon pretty far behind here. Hard to see a way he can get out of this. Even if he finds a way to clear, there's just so many options for Amnesia. He's got the Soulfire, he's got the Rag, he's got the Siphon Soul to get through a taunt. Like, hard to imagine.
He needs Deathwing.
Deathwing.
And the Rag's going to get piled in on top of this. It doesn't stop. The pressure keeps coming.
Yeah. Not lethal, though.
It's 16 plus 8 is 24, so he can go all face and have a 50-50 for lethal.
If he had the mana for the Soulfire, always be lethal.
Not quite the mana for the Soulfire here, but it's still pretty good. Clear your opponent's board, set him to 6. Not a bad turn. You don't even lose any minions on alongside it. And barring a Deathwing or a Yogg-Saron, Ghost Dragon, he's out of here.
Yeah, pretty often when you can set up 50-50 with Ragnaros, it's the right play. If it's on your opponent's face, and you're going to kill them. Of course.
Yeah. That was the ideal pressure hand for Reno Lock. He had the Mountain Giant, he had the Twilight Drake, he had everything in between, and the Rag on top. He had Mountain Giant, Twilight Drake, Kazakis, got a good Kazakis potion, revived the Mountain Giant, and had a Rag on top. You can't really beat those kind of draws as a mid-range deck against Reno Lock. Sometimes they just get you with one of those.
Yeah, Ghost Dragon had the ramp too. You know, he had a good shot of it, but kind of fizzled out there in the middle. Didn't quite get the Jade terrain going. And now he's in a pretty awful matchup.
Oh yeah, this is an abysmal matchup for Jade Druid. It's one of the, if you look at like the Vicious Syndicate data, you look at the stats and the matchups for Jade Druid, up against Rogue is one of the worst, if not the worst, matchup for Jade Druid. It's really tough to win, but he's got a good hand to try and get there. He's got the ramp. I don't hate the Coin Wild Growth. Coin Wild Growth could allow you to Feral Rage next turn, maybe. He's gonna hold on to it, try and go maybe Wild Growth into Coin Nourish.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, for a long time, people would say, you know, don't coin the Wild Growth. But then we saw Life Coach, and he was coining the Wild Growth, so he can fit in a removal on turn 3 versus aggro decks. And that's kind of what the logic here is, that you'd be able to get that removal in. But Ghost Dragon's thinking, if I Wild Growth my next turn, and then I coin out Nourish and ramp that, then I'll be able to fit in the Wrath then. So I'm only taking, an extra 1 turn of damage from the 3/2.
Yeah, it's kind of scary ramping with these sort of Jade Druid decks. We see a lot of times, even when they draw with Nourish, sometimes they run out of cards. So,
oh my gosh.
Baby Cleef.
I have not seen a Baby Cleef in I don't know how many months.
Well, it makes sense. He's got the saps, right? So what Amnesiacs is thinking is, whatever minion comes out, I'm going to sap it, and then I'm going to push all this damage in the field. I'm going to push 6 damage, and then another minion's going to come out. I'm going to sap it and Cold Blood, and then I'm going to push 10. And he's looking to try and just kill Ghost Dragon with those kind of sap pushes, utilizing the Baby Cleef here.
Mm-hmm. Perfect draw, actually.
Yeah, it couldn't have been much better.
Questing is about all that's better there. He's pushing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Baby Cleef upgraded to Teenage Cleef here. He's got an attitude, but he's still kind of weak on the footing.
Just a bit too much angst.
And but that's still putting a lot of aggression on Ghost Dragon, and he's out of answers. The Wrath was used.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to imagine. If you don't play the taunts this turn, then you got to play the taunts later on. He's just gonna go ahead and gain some health.
Okay, try and outlast the problem. Gain enough arbor, maybe it'll go away.
He's not completely wrong, since this Edwin only has 2 health. Living Roots pickup or Wrath pickup will be able to clean it up quite nicely. A swipe even does pretty well on this board.
Looks like this Edwin's not just a phase, though. Looks like it's here to stay.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Ooh, Innervate drawn. He's going to go for the Auctioneer turn. A minion here, and he's done. Gets the Wild Growth. I'll give him another draw. Maybe we'll see a Wrath or Roots.
There it is!
Yeah, and gaining health was definitely...
Yeah, he's in it. It's not over yet for Ghost Dragon. Edwin Van Cleef on the timeout.
And Music can't pair this Gadgetzan with this Conceal next turn, but it'll definitely be coming out... Or this turn, but it'll definitely coming out next turn. You can use the Backstab to just get rid of the Auctioneer if he's afraid of sapping it. Backstab pretty good with Auctioneer, though.
Yeah, I think it might be time to transition into, gadget sort of stuff. Just trade off your board, save the Backstab to cycle with Gadget. He's going to opt to sap. He's got 2. I don't hate this either. This keeps up the most heat. He's consistent with his game plan. He's firing missiles.
Yeah, I like this play and keep going face. I was wondering, though, what do you think of the Auctioneer Backstab there? We saw that our opponent didn't have anything to get rid of our minions until he top-decked that Root, so we'd have to top-deck something.
That sounds risky. All right, then you open yourself up to getting top-decked, where if you just Gadget Conceal, I think you're going to win probably every time.
Yeah. I think so as well. I like this play.
Yep. Play looks solid. So now you can Gadget, Backstab, trade, run in the dagger, and then Conceal.
Important to get the trade now. In case you need to sap a different taunt. Also in case a Drake with a swipe comes out. But I think it's a tough trade to make.
It's going to hold back on the trade, it looks like. Yeah. He's got spell power next turn, I guess.
Yeah. Probably just looking to sap and get lethal on this one taunt.
Yeah. No swipe picked up for Ghost Dragons. No Azurdig swipe to try and save his little taunt.
So Amnesia is a Eviscerate, a Cold Blood, etc. away from winning this game. And he has 2 spells to get there. Probably going to see the Backstab come out first. Even goes for the 2/2.
You could start building a questing this turn as a backup plan, but that'll lower your odds of actually finding lethal.
Another Backstab.
There's Leroy Jenkins. Not quite enough.
Not quite enough, indeed. That was a tough turn. There was a lot of decisions there. He could have sapped before he Fan of Knives even. But you don't want to keep sapping the taunt if he just gets the replay and you're not going to kill him. Yeah, Amnesia finding himself in a spot where he wants to clear the board, but it's not easy to do and keep your auctioneer alive.
Give me a quest.
He's going to choose to bail out of looking for lethal. Just try and set up another threat. Preparation drawn.
Oh, and he has a chance to get the card here. And if it is the card, he has to play it pretty quickly.
Did he get lethal? That's not lethal.
Worth going for sure.
Now, one of the things to note is Ghost Dragon is out of heal. He's used both Feral Rages, so he has to clear the board and taunt. Unless Fangel does magic. That could give some sort of heal.
It often does.
Fangel into Feral Rage off this Raven Idol would be absolutely perfect. Get the heal and the clear on the gadget. All in one. Okay.
Gets the
Feral Rage, there it is! He can stay alive! He's still in it! That's pretty crazy.
And he knows Amnesia's not... He knows Amnesia's hand doesn't contain a Cold Blood or an Eviscerate. Otherwise, he would have
just died. Man, that is tense. There's the Cold Blood, though, for lethal on the next turn.
Thank you.
He does have a taunt, though. It's going to be rough for him to clear this again.
Swipe, okay. Swipe plus the Charger can clear, but that doesn't leave enough mana for the taunt.
You swipe the 5/4, trade the Vandal in, and then use a taunt.
Yeah, there you go. Staying alive. Just barely.
Yeah, very ready to actually turn the corner here.
Ooh. Preparation can cause magic things to happen with the Zerdrake. It's not going to do it.
See what the Swashbuckler gets him. Ooh.
That is a good card for value purposes.
Yeah. Not sure how much of a difference it's going to make. Backstab here on the 3/3. Another Jade Behemoth left in Ghost Dragon's deck, I believe. Ooh. I like when cards light up with Fandral, man.
Yeah, he's going to have a higher chance of drawing additional Jade Idols from this. Which I guess if he draws a bunch of them, it's not too bad. Could set up lethal. Ancient Award could seal out the game on the next turn. He's got to get through this turn first, though.
Yeah, and he takes the best trade he can find here. Ooh, doesn't trade the Swashbuckler. And
that's gonna be game, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it allows Amnesiac to get efficiently through the taunt and have lethal. He would have been able to do it either way, because he could play the Leroy, then Eviscerate, then trade the dagger, then Cold Blood the Leroy, go face for 10. So it didn't matter regardless. Amnesiac top decks the Eviscerate for the lethal.
Yep.
Finishes Ghost Dragon off one turn before he's able to stabilize there with the... He was hanging on by a thread, man. I was excited. That was good. That was an epic comeback there. Well played by both players. That was a good series to watch.
Yeah, I was definitely excited for the Druid comeback. Didn't come into fruition. He could have played around the Cold Blood as well in the last turn, but he decided against it going face, trying to end the game earlier. And we see Amnesiac moving on to the round of 16, taking the win 3-1.
Well, you can't play around the Cold Blood, because if the Leroy's there, you're dead either way. The taunt's a 3/6, goes down to 3/5. Then you play Leroy, then you Eviscerate the taunt.
No, if you draw Cold Blood.
Then you Cold Blood the Leroy.
If you draw Cold Blood instead of Eviscerate.
Alright, never mind.
You see what I'm saying, right?
I mean...
If you have a 1/1 to put the second Cold Blood on, then you get to split them. But you have to put them both on Leroy to get through the taunt.
Okay. Yeah, if it's double Cold Blood, I guess. but he only had 1 cold blood in his deck. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, 1 cold blood in the deck, says Firebat. Okay.
We used 1 earlier. And you remember our Edwin Van Cleef.
Yeah. Well, the round of 16 is starting tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. CST. And it looks like we have quite a few players through. Who's through, Firebat? Tell us.
Who is through today? Oh, man, I can't even keep up with it. We've casted so many great games. I remember Trump was able to make it through. I remember Just Saying was able to make it through. Is Frodan still alive in the bracket? I think Frodan's still kicking in there. There's Terrence M. Tars, maybe? I think, Tars and Frodan's going to be coming up. Hot Meowth is still alive in the bracket. There's a lot of good players still left in this tournament. VLPS, Lead Paint, I think we watched them play. No, we didn't see Lead Paint or VLPS today. Those are the matches we skipped over, but they both advanced, I believe. Amnesiac, of course, is still playing. We didn't get to watch Ray C, but he's a decent-sized named player that's still in the tournament. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of Hearthstone to be played. I don't know if my teammate Strife Crow has made it yet. I think he still is waiting to play his game. So we may see Strife Crow. We saw Orange take a win, so Orange is still in the tournament, moving on. Yeah, it should be a good day of Hearthstone tomorrow. Should be at pretty much almost all of the pros that entered the tournament have made it up to this point. None of them have really been eliminated yet, so the top 16 is going to be all pro-on-pro action. It's basically an invitational at this point.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some of the better players clashing and trying to get those HCT points and get that fame and that win. I know Amnesia loves winning.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love winning? It's definitely a fun activity. So, yeah, excited to see it happen. What's the time again that everything's happening tomorrow?
It starts at 10:30 a.m. CST, so that's 11:30 EST.
Sweet.
Who do you think is going to win, Firebed?
The whole tournament?
Mm-hmm.
Frodan's going to win the whole tournament.
Frodan's your favorite to win?
Yeah, Frodan's got the heart of a champion. He's kind of like... He's a tournament lion, if you will. He just gets in there, and no matter what happens, no matter how bad the RNG goes, he's a guy that can see past everything and keep the courage going strong. So I favor him in giant open man brackets.
Okay, I want to see Trump win.
Okay.
I don't know if he's my favorite to win though.
Okay.
I like seeing Trump playing competitively, man. I like seeing him, coming out to tournaments, putting his best foot forward, giving some effort. Not all streamers do that still, so it's nice to see.
Seems good. So, the round of 16 is starting tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. CST. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Make sure you guys come back for that. It's going to be worth watching. Bunch of pros left in the tournament. It's going to be some sweet, sweet action. You're going to be able to see a lot of top players competing against each other for those juicy, juicy BlizzCon points. So I hope you guys come back for that. I hope you guys had a good time watching today. From all of us here at the ONOG PAX South Hearthstone Tournament, have a good rest of your night, and make sure you tune in tomorrow.